What is up, everybody? Day 3 of the NFL Draft live stream here on Bootleg. Lots of good players going to come off the board today. You might notice a change. I'm going to run this one solo today. Brett had to head home, as many of you already know. He tweeted that out this morning. He is okay. His health is good. He is going to take care of those close to him, and that is a decision we are always going to back here at Bootleg. So thanks for all the love on Twitter. Seeing lots of you got this. Let's go. Was originally going to cancel the stream, and I was like, I don't think so. Let's think that through. This is our day. This is the day that people watch for. We promised you end-to-end picks, and I think we can still deliver on that. So let's get this done. It's going to be a long day. I will take some breaks. I am not like Brett. I am not the Iron Man. I will occasionally need to go grab some water, but for now, we are good to go. Up and ready. Lots of picks today. They are going to come fast and furious, and I will not catch all the super chats. I will try. If you send a super chat, I will absolutely try and answer it. If I don't get to it, I'm sorry, and thank you for supporting the channel. Not going to get all the picks right on time. We are going to have some folks that drop by, hopefully. Some folks have graciously volunteered to help out, and yeah, we might have a couple surprises for you there. But in general, it's a long day. Looking forward to it. Lots of good players left on the board. Some players that we thought were going to go off the board in day one. Keely Ringo's still on the board, corner out of UGA. So you're going to be able to get talent. I really think GMs that separate themselves are the ones that do really well on day 3. You better hit your round 2 and 3 picks, but when you get to day 3, you can really get a lot of value. And the cost is extremely low. We'll see we'll see teams trade down. Sounds like the Bears are already trading out of 103, which is the leadoff pick in the round. So we will get to it. We will keep up as best we can. Thanks everybody for spending your time with us to this point. And again, choosing to spend time with us today, because we do go deep. We do look at probably 350 players. Only 250 are going to get drafted. Pretty good chance we've watched most of the guys, not all the guys that will get drafted today. I guarantee that someone will reach back and grab a player that we didn't take a look at. But a huge thanks to Manscaped for sponsoring all of this. Wouldn't have been able to come to KC, be in the host city. Definitely wouldn't have been able to live stream 3 straight days without their help. So if you have any grooming needs, the best way to support us is to support Manscaped and our sponsors, so that they will come back to us. If you order right now with our code Bootleg, you will get 20% off plus free shipping. Supporting them helps support us. They have been very generous in their support. They're the reason we're here. So again, if you have any of those needs, shampoo, shavers, trimmers, boxers, you name it, Manscaped stuff, incredibly high quality. Take a look at the assortment. That's all we're asking. We really appreciate their support. Again, we wouldn't be here without them. So with that, I see we're already blasting into some super chats. Let's scroll back to the beginning and see what we got. If Jadeveon Clowney was a prospect in the last year, where do you think he'd go? Ooh, I think he would have been off the board fairly high. The way defensive tackles have gone off the board this year in the draft, high to mid first round, probably. He was if you remember Jadeveon Clowney's college tape, look out. It definitely would have attracted some eyeballs. If they knew who he was as an NFL player, he probably would have been drafted still probably end of first round, beginning of second round. He's been a very effective pro, and he's had a long career. Love to Brett from Charging Badger. Love to Brett. Hope everything ends up all right. I think that is everybody's hope. Appreciate that, Badger. Thoughts on DTR to the Vikings at 119 or 158? DTR to the Vikings in general, I think would be great. I think Kevin O'Connell, the coach of the Vikings, knows how to use a mobile quarterback. DTR, one of my favorite remaining quarterbacks on the board. Great mobility, stronger arm than people give him credit for. He has a rocket when he lets it go. Has gotten better every year. that he's been at UCLA. Still has a ways to go, but you love to see that improvement. You love to see the competitiveness. We got to see him up close at the Shrine Bowl. It's fun for him. He's a hometown kid. He went to Bishop Gorman in Las Vegas, so he got to come home and play in front of his home folks at the Shrine Bowl. Had a really good career at UCLA. UCLA had their best win total this year under Chip Kelly, 9 wins. DTR was a big part of that. So I like DTR on day 3. I think somebody's going to get a value in a player that is probably going to outperform his draft status. Do I think he's going to be a starter? No, but I think he could be a high-end spot starter that can win you some games, and that's a valuable role in the NFL. Let's take a look at the rest of them. Thoughts on the Bears trade down? I just saw the Bears trade down. Obviously, I was getting set up. Thanks to Glow Sky for the $1.99. I think Poles is going to continue to collect picks. He wants lottery tickets. He sees that this is a deep draft in several areas that the Bears have needs. He would like more of those players. We saw that last year at the end of the draft for him with offensive line. Traded down late. Everybody wanted him to trade down early. Ended up trading down late a couple of times, picking up a bunch of picks and sort of spreading them across. Not all of them hit. I think he'll do it again this year. This seems to be that. And if there's nobody that you are absolutely locked into, 103, the pick that's going to lead off the 4th round today is a pick of value because somebody wants the ability to say, we don't want anybody to take that player, whether that's Kelee Ringo or some other high profile player that slipped a little bit. They want to bump to the front of the line, make sure they get that player in their room. They're willing to pay the Bears a pick to do it. I haven't seen the compensation, so we'll get that a little bit later. But in general, I don't know that it's the last time the Poles will trade down today. I think he probably might do it a couple of times. And again, just amass lots of shots. The Bears are not a team with one need. They're a team with many needs. Yesterday, they added beef in the defensive line. They got run on, especially through the middle last year. And Poles pretty clearly yesterday with his day 2 pick said, don't want that to happen anymore. Got Jervin Dexter out of Florida, who is a massive nose tackle. Heard something interesting about him that he was asked to read and react at Florida, and he's going to be asked to press gaps for Chicago. So he's going to be firing forward more quickly. Makes a ton of sense. Once you hear that, when you go back and you look at his tape and you think, oh, that's why he didn't just fire out and explode into that guy. He was being told to pick up, read 2 gaps, and then mirror what was happening with the offensive line. Sounds like they're going to unleash him a little bit, like they're going to ask him to be the aggressor a little bit more. And I'm all for that because he is an aggressive, big athlete. Like that pick, the Zach Pickens pick out of South Carolina. Again, an aggressive player against the run with really good size, and he'll fire forward. Like, I don't want him to hold an edge right now, but if they're looking for penetrating players on the interior of the defensive line, I think that's what Poles said is we want big guys that are fast, that can fire in, and we're not gonna give up those middle gaps as easily as we did last year. Garrett, we talked about the Saints plans are, well, it seems to get after the fucking quarterback. Thank you, EJ, for keeping me positive after the Brissett pick. Yeah, the Saints love to load up big heavies on the defensive line that are athletic. They like talented guys. Now, they don't necessarily like, we talked about this yesterday, they don't necessarily like smaller guys that are really fast with a lot of bend. It just doesn't seem to be their type. They don't seem to employ them. And look, there are other defensive coaches around the league that are very successful that don't do that either. Steve Spagnuolo here in Kansas City does not seem to be somebody that takes little fireballs off the edge with a ton of speed and bend. It's not his thing. He likes big guys with length and strength. Karlaftis last year in the first round, again, Felix Anudike Uzama out of K-State this year is a heavy-handed guy and plays with a lot of power. There were faster, lighter, sort of lightning in a bottle edge rushers on the board. Didn't go for him. So Saints are in that same sort of mold. And, it seems to be that they're prioritizing that to reload that. I could see them diversifying here on day 3 and going to hit some other areas. But yeah, it seems like that was definitely the way they started off. Ooh, let's slide down and catch the rest. Maybe I won't erase all the super chats today, but no promises. I'm much more of a mouse trackball guy than I am a trackpad guy, so we'll see how this goes. All right, Evan Kearney. Thank you, Evan. I think you were a little harsh on the Chicago picks. Physical outside corner. No, I like Tyreek Stevenson. And two high upside big bodies for the DL. Like Jervin Dexter a lot. The Zach Pickens pick, I don't feel like I was harsh on it. I feel like I was underwhelmed and there were players I would rather have. When you go back and look at the players they got, we just talked about sort of why that strategy would be, why they would be addressing that, what their priority looked like it was. It's a lot like previous super chat with the Saints saying, look, we're not going to do a thing that we did last year, which was get run on. We're going to take some aggressive guys. I think all three of those guys have a chance to have a good career. I think there was more value on the board. It's not against the players they picked. I really like Tyreek Stevenson. And right now, all the Bears' top corners, the two outside corners, assuming Tyreek Stevenson is a starter outside, that's where Poles said he wants to play him. Didn't say he was going to be a starter, but said that's where he wants to play him. You got Jalen Johnson, only 24. Tyreek Stevenson, younger than that, and Kyler Gordon, even younger than that. So you've got three starting cornerbacks that are really the core of your room, hopefully, that are all under 24 years old. That's a pretty nice setup. So good players. I don't even really mind their fit. I think there were more valuable players that would also fit for the Bears, and that was my quibble was with value for the most part. Zach Pickens, I'm not a huge fan of. I would have taken him later in the draft. It's not like he was off my draft board, but it felt early for me. It felt like a very high value pick. Would he have lasted to a later pick? I don't know. I don't know how other teams had him ranked. I imagine some teams had him ranked pretty highly for his athletic upside alone. So none of them were huge reaches. I felt like they left a little meat on the bone, but appreciate the thought, Evan, and definitely the super chat. Thank you for that. Next one up, Telly Lee praying for DTR to get drafted to the 49ers. That would be fun. He would be a very good mirror behind Trey Lance if you're talking about a backup where you can switch to a backup quarterback and not lose a lot, not have to change the offense a bunch. DTR would be a lot of fun in that role. Shanahan's system is notoriously hard to pick up for quarterbacks. There's a lot for them to do. They do a lot with option and choice routes on almost every route in the Shanahan playbook is an option or choice route. So there's a lot of meshing that has to occur between the wide receivers and the quarterbacks. That can be hard to pick up on. But if he's not coming in to be a starter, which he's not in that room, in that building, he's going to be third best right now. As he learns, it'd be a great spot. That'd be a lot of fun. So I think that would be pretty awesome as well. Thanks again for the super chat, Telly. We'll keep right on rolling. Alex Williams. Glad to see you. I'm glad to see you too, Alex. We are happy to be able to keep it rolling. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a challenge, but we built for this. We trained. This is what I would be doing anyways. If we had never started Bootleg, I would be hanging out in front of my computer yelling about picks, and I'm hanging out in front of my computer yelling about picks. Tell Brett we hope he's okay. I certainly will. I've already texted with him on the plane a couple of times. And how many punters do you see getting drafted today? Ooh, good question. Maybe none. Last year was really special. We had 5 punters drafted, and it was deserved. Those guys were amazing. Good punters. But I don't know if you saw Kyle Shanahan talking about picking a kicker in the third, and that all his buddies from around the league started roasting him via text. What are you doing picking a kicker in the third? And he said, I would have done the same thing if they'd done it. I don't know if anybody's going to venture out and spend a pick on a punter. If they do, it's going to be 6 or 7, I think. I don't see anybody in this class, not that I scout a lot of punter, I don't, that is worthy of a, hey, we got to go get him grade. So we'll see. Thanks for the thoughts for Brett. I will definitely pass those along when I talk to him. And he has seen all the love on social media. He knows that you have him, you have his back, you have our back. You're showing up in great numbers here today. So we really appreciate it. We realize it's pivot. We realize it's not ideal. It's not our favorite choice, but it's the choice we're going to make every time. So all right. Are there reports saying Dwan Jones is around 400? Should the Colts take him in the 4th or later? Well, I mean, he could easily be 400. He played at 378. Like, that's, a couple stakes away from from tipping the scales near 400. He's a massive human being. He is 6'8". He is a huge dude. And if you subscribe to Bill Parcells' Planet Theory, which is, hey, there's only so many guys on the planet with that size, you just pick them and figure it out. Dawand Jones is your guy in this draft. And he will get picked today. I'm sure some people are concerned about the weight. Typically with weight issues with young players, coaches see that as a discipline issue. It isn't always. Can be a medical issue, can be a metabolic issue, can be a lot of things. But people say, oh, he can't hold weight. It's a discipline thing. So some people will be turned off by that. And some people just don't want to tackle that big. But Dawand Jones is a really talented tackle. He's an excellent mauling run blocker right now. He is figuring it out in pass pro. And look, on day 3, are you going to take a swing on a developmental tackle? Yeah. You weren't expecting to get a guy with that many tools, that much size, that much wingspan. He is flat out the biggest. Rarely do we see one tackle in a draft that is clearly the biggest. He is the tallest, he is the heaviest, and he has the widest wingspan. That's a lot to work with. And if you believe that you can plug him in on rundowns as a swing tackle right now, he's a value. So somebody will go after him. Remind me to take a drink of water every once in a while, or I'm going to run out of voice. But we'll keep going. I've got some emergency fig Newtons next to me. We'll make it happen. Like I said, at some point we'll be taking breaks. Don't know when that'll be. But August Pappas. The Brad Holmes Kool-Aid is flowing thick and fast, 100% behind his Lions class and willing to go down with the ship. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense in what they did after the first round. So the first round was sort of like, what are you doing? And what they wanted to do was get out ahead of those two particular position groups, linebacker and running back, which are less desirable in terms of draft capital groups, but they had players at the top that they wanted. And they were able to come back to other groups that are deeper in this draft later on and sort of round out that pick. And honestly, Ben Solak put out a great tweet last night. If you're not following Ben at The Ringer, you should be. Some of the most insightful writing and football content out there. He basically took the Lions draft board and just reordered it and said, if you slide this player down here and you slide this player up here, Brian Branch specifically, that was a huge, huge value get. One of my favorite players in this whole draft, one of my defensive gems. If you take Brian Branch and slide him to the top and basically cascade everybody else down around or a slot, the Lions draft seems to make a lot more sense. They just went for it early and then came around and the draft came back to them. I love what Holmes has done. He has earned sort of the right of first refusal. He can do what he wants at this point. Most of it has worked out. I think this class will work out for them as well. Lions are a scary team. Being a Bears fan, I don't love what the Lions are doing. I love it for Lions fans. They certainly deserve it. But it is tough to look across the line and see all the talent that they have assembled over the last 3 drafts and not think, hey, they were really good on offense last year. They're adding to the defense. They're adding even more playmakers. Like, look out. That's a team on the rise. So good for them. I'm with you on the Kool-Aid. Again, don't love the order, but I love the overall haul of players and their fit. Go hit one. We said he was on a bender. He is. He is cooking with gas and doing a good job. Maybe not doing it in the same order that we would do it in, but that made sense to him and them, and good on him. Certainly not going to throw any stones at that class. It's a really good group of players. John, for $5, any ideas on the weirdest way a pick will be announced today? God, I hope they don't do the zoo animal thing again. That was a bit much for me. Also, best corner for the Ravens still available. I could see them taking a shot on Kelee Ringo early. I know we've talked about him. Let me go to my best available and update it. And give you some other names at corner. Ooh, Clark Phillips feels very much like a Raven slot corner. I could see Darius Rush. I don't know if they see Darius Rush as a fit for them. This is our first Corey Trice mention of the day. That would be an ideal grab for them. And it's not just because Brett likes him. I like him too. We can give Brett all the guff we want about putting him in the first round. But he would look very good in black and purple. Like very, very good in black and purple. That would be a get me out of my seat pick, I think. We'll see. Might happen. Jack, welcome back. Good to see you. Looking forward to today, but also hoping all is well with Brett. Indeed, I think that is where everybody is, but appreciate the sentiment very much. Is it me, or does this draft feel a bit more hectic than those previous? No, it's not just you. Lots of trades, lots of movement, lots of, I think, different valuations. And you have that every year. You have some variance between how different teams, different people, different GMs see different players. But this year, there's this wide middle of the class that's really talented and so many players at some key positions. Edge for sure is incredibly deep. Cornerback, we just talked about. Running back, less important in terms of draft stock, but tons of players still available today. And I said that months ago that running backs picked on day 3 are going to have a chance to start. And I think some of them still do. And that just kind of causes this, well, I have this guy over here, and well, I have this guy, same guy, 3-4 rounds later, just because I reordered all of the talent that's there. So that does cause some chaos on boards in terms of best available. I told you I was just looking at mine. It's put together, it's an amalgam, but it's not the same value board that, you could sit 5 draft analysts here on the couch and say, where do you have the value at remaining corner? And we would have 5 different guys in the top spots probably. Or at least 5 different orders for the guys in the top spots. And that causes a lot of shift and a lot of what are they doing and why did they do that early? And no, I'm with you. It does feel more dynamic in a lot of ways. Lots and lots and lots of trades. I was looking through the draft classes last night, and I was doing it on I believe I was doing it on CBS, just seeing their total slates, and next to each pick they had whether or not it had been traded, and like 4/5 of all the picks for all the teams were traded. Very few of them were natural picks. So that's just a ton of movement and things to keep up with. And talking about extra value, did they get value for the picks even before they take the player? There's a lot going on, and we're just going to see more of it today. It's going to be faster and more of it. Looks like the Raiders have traded to the Texans. Raiders traded a 4th and a 6th, 104 and 203. Texans traded a 4th and a 5th, 109 and 174. So we're starting to see teams jockey. This is, again, the Bears had traded their pick at the top of the 4th round, and the right to select the first player on the day. Texans just basically retraded that since 104 was available. Somebody else said, I want the number 2 shot. I don't think the Saints, who traded up with the Bears, are going to take the guy we wanted, so we're going to go up and get it. Looks like the Raiders do that. It's just going to continue. It's going to go on all day. People are going to be shuffling picks. When people run out of players on their board that they have draftable grades on or that fit with their team, they're not just going to throw lottery chips at the deck. They're going to try and trade those picks into next year to get a little bit of value and keep their draft capital high. So it's just going to continue on. It's going to be a fun day. It's going to be a fun day. Thanks everybody for riding along with us. I see almost 1,000 people checking us out today. Really appreciate that. We'll try and bring some guests in, add some extra value and perspective, save my voice a little bit. But it's going to be an interesting day. Picks are going to be fast and furious. Again, I'll try and keep up with all the super chats. A little bit easier to do it now. Keep an eye on the chat when there's not picks going off, 2 or 3 every minute. Udawega, thank you very much. Very much appreciate the €5. All goes to help support the show. Really appreciate everybody hanging out, giving us your eyeballs, giving us your attention throughout draft season, not just now. Bootlegs had the best draft season we've ever had in terms of the guests that we were able to bring in and share with all of you. The amount of response to those folks. We had our first video go over 100,000 views before the SEC decided that they didn't like that because it had tape in it. So we took it down, putting it back up. But that's all because of you. This is all fan-focused content. We're fans. We make content that we think is interesting to us and adds value, and you all see it the same way. And can't thank you enough for that. So, oh, Jared, how are you, man? Day 3 with EJ holding down the fort. I saw the love on Twitter. I appreciate that very much. A couple of questions for you, starting with 22. Starting 22 with players left, using active NFL players to build a starting 11 to stop Philly's rush push. Oh man. They're trying to do it with rules, but they're going to leave it, sounds like, for this year. Can I pick rugby players? Because that's a rugby play, and rugby players are schooled since the time they're 4 or 5 years old to be able to stop that play. Maybe we can ask Jordan Mailata to get some of his former rugby mates to come out and stop that sucker. Where should Cleveland look with their picks? Appreciate the love. Cleveland has had a very interesting draft so far. I will say that. They obviously didn't have a ton of picks up high. They're in a weird spot. They had one of the best rosters in the NFL 2 to 3 years ago. If you go back to the draft live streams for Bootleg, when they were picking at that point, we were just like, this is strength on strength. They're just adding good players. They're deep at every position. They don't need anything. They can go anywhere. Feels like a lot of that's dropped off, and they do have holes. I'm going to pull up their depth chart, see what I like and what I don't like. But their draft, again, most of the high picks in this draft still going into the Deshaun Watson trade. That's why Houston has all this ammunition to be able to move up and go get Will Anderson and everything else. Excuse me. So they were never going to make a huge splash early, but even the picks they did take, they took a couple of picks on days 1 and 2. Didn't blow me away. Again, I'm not going to throw them under the bus because they're not done yet. And we've got a lot going on, a lot left to go on in this draft. They are stacked. They have 15 receivers. Brett brought this up yesterday. They have 15 receivers on their depth chart right now. That's a lot. Don't think they need any receiver help. They just need to pick the ones they want. Their line, very strong at the top level. Jedrick Wills, Joel Bitonio, probably the top guard in the NFL. They got Ethan Pochik from Seattle as center, Wyatt Teller, another great guard, and then Jack Conklin. That is as strong a starting 5 for the line as you got. Backups, don't love their backups. Do love Nick Harris, their backup center out of UW, and James Hudson, the tackle out of Cincinnati that they took. Those are pretty good guys, so they could use some offensive line depth, and there's some available, which is awesome. There's some really good guards today. They could use guard backup depth, and then everybody could use tackle backup depth, but we've talked about that. I think there are some athletic project tackles that they could pick if they believe their line coach, who is one of the best in the business, can coach them up. So if I was a Browns GM, I might walk over to the line coach and go, "Hey, who do you want today? Take your pick. Here's your ticket. Let me know which tackle you want to work with and go get them." Wouldn't be bad. Tight end, they're still fine. David Njoku, Harrison Bryant are their top 2. Again, they could grab tight end depth. That's available in this class. Quarterback, they're running with Deshaun Watson, Josh Hobbs, Kellen Mond. Okay, it's fine. I don't think unless they want to go get a guy like DTR to maybe eventually compete for their number 2 spot even this year. That would be a good physical match behind Deshaun Watson in terms of what he's able to do, how he's able to move within the pocket, some of the arm strength. So I could see that. Running back, they're set. Nick Chubb, Jerome Ford, John Kelly Jr. Again, they could grab one, but he'd be competing for the 3rd or 4th spot. On defense, boy, defense again, the starting front 4 is really solid. Myles Garrett, Jordan Elliott, Dalvin Tomlinson, they went out and got in the offseason. I thought that was a great get for them. Ogbo Okoronkwo was a good get as well in free agency. They've got JOK at weak side linebacker, which is great. Anthony Walker, who they really like at middle linebacker. There are some middle linebacker players here that they could take for backup, but they have Taki, came over from Detroit. And then secondary, sure, let's go get some secondary players. You got Denzel Ward, Grant Delpit, Juan Thornhill. Martin Emerson and Greg Newsome. Greg Newsome reportedly wanted out this offseason, but he is still there. But that second level, you're looking at guys like AJ Green, DeAnthony Bell, Bubba Bolden. If you like cornerback depth, that'd be a good place for the Browns to go to. So, Jared, thanks very much for the love. Appreciate it. I am sure, as one of the hardcores, you will be here all day, seeing how all your film work over on Brett's Discord stacks up. And always cool to see how our rankings, whatever our rankings are, our personal rankings, stack up against league decision makers, all that. So, Daniel Trump for $20. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Any edge rushers available for our beloved Bears on day 3? Seems to be a hole in the roster. Seems to be a place absolutely that they could add a bunch of players. There are edge rushers available. Again, a really deep class. Depends on how you see Adetomiwa Adebawore, the edge out of Northwestern. Some people see him as a 3-tech. Some people see him as a 5 or even a 4-eye. Some people see him as a straight up edge, which would be vicious. He could play athletically. He could play any of those. I tend to think he's better in the 3-tech to 5-tech range. I think that's where I see his biggest highlights. He is at the top of the list, but Andre Carter out of Army, I really like. Andre Carter the second. He is a really tall guy, 6'7", but a pure edge for me. Normally at that size, you'd think he was going to play inside a little bit more. He is bendy and fast. I like him outside. Carl Brooks, again, more of a sort of inside to middle outside guy, 3 to 5 for me out of Bowling Green. Really like Isaiah McGuire. If you need a heavy defensive end that plays with power, great length, Isaiah McGuire would be on the top of my list today. I would not be sad at all if he ended up a Bear. KJ Henry from Clemson, sort of the third guy out of Clemson, but shouldn't be overlooked. Has a lot of skills. He could go. That would be a value pick. A little bit later on, I think. Dylan Horton is a very, again, power end, reminiscent of a lot of Alabama defensive ends, I think. Heavy-handed, good run stuffer. Viliami Fehoko out of San Jose State. I love his pass rush arsenal, his hand usage, his aggression. He is not a top-end athlete, so he might not be a choice for the Bears. Jose Ramirez, who's a favorite of Brett's out of Eastern Michigan. We saw him at Shrine Bowl. He is very toolsy, smaller, faster edge rusher, led the nation in sacks. Ali Gay is the opposite edge rusher from LSU, from BJ Ojulari. We had Emery Hunt on the podcast, and he loved Ali Gay, said his 21 was a lot better than his 22. Said to go back and look at how he dominated when he got to LSU. So that's a possibility. A lot of people like Habakkuk Baldonado out of Pitt. We saw him at Shrine Bowl. He is, I would say, an unconventional edge rusher, but very athletic, still figuring it out. Grew up in Italy, was a soccer player, really transitioned well to the edge game at Pitt. And then guys farther down the board, like Yasir Abdullah. Some people consider him a Sam, not an edge. He can get after it. He had a ton of sacks, ton of TFLs, a lot of pressures, can even play in the pass game. A player I would like to see the Bears add later on down the board. So lots and lots going on at edge. I'm going to refresh my draft tracker here. Saints on the board. Then the Raiders. Then the Texans have even another pick. They traded 104 away, but they had 105 as well. So we're going to start off with Saints, Raiders, Texans, Colts, and Patriots at the beginning of this round. A lot of those teams already had a great draft. Houston, hard to argue with Houston starting off 1-2. The Colts have added, obviously they start with quarterback at the top, and then they come back and give him some fantastic targets to work with. Like their draft. The Patriots draft, very Patriots draft, but I think a good Patriots draft. If you're a Patriots fan, there's kind of both sides there. But they are, they're just going to be adding to wealth they've already put in the coffers. All right. Couple more super chats. EJ, why didn't our Bears take JMS? I don't know. maybe they had a higher priority on middle pressure from the defensive line. I can't imagine that they had a higher grade on a player like Zach Pickens than a player like JMS. Again, might have been a system fit thing. They might have wanted a little bit more mobility. That one's hard for me because he went, the very next pick, he went to the Giants. I see him as a very solid starter in the league, possibly better, up to a Pro Bowl level fairly early in his career. Not a player I was happy to see get by the Bears at what I consider to be a position of need. Again, if they're moving Cody Whitehair back to center, he's got experience there. He's a veteran guy. They may feel that they're good there and look to take a sort of developmental or backup center later on, and you wouldn't necessarily do that in the second round. That's all I got for you. That's all I can guess because just grade wise, I had him graded above both the defensive line players they took and the corner. So again, I would have taken him first and then filled in the other needs later. They saw it differently. JMS is a giant. Big Blue's going to love him. Really, really good player. 1999 from Preston Chrisman. Thank you very much. Do you chat to friends, sources, post draft to ask about discrepancies? Oh, hell yes, I do. Yes, I do. Sometimes during draft, so not even post draft. I've already reached out to a couple of people about things that happened on day one, things that didn't happen on day one, all of that. Yeah, I try and see where my eye didn't line up with the way the league saw the draft. I think that's self-scouting that analysts need to do if you're going to stay relevant, if you're going to stay good. I do it constantly, every chance I get. And sometimes I think I overstep. I ask questions that I don't think people want to answer. Usually I tell them, hey, you can tell me to just F off. Like, you don't have to answer this. And some of them are very gracious and generous. I think I have their trust because I don't spread that stuff all over the place. And it helps me understand, oh, okay, I didn't know that. That makes more sense now. And it just gives me a better overall sort of holistic view of how the league sees players, how they're valued, what's important that I might not see because, again, we don't get to see the entire picture. So, yeah. Sometimes if it's really spicy, you got to let it sit longer. You can't do that right after the draft. You got to wait like 3 or 4 months and then go, hey, whatever happened with X or X or X. But I absolutely do that. Selfishly asking about Brett's issues with Carolina and DJ Johnson. He just thinks it's early. He didn't see the player, and neither really did I. I saw flashes and potential out of DJ Johnson, and it felt early to take a guy with flashes and potential. Obviously, they see something else, and that's fine. Like, I think he definitely has all the athletic tools to be a very good player. He's going into a very good room. Carolina defensive line already loaded with really good players, and he can sit behind some players. He obviously doesn't have to start. I think it would be worse or different if anybody had taken DJ Johnson that early and said, oh, yeah, he's going to be one of our starting even 3 rotational edges. I think he'll rotate in. He's probably 4th or 5th on that depth chart, and that's fine. He can sit and learn, try and hone some of those, athletic gifts. He is big and he is fast. He's not particularly bendy, but he's got a lot of power. There's a lot of tools there. It just felt a little bit early for a tools and flashes guy. They saw more, obviously, or they wouldn't have taken them. Trading up. Yeah, the trade up part, that part's harder to swallow for me. But again, sometimes, well, not sometimes. We've seen it a bunch of times in this draft. We saw it with Brad Holmes. Like, I'm going to go get my guy. I got my guy. I'm going to go get my guy. I have a little PTSD about that approach. Having had Ryan Pace as the GM of my team, and the thing that really sunk the end of Ryan Pace's tenure was that absolute certainty that this is my guy and I'm going to go get him. It doesn't matter the cost, and always throwing in extra picks to do that. And some of those guys, just by draft lottery math, are going to bomb out, and then you're going to be out 2 picks instead of 1. And his continual sort of reliance on doing that really gutted the depth of the Bears in the late stages of his GMship. And I would say are one of the reasons that he got moved along. And that Ryan Poles is now in his chair. So it's a thing you can do in spots. You cannot do it sort of religiously or regularly. You will run out of picks, and nobody hits at a rate high enough to sustain that for the long haul. Martin Christensen, $50 or 50. I'm guessing that's Danish. We'll see. But either way, appreciate the support. Love it. Love the avatar as well. Would be awesome to land Isaiah McGuire, Oluwatimi, the center from Michigan, and Charlie Jones to the Bears. I would swoon a little bit. That would be a really good haul. I would be more in. I'm not out. People are saying I'm out on the Bears draft class. I'm not. It's a little bit earlier. Don't love the value necessarily, but I don't dislike the players they got, and I see the plan they have for them. So that's good for me. I understand that. Those are 3 players right there that I like a lot. It'd be interesting on the center, Oluwatimi from Michigan. I've been a proponent of his. I had a couple people reach out to me and say, hey, here's the holes in his game that you're not seeing. I went back and looked. I agreed with some. I didn't agree with others. But I cooled a little bit on him, but not a lot. I didn't retreat on him at all. I like him a lot. And, anytime after the middle of today, middle of 4th round, I'm cool with taking a reach on him. He would be a great backup center to start again if they think they're going to start Cody Whitehair. Charlie Jones, wildly productive receiver who bet on himself. I love that. We do that a lot here at Bootleg. And really, really fun player. Was a big target for Aiden O'Connell. Was a great story. They had played together in high school. Got to play together again after Charlie transferred around a bit. Had a incredibly productive season. I could see Charlie Jones ending up on the Patriots as well and being their next ultra productive slot receiver. All right, we have our first pick. The Saints, a player I like a lot, Nick Saldiveri, Old Dominion. They have him listed as a guard. A lot of people had him listed as a guard. I actually liked a lot of his reps at tackle, but it was a sort of tale of 2 cities. I liked him in one phase much better than the other. I like him in pass pro. He still has a lot of things to clean up, but I liked a lot of his mirror. I loved his patience. There were some reps you saw at Old Dominion where he came back and he just waited. There was a rep where he didn't touch a guy for 2 seconds, and the guy was fainting and diving and dipping his shoulder, and Saldiveri was like, as soon as you do something real, I'm here. And he was, and he had the right answer. I love that patience. He's not always patient like that. He will short set and stab a rusher's outside shoulder to turn him and then catch him. Lot of different stuff there. Love the player. Understand the sort of projection to guard very strongly. That was a very popular projection. Saints see something they want to move up for there. They see him, maybe they see a drop off after him. I had him highly ranked. I wouldn't have been upset with him at the end of yesterday. At the beginning of today, fits perfectly with a value pick for me. Saints move up to get him, get their guy, restock the interior of that offensive line. Nice pick. Raiders pick is in at 104. Again, they moved up with the Texans for this pick. I'm going to take a second before the Raiders pick comes in and thank one of our other sponsors, Homage Clothing. We signed with them right before the draft, have been wearing their clothing throughout. And some of the softest stuff you're going to get: hoodies, T-shirts, doesn't matter. If you get this stuff, you will need to protect it from your significant others, because if they get their hands on it and feel it and put it on, they're going to take it. I don't care who they are. They have it for every team. They have an official NFL license. They also have an MLB license. They're moving into basketball as well. So if it's not just football you like, if it's other sports, check out Homage Clothing. Anything that you buy using our link helps support us. We get a percentage of those proceeds. Had lunch with our Homage rep yesterday. Shout out to Kev. Really, really great guy. Company on the rise that we feel like we align with very, very well. So if you need any fresh gear for any of your sports teams, go on, head over to Homage, see if they've got a license, and check out some of their amazing designs. They've got in-house designers. A lot of their designs are original. Really, really great stuff. So appreciate Homage helping us get this done. Ooh, the Raiders pick is in, and I like it a lot. Jacorian Bennett. This is a cornerback from Maryland, played with Deonte Banks. He is their nickel. He is physical. and aggressive, sometimes too aggressive. Has decent ball production, more in the passes defended, getting his hands on balls than necessarily picking them off. But that's fine for me because that says he is in the right place. He is hyper aggressive on tape. Plays pretty well against the run as well. He's not, I would say he's better against the pass than he is against the run, but like this player a lot, and it feels like a tremendous value to me. I thought he could have been picked at the tail end of yesterday. Feels like appropriate value, but again, Raiders saw that he was still on the board and said, let's go do it. We don't want to let him fall any farther or out of our reach. I like the trade up. I could see going for him as a player. Again, we talked about nickel as a place where the Raiders have an okay starter, but again, if that guy gets hurt, there's no depth behind him. Jacorian Bennett gives them competition for that role on day one. Again, nickel, notoriously hard role for rookies to step into and play well right away. But of the players who are left on the board at nickel, guys like Clark Phillips or Jacorian Bennett more athletic than Clark Phillips in terms of his testing. I'm sure that appealed to the Raiders. Those are a couple of guys I think could step in and compete for a very difficult role for a rookie to hold down. But that pick I like a lot. All right, we're going to roll back into the comments. I'm going to grab Christian Doyle for $10. Thank you very much. Taking this day off work every year just to hang out with y'all is tradition. We love it. I started taking draft days off progressively more because it used to be the draft would start on Friday night and this would be the big day on the weekend. It was 2 days over the weekend. Then they moved it earlier and earlier to try and get primetime exposure. And I started taking Friday off for rounds 2 and 3. And then the last couple of years, I've taken Thursday off as well because there was just so many rumors going on before round 1 kicked off that I didn't focus on work anyways for those days. So I feel you. Thanks for taking it off. Thanks for spending it with us. We really appreciate it. Always love for Brett and I. We're going to crush this one solo. We are going all the way through. We're going to get a little bit of help from our friends. A lot of folks have reached out. Shout out to everybody that's reached out and said, you got this. How you feeling? Need any help? A lot of good folks in the industry. So cheers to you. Day 3 fit for Jamie Robinson. He fits in a lot of places. I love Jamie Robinson's safety out of Florida State. A little bit short, and that'll take him down on some other people's boards. Doesn't play like it. He is a Tasmanian devil, ball of energy, going forward, going back, productive, unafraid to stick his nose in there against much bigger players and run support. I love him. I think he could play nickel. We were just talking about nickel. I think he's a very good safety, really good around the line, active, instinctive, quick, hits really hard for his size. Love Jamie Robinson. He would fit with a lot of teams, a lot of teams. Oh, the Eagles do it. They move up. They take the Texans' other pick. And just what we were talking about, that pick was originally Arizona's, went through Houston. They had it for a second. Then it goes through Philly. Boy, Howie says, that's it. I can't see Kelee Ringo go any farther. And they are getting the band back together in Philadelphia. I swear to God, they looked at the Georgia National Championship team 2 years ago and said, we want all those guys. Just bring them all to Philadelphia. And you'll never get them all. He's got most of them. He's got Jordan Davis. He's got Nakobe Dean. They went out and got Smith. They get Ringo. They're grabbing everybody. And it's not a bad strategy. A lot of good players, a lot of 5 stars going to Georgia. Kelee Ringo, let's just talk about him as a player and maybe why he slipped. Super athletic, really fast, great size, well over 6 foot, really good in a straight line. Not as good when he turns his back to the quarterback. So that needs to put him in a defense like cover 3 where he is facing and reading the eyes and breaking on the ball. There's lots of corners like that. He is a very good one. He is physical at the catch point. When things get rough for Kelee Ringo are double moves. Again, that speed can take him out of the play just as quickly as it can put him in it. Turning and readjusting, recentering with his back to the quarterback is not his strength. Just turning and running down the boundary, you will see some very nice plays because he is fast, he is tall, and he can get in the way very, very well, which is exactly what his job is as a cornerback. anytime he is playing a zone drop or off man where he can keep his back to the sideline, keep his eyes on the quarterback, and use that incredible burst and length as a corner, he can be very aggressive, and he looks best in those roles. When you have him trailing a guy in man all the way across the field, he can look really good as long as there aren't cuts or adjustments in that routes. So you're thinking about long over routes. He has some great highlights against just straight little shortcut crossing routes where he's just using that athleticism to keep up, sprints in front of the guy, gets a PBU. But if you start having a receiver weave or play in his blind spot or whatever else, he's going to get left. Those are his weaknesses. That's what offensive coordinators are going to see on tape. That is the first thing they're going to try and do to him, because the NFL is fucking ruthless. Like, if you can't do something, that's all they're going to do to you until you prove you can stop it. So that's where his area for improvement is. But he's got athletic tools. He's going to a very talented secondary. Doesn't need to start right away. It's a day 3 pick. Love that one by Howie. The Colts come back and get Blake Freeland from BYU. Now, this is a natural pick, 106. Nobody traded it. Holy cow. Boy, the Colts draft is hard to shake a stick at. They are doing incredibly well this year. And Blake Freeland, uber athlete at tackle out of BYU, crushed the combine testing. Unreal athleticism for a guy that's his size, 6'5", just over 300 pounds, like 303, 305. 6'7", 302. Incredible. If you're talking about a building block of clay to work with at tackle, it's hard to get a better set of tools than Blake Freeland. Does not have it all together in terms of being a functioning tackle in both the run game and the pass game right now. But if you have an offensive line coach who believes that they can help him figure that out, one of the guys I compared him to was Colton Miller, who is now a great tackle for the Raiders. But when he came out, he was more athlete than tackle. Took a couple of years, and that gamble paid off huge for the Raiders. This one could pay off for the Colts. It will take a little bit, but all the building blocks are there. All the movement skills are there. You see very good reps on tape. You do not see consistency in both phases. But if you want to move the pocket with Anthony Richardson, if you want somebody that can run on outside zone in front of Jonathan Taylor, like Blake Freeland is a guy that has the physical ability to do that. So love that pick. Oh, Jagger Craig for 199. Forsyth, jokes aside, where does Corey Trice fit? He fits in a lot of places. He is as big, or actually bigger, than Kelee Ringo, at least taller. He is as fast as Kelee Ringo, and I think a better overall player in terms of, if you're talking about a cornerback that is more system agnostic, that can play in multiple schemes, I think Corey Trice is more ready to go right now than Kelee Ringo is, and he could fit in a lot of places based on that. He's tall enough to play outside corner. He is physical enough to play slot corner. You're getting a lot with Corey Trice, and he is a very good value. We can heap on Brett for putting him in the first round. He was really trying to elevate his profile. He believes that he's a first round value. He didn't ever think he was going to go in the first round. He said so in his mock draft. He said he's never going to go here, but I have this much faith in Corey Trice. I have a lot of faith in Corey Trice. I certainly had day 2 faith in Corey Trice. I know a lot of the league did. I think they knew they could wait and get him. And this is just a game of chicken now to see who's going to pull the trigger. So, and I won't be sad about the team that does, because they're going to get a really, really good player. Corey Trice was one of the players I came to sort of in the middle of my tape watching, and really sort of, I don't want to say like woke me out of a slumber, but I was like, wait a minute, I haven't heard anything about this Corey Trice guy. What in the world's going on? And reached out to some people. Somebody asked me earlier if I reach out to people. Yeah, cases like that where I'm sort of bleary eyed at 2 a.m. and looking at a big tall corner out of the Big Ten and runs like a deer. And I'm like, what in the world? And I reached out. I was like, we both did at the same time, actually. Brett reached out and said, am I nuts? And he checked with 3 people and they said, nope, you're not nuts. I checked with 2 people and they said, you're not alone. So we had like 5, I think, different people. We didn't ever collate our sources and make sure they weren't the same, but we had like 5 different people that said, nope, you're not the only one seeing it. The gifts are there. So huge shout out to everybody hanging along with us today. Day 3, one of our favorite days in the NFL draft, really when rosters get made. These are a lot of guys that have potential. Not a ton of starters are going to come out of day 3. They don't typically, but a lot of depth, a lot of rotational players, a lot of value for your team. These are lower cost players that are going to serve valuable roles on your team, play a certain function, be a backup to a specific player, and a ton of special teams players. Guys with special teams on their resume are going to be higher up today than guys without, because the more you can do in the NFL, the better off you are. But hey, we're 1,250 people rolling along on day 3, the depths of the draft. If you are here, you are hardcore, you are our people. I appreciate you all. This is a day that I love very, very deeply. Folks that have followed my work for a while know that I love players that are down the board. I love underdog stories. I love guys that are going to go undrafted today. And frankly, when you get into the 7th round, a bunch of agents are going to be telling their players, you're hoping right now you don't get drafted, because now you get to pick your spot. You get to go and find a landing spot, as opposed to a player that gets drafted, say, at the end of the 7th round. Might not be an ideal fit for them, but you don't have the choice. If you're drafted, you got to go to that team. So tons of great stories today, tons of great players. Can't thank you all enough for hanging out and riding along with us. Oh, all right. Says the Patriots pick is in. I'm going to refresh real fast. Try not to erase any super chats. Still says pick is in. We will wait and see. I realize I might be lagging behind. Why did Ringo drop so far? I don't know. There might be a medical concern with him. I don't know that there is, but he dropped farther than I thought. I did not have him as a first-round player. I did not even have him as a second-round player, but I definitely had him as a third-round player just on tools alone. And he doesn't drop that much farther. We talked about the difference and the way GMs see or don't see that value. Look, the difference between the middle 3rd round and the middle 4th round, or the top of the 4th round, not that much. Few picks. Again, Eagles see value there. Go up and get that pick from Houston and say, we're not gonna let that guy go. We want the whole band. We don't want to be missing the bassist. So we're gonna go get Kelee Ringo from Georgia and just look. He is gonna be he's gonna be among friends. He's got a lot of teammates in Philadelphia. The other tragedy of today, absolute tragedy, is that we're out of coffee. So we have a little bit of house coffee here, but I didn't make any of that. So I had 1 cup of coffee this morning, which is about too short for me during draft season. Don't think I'll get sleepy because it's an exciting day, but yeah, my body's like, wait, we get 1 and you're going to stop. Don't do that. Ooh, interesting. A narrow dodge for me here. We almost got to on early on day 3, early in round 4, got to a player I hadn't watched. I did watch Jake Andrews out of Troy, but it was only a little bit and way late. There's another player out of Troy that I watched earlier, linebacker, but Jake Andrews, I have seen tape of him, but this is a Patriots pick in terms of they tend to reach up the board and say, nope, we like that guy a lot more often from a lower profile school. It used to be when Rutgers was a lower profile school. They grabbed a lot of guys from Rutgers. They had a good relationship with their coaching staff there. But they've gone lower from all over. They got Kyle Duggar from Lenoir-Rhyne. They go to Troy to get Jake Andrews as their center. I don't have a great scouting report on Jake Andrews. I did watch him. The pick to me in general, especially in the 4th round, feels very Patriots, which is, this is our guy. He has our system fits. He has our building blocks that we like, whatever those are. Typically with offensive line in the Patriots, it is leadership. It is ability to communicate. It is not always a top end athlete. They don't have, we talked about Ryan Poles' prototype at offensive line being super tall, super long, and really athletic, high RAS score. Shout out to Kent Lee Platty, who runs Relative Athletic Score, RAS. He is equally busy today. So hats off to you, sir. But Patriots don't necessarily subscribe to that. It's not that they pick bad athletes all the time, but they are not afraid to pick someone who has a lower athletic profile, especially on the offensive line. So Jake Andrews feeling very much like a Patriots offensive line pick to me. Does feel a little bit early, but again, that is the Patriots MO. So we get to the Seattle Seahawks. They go back to LSU to get another offensive lineman. This time it is Anthony Bradford, guard from LSU. Originally, this was Denver's pick, goes to Seattle. And this doesn't surprise me. Bradford is a guy who at the end of the draft process had a bit of a rise, was really quiet throughout the first, I'd say 2/3 of the heavy pre-draft process. And then right at the tail end, everybody started to say, hey, Anthony Bradford in this guard class is better than people think. He does have a bigger or, shinier athletic profile. A lot of guards in this class. Seattle has a very good relationship with LSU in terms of scouting players from there. They've picked offensive linemen from there before. Hasn't necessarily worked out for him. I'm not going to hold it against him. I'm not going to scout the helmet here, but it is easy to see that communication. When Ryan Pace was in Chicago, they had the same thing with Georgia. Georgia players came regularly. Now, apparently, the Georgia mantle has shifted over to Philadelphia. But the Hawks go and get Anthony Bradford, the guard. They needed interior offensive line depth. This is a good get for them. I don't think they could have waited again with that sort of late draft rise of Anthony Bradford. If they'd waited very much, they probably wouldn't have gotten him. The Houston Texans, having traded down to this pick, originally this was the Raiders pick that they moved up to take Jacorian Bennett with, go and get Dylan Horton, heavy-handed edge from TCU. Talked to the folks, the Discord users over on Film Room. They said that their comparison for Dylan Horton was Ryan Kerrigan. That was a little rich for me, but I understand it from a play style, not necessarily from the heights he's going to reach or the accolades he's gonna earn in his NFL career. But from a play style, I get it. This is a physical edge that's going to come at you that has some athleticism behind that. He is not necessarily a bend guy. He has some speed and some bend, but he is a power guy, and he is good with his hands. He is able to lock it out. He absolutely is an edge that can set an edge against the run, and those guys make money in the NFL. You wonder why all the Alabama edges who don't have a ton of pass rush play for multiple years, get contracts in free agency. They can set an edge. And if you can set an edge, that is one skill in the NFL on the defensive line. If you can set an edge, you are going to play, and you're going to play for a long time because it is a necessary skill. And as Matt Bowen told us, if you cannot set an edge at any level, I don't care if it's high school, I don't care if it's Pee-wee, certainly in college with pros, if you cannot set an edge, it's going to be a long day because an offense can do whatever they want against you from a rushing perspective and from a rolling pocket perspective too. If you do not have a heavy edge setting defensive end, you can't do anything, and you're going to get run over in a lot of ways. Texans say, we like Dylan Horton. He doesn't go far. He goes from TCU to Houston. So he gets to stay in the same state. And I like the Horton pick. Feels like value. Feels like Caserio, as the GM of the Texans, is doing a great job. Obviously went up and got their guys at the top, but down the board, again, trading back a couple slots, still getting a player they probably wanted. Thinks fits in their defense. DeMeco Ryans has plans for this guy. If you think DeMeco Ryans isn't familiar with heavy physical, edge setting defensive ends, take a look at San Francisco. He absolutely is. He knows how to use them. And he, I'm sure, had a hand in picking Dylan Horton for that role. Now that he's the head coach in Houston. Boy, if there's a draft darling based on pre-draft grades, the Colts have got to be really near the top. They go get Adetomiwa Adebawore, the defensive tackle. They have him listed as out of Northwestern. I think you're more as a defensive end. Again, this pick traded hands 3 times, Tennessee to Atlanta to Indianapolis. Unreal athleticism for Tommy. Everybody calls him Tommy. That's his nickname. Has been since high school. Unreal athleticism. The fact that he ran in the mid fours for the 40 at 400 or at 282 pounds, I think, is ridiculous. Jumped high 30s, low 40s in the vert. Has all kinds of athletic flashes. Needs to put those flashes together to be a complete player, but makes a lot of plays right now. I do not want to label him a project. He is well better than a project. Great person off the field. Very coachable kid. Everybody throughout the process has talked up that aspect of him as a player. But you want to talk about a ball clay, you could do anything with him. You could play him at middle linebacker. He can run like that. and he's 280 something pounds. Interesting pick for them. I'm really interested to see how they use him. They have him listed as a DT. If he is going to be a DT, he's a 3-tech. He's going to be in the role of Kalijah Kancey from this draft, of Aaron Donald, like the penetrating, get upfield 3-tech. He's incredibly strong. He can press offensive linemen. A lot of guys his size aren't able to do that. Really, really interesting pick. And certainly a draft darling. The fact that they get him in the 4th round is going to be seen as tremendous value. Fascinated to see how they deploy him and how productive he is, which role they have him playing, whether or not they have him competing for starters reps. A very talented defensive line for the Colts, so I don't think he'll just be shoehorned into a starter's role. Can he earn it eventually? He can. He has sky high potential and is already productive. You don't see guys his size able to chase like the fastest little scat backs out to the boundary and just blow them up. He's able to do that. I don't want to say easily, but it feels like easily. So that is a really interesting pick. Makes the Colts class even more compelling. They're definitely going to be in the running when we do our draft wrap-up pod. We were originally going to do that on Sunday. I'm not even going to be home till Monday night, so we'll probably do it Monday night. We might do it Tuesday, but that'll be coming to you a little bit later. I'm sure you understand that. Cleveland goes and gets Dawand Jones, the tackle from Ohio State. Now, talked about Dawand Jones at the top of the broadcast. If you weren't here, quick recap. 1,300 of you hanging out. That's pretty awesome. 6'8", 374, 370, 378, depends on when he got weighed in the pre-draft process. Longest wingspan in the draft. This is a massive human being at tackle and a dominating run blocker right now. He just engulfs guys. It's not even necessarily a technique thing. He is just a big, strong human being. And if he gets in front of you, you're not getting around him. And he'll bury guys. He will absolutely just, I can't imagine being flopped on top of by a 375-pound guy, but you do see it. Obviously, they leaned into that at Ohio State. Cleveland Browns offensive line coach is looking at that going, yep, I can work with that. I don't need to work him in. He is not going to be competing for a starting role right off. This is a succession move. This is a, hey, we'll give him a year. He doesn't have to start. We can, work on the weight if that's a thing for us. We can certainly work on the technique and pass protection, which is where he's weaker, much stronger as a run blocker right now, and have a very talented, rare physical specimen on the offensive line. Browns think that 111 is a fine pick. It was, Dawand Jones is a guy that had end of first round buzz, not first round certainty, but certainly end of first round buzz. Ends up going at the top of the 4th round. It's a value. I like the fit. I love what Cleveland's able to do with their offensive linemen. So this feels like a really good match of player and system. Speaking of very Patriots picks, kicker. They let San Francisco break the seal on kicker this year in the 3rd round. They come back around later, grab Chad Ryland, the kicker out of Maryland. I have no scouting report for Chad Ryland. I don't watch kickers. I barely watch punters. There have been many calls for Bootleg to become a special teams podcast. We might hire somebody eventually, but it ain't me and it ain't Brett either. So I'm not going to pretend that I have film on Chad Ryland or any kind of opinion about how he is as a kicker. Kicker is such a crapshoot. We talked about this yesterday. You can take the best kicker in college and they can win the job clearly in camp. And by week 6, you are ready to run them out of town. Kicker is probably the most fickle position in pro football. You get a good one, you hang on to them forever because they're incredibly valuable. They score more points than anybody. All the all-time scoring records are held by kickers. You get a good one, you need it. You don't have one, you want it. And I don't think there is any formula to say, oh, if they have these measurables or they perform this way between 40 and 49 yards, like that's the range that I really look at because that feels like more money to me. But it's no guarantee. There is no one-to-one correlation about how they do in any particular measurable and their translation to success in the pros as a pro kicker. So Patriots are, I have to say, usually the franchise that bumps me off I've seen this player streak. I'm not really counting kickers because if it was, it would have been in the third round. I didn't scout that kicker either. I'm giving myself a pass for kickers. As far as position players, we're still on the streak. I've still watched all of these players. But thanks, Patriots, for making me talk about a kicker at 112. Like down in the 6th round, don't care. Now I'm sort of like, geez, wait a minute. Oh. My wife sending a super chat. I am obligated to put this one up. So what's the celebration bottle I can have waiting for you along with coffee when you get home? Always here for you. Big shout out to my family, my wife, both my kids, both my dogs. They put up with a lot for me during draft season. I wouldn't be able to bring you this content without all of that. Really deeply appreciate the support. Hey to all of you that are watching. Celebratory bottle. I don't know. Maybe we'll go pick it together. That would be fun. And we have to pick Frank out a couple too, because I lost both my bottle bets to Frank over the last couple of years. So I owe my buddy Frank in Austin 2 bottles. So we might have to go shopping when I get home, but I will be thinking of it. That'll be something I'll be thinking of in my downtime once I get some. But thanks very much. Appreciate the super chat. That seems like recycling, but that's okay. We'll take it. Yeah. Love you. Oh, all right. Let's keep rolling on with picks, shall we? If you want to fill up the chat with fun things, you can always put where you are geographically. I always get a kick out of that. Folks watching from overseas, got a lot of folks on Twitter saying that they're watching the coverage from India, from England, from just all over the place. If you have fun geographical locations, drop them in. If you have non-fun geographical locations, drop them in. But we got plenty to talk about because the Falcons come up and get one of my favorite corners in this draft. Clark Phillips didn't have great testing, played in the defense at Utah. Incredibly effective. I was going to say nickel corner. Utah played him outside. I think he could play outside. He is not great against the run. So if your nickel package really leans on the nickel player as a force player, which most of them do, it's probably the reason Clark Phillips slipped. Against the pass, he is one of the best nickel corners in this draft, has some of the highest quality interceptions in this draft. And by that, I mean, is in the right place, runs the route for the receiver, undercuts, uses his hands. I know Emmanuel Forbes had more and more pick sixes. They were of lower quality. There were about a third of Emmanuel Forbes picks that were of high quality. All the criteria I just mentioned. And there were a bunch where the quarterback just threw way behind the receiver and threw it right at Forbes. And credit to him for catching it. Forbes has excellent hands. But in terms of earning interceptions by your positioning, your understanding, your eyes, your break, Clark Phillips, really excellent corner. Going to be a great addition to that Falcons secondary. They needed some help in nickel, and Phillips, I think, will compete for that role very early. If they think they can bring his tackling up, they'll appreciate that. It's definitely the area he's not strongest in right now. Physically, he's very well built, he's not one of those nickels like Jacorian Bennett picked much earlier than him, who will stick their nose in against the run with reckless abandon. Oh, all right. We got to take a minute. We got to ring the bell. One of our favorite players in the entire draft, regardless of position, Chandler Zavala, guard, North Carolina State. Chandler, if you go back and watch this, he and I have been DMing since the Shrine Bowl. Has been fantastic to see his rise. This is the guard from North Carolina State who played next to Ike Ekwonu last year. If you were watching Ike Ekwonu tape, dominating run blocker, somebody that wasn't invited to the combine. One of the biggest snub, I think, of the combine this year. You could argue for 2 or 3 other players. People started coming to his tape late. You saw Brian Baldinger from NFL Network come on. You started to see Dane Brugler, who wasn't late to his tape. Not saying Dane's late to anybody's tape. Dane's earlier to most people's tape than everybody. But really said, man, really like what I'm seeing from Zavala. I talked to Brandon Thorne when we got back from the Shrine. He said, anybody you saw that you really like that I should sort of prioritize on my list, I'm going to watch them all anyways. And I was like, first name out of my mouth, Chandler Zavala. Love this guy. Love the player. Love the tape. Love the power. Love the approach. One of my favorite questions I had for Chandler at the Shrine Bowl was, did you see anything new today, like from the coaching staff? Did any of the NFL coaching points really land with you or light you up? That interview is on the Bootleg channel. So if you're not subscribed, by the way, and you're hanging out, if you're one of the almost 1,500 people hanging out with us on day 3 of the NFL draft, which is absolutely nuts, and I love you all, Subscribe to the channel so you can see all the things like our interview with Chandler Zavala from the Shrine Bowl, all of our pre-draft pods with people like Mina Kimes and Jordan Reed and Matt Bowen and JT O'Sullivan. All that content comes to you. Just make sure you're subscribed so you can see it. But I asked Zavala, I said, did anything light up for you today? And he went, no, not really. And I thought, man, this guy's got a pair on him. He's with NFL coaches. And he was like, but I have to tell you, very soft-spoken guy. He said, but I have to tell you that Atlanta's offensive line coach was NC State's offensive line coach last year. So it's pretty much the same stuff and the same terminology I ran in college. We were like, oh, that makes perfect sense. So he had a huge head start. Ends up going to the Carolina Panthers. This is a fantastic move. I do some radio with John Ellis, who is a host, One Panther Place on Twitter. If you're not following him and you're a Panthers fan, you should be. Shout out to John. We're going to be talking about Chandler John. Love this player. Has mobility, has an incredibly solidly built lower half, big power, roots people out, has a very offensive lineman disposition. And that is, hey, bring whatever you want at me. I'm going to handle it. I understand it. We'll adjust. It's harder than you think, and nobody cares. And we're just going to do our job. So huge shout out to Chandler. Congratulations, man. I'm so pumped for you and your family. It's been a long journey, and you have been hitting all the marks all the way through. Ends up as a 4th-round guard, goes to the team that had the number 1 overall pick. You got Bryce Young as your quarterback now. Should be pretty exciting. Very solid rushing attack. And you get to go play next to Icky again. That's awesome. Love that. Oh, yes, chat. I just got to it. Goddamn, Ryan Poles, you did it. You got me back. Roschon Johnson is a Chicago Bear. We're going to talk about this after I drink a little bit of water. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Roschon Johnson is a fantastic running back. Somebody I have been a massive proponent of. Was one of my 10 gems on offense. Love this pick for the Bears. They have a very good running back room right now. Deonta Foreman coming over from the Panthers. Khalil Herbert there to take the outside zone carries, to be the slasher. He's been incredibly efficient and effective in that role. He's going to have an expanded role there. But Roschon Johnson, holy crap. Big player. Tremendous amount of his yards were gained after contact. 73%, if memory serves, of his total yardage was gained after contact. People look at his size. People say, oh, yeah, he's just a guy that can run you over. He can, absolutely. He's got great speed. He had a higher missed tackle per attempt rate, missed tackle forced per attempt rate than Bijan. Same backfield, same offense, same offensive line. Didn't have as many missed tackles forced as Bijan because Bijan had more reps. But per rep, Roschon Johnson forced more missed tackles than Bijan. Now, he is not the threat in the passing game. He is a very good pass blocker. We got to see him in person at Texas versus UTSA. Was one of the players I scouted the night before, got into Texas on, I think, Thursday night, started doing scouting for, okay, who's Texas going to have that's going to get drafted? Looked at Keondre Coburn, looked at Moro Ajomo. Get down, I'm like, Roschon Johnson. Look at his tape. And I was like, he's huge. Next morning at breakfast, first player I brought up, I was like, have you seen Roschon Johnson? Everybody's talking about Bijan, and we've all seen Bijan. Bijan's amazing, but his backup is ridiculous. Ran for like 0.3 yards less per carry than Bijan did behind the exact same line. So all the things you're saying about Bijan as a runner should be saying 85% of those about Roschon Johnson. This is a player I absolutely love. I love the fit. I might buy a jersey. I don't buy jerseys. I might buy a jersey for Roschon Johnson. This is a fantastic pick. Man, what a way to start off day 3. I am excited. He will bring a lot. Interested to see if he can bring more in the passing game, if they just didn't use him that way, but they used Bijan so extensively in the passing game. I'm thinking that if they were going to, sometimes it's just the school. I'm thinking about guys like Mo Ibrahim from Minnesota. They just didn't throw to him. Turns out he's not that great a receiver, but they just didn't throw to him. It's not part of their program. It was part of Texas's program when Bijan was in the lineup. Absolutely. They didn't do it with Roschon. So I'm not sure how much is there as a receiver. But man, love the fit. Welcome to Chicago, Roschon. That one is awesome. Love it if you can't tell. Green Bay goes out and gets Colby Wooden, the other defensive end from Auburn. Derek Hall ended up going to Seattle. Colby Wooden, to me, is the defensive end. Derek Hall is the edge. If you are a bootleg patron, you are familiar with the difference in those two. Made a graphic. If I had it handy, I would pull it up, but I don't. Colby Wooden was the bigger, heavier. We talked about a run setting edge. I actually liked him. I thought he was a little bit underrated because of all the shine that was going to Derek Hall, and rightfully so. Derek Hall, one of my top edges in this class. Really, really like him, but thought Colby Wooden had, again, a defined role as an edge setter, as a heavy physical 5-tech, 4-eye even. Packers take him, add him to what is a ridiculously talented defensive line. I can't tell you anything else about that line. They got Kenny Clark. They went out and got Lucas Van Ness. They got Rashawn Gary. They add Colby Wooden. They have other guys. Like, it is incredibly deep in Green Bay land for the defensive line. Devontae Wyatt's there. Like, he didn't end up in Philly somehow. Who knows? But they're just going to be able to come in waves, and Wooden's just another guy that's going to be able to give those top frontline guys breaks, take snaps, be very difficult to run against. Has a little bit of pass rush to him that I don't think is really his game, but it's still there. Look, he played edge or defensive end at Auburn. He's going to be a great athlete. Yeah, Patriots come back at 117, 15th pick of this round with Sidy Sow, the guard from Eastern Michigan. This feels also very Patriots. Sidy Sow is, if you pay attention, he's a name that was pretty popular. I know Brandon Thorne was a fan of Sidy Sow's game, did a write-up on him. You can check that out as well. You should really check out all of Brandon Thorne's work. If you have any interest in trench play, either side, offensive line is where he specializes, but naturally he sees a lot of defensive line players he likes and talks about those as well. He runs a Substack. He works with Duke at OL Masterminds. Brandon is one of the best people going. We had him on the pod pre-draft this year. Shout out to you, Brandon. Love your work. Sidy Sow was one of the guards. This is a power guy from Eastern Michigan. He is a stump puller. He is going to fit in that New England offensive line. Doing that had more upside, I think. Again, didn't have the highest profile coming out of Eastern Michigan, but if you listen to people who really look, if you went to Jeff Schwartz, if you went to Brandon Thorne, if you went to folks that really dig in on the offensive line, Dane Brugler, again, does a great job for the Athletic, putting together a draft guide. He's been doing draft streaming with Robert Mays and Nate Tice over the last couple of days. Big fan of Sidy Sow and saw a lot of potential. Thought that he was definitely going to get drafted. This is, I would say, the high end of his range, but the Patriots, again, see those qualities they like in an offensive lineman. They do have their types. Sidy Sow obviously fits that, and they build more interior depth in front of Mac to be able to go and really root people out. Their running backs are applauding this choice if they know anything about it, because he's going to be tearing holes open for them. He is very difficult to root out, has the power to uproot even, I would say, the strongest defensive tackles. He's going to have to work on some of his hand use in terms of resetting and pass protection. Again, he's just in a phone booth. I really like him in a short area where a guard has to pass protect. I don't like him as much in space, but again, one-on-one, if you get within his reach, I don't like your chances. He is a tough guy, incredibly strong hands and forearms, big, heavy, thick player. It's going to be tough to go through. Going to be really tough to go through. Commanders come back. We got a little bit of a run on guards, interior offensive line here. Commanders come back 118 overall, the 16th pick in this round. Get Braden Daniels, the guard out of Utah. Big, not surprising for a guard. Has some athleticism in the run game, but also has some power. Again, the Washington running back room is looking at this if they know anything about it and saying, hey, we got another guy. I'm going to pull up the depth chart for the Commanders interior offensive line because they've had some attrition, certainly through free agency, and see where I think Braden Daniels might fit in that organization. So left tackle Charles Leno. Oh, Andrew Norwell, the guard that they got from Jacksonville. They switched. Brandon Sheriff went to Jacksonville. Norwell came north and became a Commander. Chase is their center. Sam Cosmi out of Texas, the right guard. And then Andrew Wiley. Probably as competition for Cosmi, but really a great backup for either guard spot, competing with Nick Gates and then Sadiq Charles, who was another sort of lower round draft darling out of, I believe it was LSU last year. So I think you add Braden Daniels to that mix and say, mix and stir. They got Ricky Stromberg yesterday, who's one of my favorite centers in this draft. They've currently got him penciled in as the backup to Chase at center. I can see that. That makes a lot of sense to me while he works on some of his plays strength. His leverage is great. His feet are great. That's Ricky Stromberg. So Braden Daniels is going to fit right into that backup rotation for the Commanders, give them competition and depth. And look, all teams need that. I see him with eventual starter ability. I absolutely see Braden Daniels as earning a starting job down the road and holding it for a while. He has that kind of talent. So good, solid sort of infrastructure pick. Look, this is a day 3 pick all the way. This is the kind of picks that get made on day 3. You make the flashy ones on day 1 and 2. You make those picks for, hey, we got this guard, played him a couple of years, came in, he was an injury replacement. It's hard to get him out of the lineup. Like, those are day 3 picks all the way. Oh, hometown pick for the Kansas City Chiefs. 17th pick in the round, 119 overall. One of my favorite players in this draft. And what did I say at the top of the round? That special teams players are going to be prioritized today. Shamari Connor has an immense amount of special team snaps. They list him as a corner. I had him as a safety out of Virginia Tech. This is my budget Jartavius Martin. Like, if you couldn't go get Quan Martin out of Illinois, who went yesterday, Shamari Connor was one of my, break glass in case of emergency. If you still need that role, you still need a very versatile defensive back who can play slot, who can play down into line, who can play strong safety, who has tons of special teams experience and hits like a ton of bricks. Shamari Connor. The Chiefs do this. They took Dan Sorensen, who I loved. Was one of the guys I found that the year he came out going through my pre-draft scouting. And I was like, why is nobody talking about Daniel Sorensen? Came in as a special teams player, started off on special teams, was not a frontline defensive player for them. Eventually, obviously moved into that role, earned another contract, and then earned a contract with another team. I can see Shamari Connor's path being very, very similar, starting off as a fireballer on special teams, coming in on sub packages as a let's just say third defensive back. I was going to say third safety, but a fifth or sixth defensive back, which, look, nickel and dime being pretty much the new standards, even on first and second down. I love the fit. I love the player. Think he was pretty underrated. I think my buddies over at KCSN probably are jumping up and down right now. I don't have their stream up, but I imagine they're going to enjoy this pick quite a bit. And once they get to know the player, they're going to enjoy it even more. Again, this pick was traded 3 times. It was Detroit, then it went to Minnesota, and then it went finally to KC. Love how they spent the pick in the end. Shamari Connor, great player, and love the special teams value. I think he had 600-something special team snaps in college, which is up in the top 10. There's a couple of lists that get put out. Ben Fennell, who does tape work and TV work for the NFL, puts out a special teams list pretty early in the process every year. I always bookmark that and just sort of stick it on a document. Shamari Connor was on that list, went to the combine, looked very good in the movement drills, obviously displayed positional flexibility, which you have to have, I think, as a defensive back in the modern NFL. And love this pick for the Chiefs. Really, really good. Going to take a second before the Jets pick comes in. And again, thank our primary sponsor for this, Manscaped. If you have any personal grooming needs, and I mean any, trimmers, clippers for anywhere hair grows, I'm looking forward to getting home and turning the beard trimmer onto this. They have a brand new one. They sent it to me. It's waiting for me at the house. But lotions, shampoos, ball toner. Yes, ball toner is a thing. Check it out. It's getting to be summer. You might need some. boxers, any of that. If you order right now from Manscaped, you will get 20% off of your order and free shipping. I'll run the banner with a code, which is bootleg. Not hard to remember if you're here. Any of your needs at manscaped.com. Check it out. We are incredibly thankful to Manscaped for supporting the entire draft show, all 3 days, plus our pre-draft Draftsmas Eve stream. Big shout out to them. They are critical to what we do. If you want to support us, support them. That's the best way to do it. Oh, Jets pick is in. 18th pick in this round, 120 overall. New York Jets select Carter Warren, the offensive tackle out of Pittsburgh. Again, this pick went from Pittsburgh to New England to the Jets. Eric Galko, director of the Shrine Bowl, shouted out Carter Warren before today started off. So good eye, Eric. Said not very many tackles who are going to be picked in the 4th round have starting ability, and that Carter Warren was one. Posted a highlight. So shout out to Eric. We might be talking to him a little bit later today. Have him on for a little bit of this stream. He has been very kind to Bootleg over the last couple of years, giving us tremendous access, as he has for all journalists at the Shrine Bowl. The reason we were able to bring you these interviews, have these insights about the players that went to Shrine, is we get to spend a lot of time with them, put together very high quality interviews. We get a ton of support from all the staff there. First rate event. Really enjoy going. We'll be back next year as well. And Eric shouted out Carter. And I agree. I do think Carter Warren has starting potential. Do I think he's going to be a starter for the Jets? No, I don't. And that's okay. But again, we don't know how the Jets feel about Mekhi Becton. They are stockpiling depth at tackle in the eventuality that they move on from him. Could he, again, be one of those sneaky day 3 picks where you pick him, he's a swing tackle, earns a spot. Maybe he spends a little time on the practice squad, continuing to develop, comes back, gets some reps when somebody goes down, puts up some good tape, eventually earns a starting role for the Jets. It is possible. It is not out of the realm of possibility. We are quickly approaching the place in the draft where those projections are going to be fewer and farther between. With Carter Warren, I can see it. I can see the path where he eventually becomes a starter. So Jacksonville Jaguars pick is in, 19th in the round, 121 overall. They go with Ventrell Miller, the absolute hammer of a linebacker out of Florida. Stop me if you've heard this one. Very hard-hitting linebacker out of Florida. I don't love him against the pass. He is very athletic. That is not the same thing as being good against the pass. His strength to me is as a box linebacker, as a run stuffer, a run destroyer. He can get outside the tackle box and drag guys down for tackles for loss. I have seen plenty of that on tape from him. An explosive athlete, stays in the state, going to go play with the Jaguars. Just another chip stack for their defense at this point. The Jaguars defense has so much talent on it, but they obviously like something in Ventrell Miller that they spend a 4th round pick on him, as opposed to waiting a little bit later. I think I might have. But again, end of the 4th round, middle of the 5th, not that much different, similar range that I had. I just see him as a player that is limited, and I have been hard on players like this in the past, and some of them have very long careers. Alex Anzalone was one. Denzel Perryman was one. Strangely, all these players came out of colleges in Florida. Denzel Perryman was a Miami guy, but like hard-hitting, run-stuffing, athletic linebackers that have limitations against the pass, I have typically been a little bit harder on in the pre-draft process. I lightened up a little bit this year on that because you see these guys that are carving out very nice careers for themselves with multiple different teams in the in the NFL. And that was the profile they came in with. Now, to his credit, Denzel Perryman has continued to evolve as a player and better his skill set. He is better against the pass now, and I think that's the reason he survived. But he is still primarily a smack you linebacker, and Ventrell Miller is also very linebackery. That is a bootleg term. We haven't trademarked it yet, but we should. A very linebackery linebacker. He is going to do the dirty work for you. He is going to take on pulling guards. When all we talk about these runaround linebackers who are 220 and, if they get a guard on him, like Ventrell Miller, not the biggest stack and shed guy, but unafraid to do it. I'm sure they like that nose for the ball mentality. Jags defense as it stands right now. They got Foye, Oluokun, player I love that they got in free agency last year. Had a very good year for them. They got Devin Lloyd, who was my top inside linebacker in the draft last year, backed up by Chad Muma, who I also liked very much last year. They doubled up. And then another one of those guys that's a hard-hitting linebacker, Shaq Quarterman. This feels like competition for Shaq Quarterman. Those other linebackers I have higher grades on, I think would play first in any kind of 3 linebacker set. But this feels like a depth move for them with the potential to move up to maybe that 3rd rank as one of these guys moves on, either from contract or age. Obviously not age with Lloyd or Muma. And Foye is not that old either. So that's not going to happen anytime soon, but you never know when you're going to lose one. It's a depth move. They liked Shaq Quarterman when they picked him. This feels like another Shaq Quarterman to me. So feels in line with what they've done in the past. All right, going to try and catch up on chat because I've been doing other things. My stomach's starting to rumble too, so I'm probably going to have one of those Fig Newtons. I purposely did not choose a crunchy snack, so chat, give me a shout out and a clap for that one. Because I did eat, what did I eat? Chips or pretzels a couple of years ago on stream, and I'm still hearing about it. So Assassinated Ape for $2. Thank you very much. Favorite edges still available for the Bears? Great question. We answered it earlier, but a couple of people have been taken since then. Let me go to my best available, and then we will get back to the picks as they continue to roll in. Best edges available. I like Andre Carter a lot. I think he'd be fun. He's huge. He's 6'7", but he runs like a deer and he bends, which was I thought when I first looked at him, oh, I'm definitely going to have him at DE. I looked at him. I said, nope, definitely going to have him at edge. He actually plays out in space for Army, or played out in space. Carl Brooks, some people have him listed as an edge. He's purely a DE for me and kind of 5, even 4I in terms of technique. Isaiah McGuire is a DE for me, but if you're counting him as edge, I like Isaiah McGuire a lot. I would be very happy with that fit. Actually called out Isaiah McGuire in our handcuffs episode, draft handcuffs episode with Matt Bowen. KJ Henry, if you're looking for a little bit more athleticism than some of the other guys we've mentioned, or I would say equal to Andre Carter, KJ Henry out of Clemson would be really good. Viliami Fehoko, I don't think is their type, but I like him a lot. Has some of the best hand usage in this class, in the entire edge class, period. I know Brett liked Nick Hampton, the edge from Appalachian State. I was not as high on him. Jose Ramirez, also one of the guys Brett really liked. I saw the potential, but he wasn't up there for me. Ali Gay would be a lot of fun out of LSU. Then we get into another Shrine Bowl guy, Habakkuk Baldonado out of Pitt. Lonnie Phelps out of Kansas would be interesting. Keep an eye on Lonnie Phelps. I think he might be a fit. And then we get down into, let's see who else is. BJ Thompson's down there. Ochon Mathis from Nebraska. Tyrus Wheat from Mississippi State I like, but he's a heavy guy. He's a defensive end type in my mind. So there's players out there. And then, always Yasir Abdullah. No matter what on day 3, my little sticky note says, no matter what, Yasir Abdullah. Love him. Super versatile. Might not be your classic edge profile, more of a Sam, but a hyper athletic Sam, and can definitely rush a passer. So shout out to Yasir. Got to interview him at Shrine. He was awesome. Let's hop back to the stream. All right. Super chat from Matt Holtman. Roschon to the Bears. Where do you see him fitting in with Foreman and Herbert? I see him competing for the backup running back job. I don't see him as a starter right off. Does he have starter potential? He does. And I love that. Love that. So Matt from Iowa, really appreciate it. Love the Roschon pick to the Bears. Think we made that pretty obvious. Sorry, just catching up on chat. It's been a bit. Marcel for €5. Thank you very much. Hey, Jay, greetings from Hanover, Germany. Awesome. We're hoping to come to Germany this year because guess what? Bears are playing the Chiefs. I'm sitting in Kansas City. We're talking about this. Brett said this is the most Chiefs draft ever. Can you elaborate on your own opinion? Well, with the addition of Chamari Connor, it sure feels like they're playing their greatest hits. Started off with Felix Anudike-Uzomah. I think what he means is staying to type. We haven't had a chance to talk about it. I did see the comment this morning. I think what he means is staying to type for the Chiefs, and they are hitting it right down their own fairway. Maybe not draft Twitter's fairway or overall big board fairway, but for the Chiefs and what they like and their types, it feels like they are going right down the list of greatest hits and saying he's like him, he's like him, he's like him. This is this role, this is this role, this is this role. So maybe that's what he meant. Probably, if I'm guessing, that's what he meant about the most Chiefs is. I can't even say it. Anyways, about the Chiefs staying true to type in this draft. Let's call it that. But cheers and donkey for the €5. We'll keep scrolling. We'll catch up on picks here in a minute. Chat's going bananas, which is awesome. Love all the interaction. Thanks for helping me ride along today. Oak Leaf Oasis for $19.99. Thank you very much. Props for holding down the fort. I appreciate that. Day 3 is my favorite day of the year for the bootleg stream. Mine too. Originally, I have to say, when the news came up last night that Brett was going to have to go home, he was crestfallen. He certainly he knew he was going to do the right thing, and he knew I was going to support him, and that was first. Family's always first. There was no question about that. But then he was like, we'll just cancel. It's okay. I can't make you do it, he said. And I said, buddy, not your call, not your stream. This is our favorite day of the year. I think I can do it. We kind of put a plan together. I pitched him what I thought we could make happen. And he said, you're right. I believe you. Let's go do it. So we're doing it. This is all the work we put in throughout the year. And one of the things that differentiates us from other folks is that a lot of analysts went home last night. A lot of analysts are like, great, we're through the top 150. Phew, we're done with that. Don't have to do it for another year. These are all the guys we scouted. I went to 340 something, 360 something this year. I don't even know. I can check my spreadsheet. Brett went a similar depth. He was into the 300s. That's more than guys are drafted. And it allows us to bring you content on day 3 that we hope brings value to your NFL experience, to your understanding of the league, to your enjoyment. This is a party. And you can insert the Leo GIF, right? I'm not leaving. I'm not fucking leaving. Wasn't my family. If it was, I would have gone and he would have stayed. So we wanted to bring you this. And I keep saying we, even though it's me sitting here, because it's really us sitting here. So there we go. Appreciate it. And we're having a good time. Thanks for rolling along with us. And thank you very, very much. Please use this to get some coffee delivered. Might not be able to multitask that one, but that's okay. We'll make it. I can drink all the coffee I want tonight when we're done. We are all good. And quite honestly, all the interaction, all the love from chat, it's keeping me awake. Don't need any coffee. We're good. Jared Cole for $2. How you liking the Roschon to Chicago? I love the Dewan to Cleveland. I love both those picks. I love the Roschon one more because I'm going to get to watch him. I was a huge proponent of Roschon throughout this process. This is good. It's fun. And the Dewan to Cleveland feels very much like a lottery ticket that will pay off. So I'm with you. Thanks again for the $2, Jared. And thanks for being here. I appreciate that. NFL Draft Fanatics for $5. Buffalo likely goes interior DL, who is best available as round 5. Pick 2 comes up. We had talked about edge, but we had not talked about DT. Best available. Sorry, I've got a new best available list this year. Oh, Moro Jomo, I love. He's a great, versatile player from Texas who I think will outperform his draft spot. He's there. Jacqueline Roy, if you want to absolute run stuffer out of LSU, that's his role. Jalen Redmond from Oklahoma is somebody that, again, Dealt with injuries at Oklahoma, but his athletic ceiling and what the plays he makes on tape when he's healthy are sky high, huge flashes. Jalen Redmond might be a fun reach for them. Don't know that it fits their profile. Again, of guys we like, we were just talking about Kansas City having a profile of guys they like in certain positions. Mike Morris, they have listed as IDL. I have him listed as like a 5, but he is incredibly athletic and a lot of fun. Not as much run. Didn't have a ton of pass production because he only had like not even just over 100 pass rush reps, pure pass rush reps all year. Michigan just didn't use him that way, but I think he's got more in the tank, and he does kind of fit their profile. So Mike Morris would be fun. And then Keandre Coburn is their absolute stump out of Texas, the run stuffer. He would be, again, like Roy out of LSU, if you want to just plunk a guy in the middle and say, and look, the Bills could use that. You're not running. Keandre Coburn would be a good fit for him there. So there's some options. Again, appreciate the super chat. And you being here. Fanatics, good to see you again. What else we got? Lousy 75. Love you guys. We love you too. You make me know enough about football to enjoy it on a deeper level. Love you. Love you. Love the comment. Please caress my ears with your thoughts on the Steelers draft. You're not going to need a whole lot of caressing. The Steelers freaking crushed it. Like, end of story. They have like 4 of my favorite players in the first 4 picks of the draft. They are good. Scheme fits and value fits and alignment fits with the Pittsburgh organization, having one of the best drafts going. Them, Seahawks, Texans, obviously, with all the firepower that they brought in at the top. I'm seeing a trade alert. Chat, try and keep me honest here. This is something we talked about at lunch yesterday. If the Lions have gone and selected Jahmyr Gibbs, which they did, everybody said, is DeAndre Swift on the move? Because they play the same role. And it looks like, at least on my screen, that Detroit is sending DeAndre Swift to Howie in Philadelphia. And if that doesn't work for both sides, I don't know what does. I haven't seen the compensation yet. Not sure if that's a real thing or if that's a like hypothetical. Chat, keep me honest there. But Lousy 75, really appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the Steelers draft. If you're not, I don't know what else we could do for you because we really can't make it any better. Yeah, they're crushing it. All right, I got to pick up. Love Joe and Coburn. Wish the Bears would have picked him up. Got better with the second round picks. Sliding down a little bit. All right, that's all super chats. We're going to go back to picks because we haven't talked about any in a while, and there have been a bunch. All right, let's pick it up with John Gaines II going to the Cardinals. Extremely athletic. They have him listed as a guard. He's guard or tackle. Physically gifted guy who can really move in the run game. Love what Monty Ossenfort and the Cardinals are doing. They traded down a bunch of times. They have these foundational picks. They keep sort of just stacking infrastructure and building up the bottom end of that Cardinals roster, which was in a lot of areas bereft of talent. John Gaines gives them an athletic future building block. Cameron Young, the DT out of Mississippi State, huge dude. Watched him late in the process, but has athleticism at his size, but really starts with run stopping and power. More than penetration. Tavius Robinson, the edge out of Mississippi. So the Ole Miss edge, Tavius Robinson goes to the Ravens. Makes sense to me. I get it. Feels like that could be a guy that grows into a Tyus Bowser, right? When Tyus Bowser came out, nobody was banging down his door. Went to the Ravens. We said, man, he feels like he's got some potential athletic fits for Baltimore. Tavius Robinson, I feel the same about. Might take a year, but Baltimore usually is fine with that. And they do have a type for their defensive end, edge, attack players. Tavius Robinson feels like he fits that pretty well. Darius Davis from TCU going to the Chargers. I wonder how Brett feels about this one. earlier than some of the other receivers that are still on the board. Like Darius Davis, Max Duggan was a quarterback at TCU. If you watch any Max Duggan tape, it was full of Darius Davis. Darius Davis was one of his favorite targets. High-powered TCU offense. That team went really far in college football this year. And goes to the Chargers to give Justin Herbert a different variety flavor of receiver than they have. Again, building out that room, building out capacity, getting things they don't have. I understand it. There are some other receivers on the board I think I would have chosen before Darius Davis, but I get it. I get what the Chargers are doing there. Isaiah McGuire, player we've talked about quite a bit today, ends up going to the Cleveland Browns. 24th pick in this round, 126 overall. Pick was originally Minnesota's, ends up in Cleveland. Love this fit. He gets to go stand behind Myles Garrett. Obviously, doesn't have the depth or breadth of physical skill. Myles Garrett's an alien, but gets to see how he plays and prepares, can take some things from him, has more athleticism McGuire does than I think some people give him credit for. Again, in the Missouri system, he was asked to set the hard edge, play with power, really drive guards and sometimes tackles backwards. And you see it on tape a lot. Like, he's successful at that. If he can add a couple of moves, which is a common refrain with college pass rushers, he could be something. Like, he could outplay this draft status. I like McGuire. I like the tools. I like the base where he's starting with right now. Really good get by Cleveland here on day 3. New Orleans Saints. Jake Haener, quarterback, Fresno State. I'm a Jake Haener lover. I am a solid proponent of quarterback and coach meshing to do great things for each other. Kalen DeBoer, who is the head guy at Washington now, had a great season for the Huskies, was Fresno State's head coach, and I think he and Jake Haener got him that job. Kalen put him in really good spots, and Jake Haener delivered. And Jake Haener is a gamer. He is incredibly productive. He has struggled with injuries, and he does not have great size. But, man, I love watching him play. He is one of the most fun quarterbacks in this draft to watch play. If you told me Jake Haener was going to go ahead of DTR, I would have said, wow, okay, they're really all right with the medicals more than anything else. Haener is a ton of fun to watch. If you like this Fresno State receiving core or receivers that have come out of Fresno State in the last 3 years, they are, they were all powered by Jake Haener's ability to get the ball out to them. And I like a lot of those guys, and I like Jake Haener a lot. I hope he stays healthy. Could be a very good get for the Saints. Feels a little bit early based on the risk on his mostly injury profile. But as a player, ton of fun. Really, really like Jake Haener. And right after him, the Rams go and get their quarterback, Stetson Bennett, quarterback from the twice now national champion Bulldogs in the last couple of years. Stetson Bennett has a lot going for him on tape. And when he came to the starting role at Georgia, a lot of people said, it's too small. He doesn't have an arm. He's not fast. All those things are wrong. He is small. I'll give you that. But he is really fast when he takes off in the open field. That guy can run. He's an athlete, and he showed it over and over again in Georgia's 2 title runs. Big downs that he converted because he's fast. He's a good runner of the football, and he can throw it. He really can throw it for his size, which is not, I wouldn't call him diminutive, but he is not a big guy, and he is not an imposing guy either. Off the field concerns with him, yes, there are some of those, but on the field, what you're getting is a battle-tested leader. He has been through the fires both years and come out on top. And nobody was able to displace him. If you think he's the only quarterback that's at Georgia, you're out of your mind. They stack 5 stars at Georgia like they stack patties on burgers. I mean, there's as many of them as you can get. And nobody could beat Stetson Bennett here in the job. He never let it go. He won him 2 national championships. He's going to be a hero in Athens forever. And I can see McVay liking a lot of the qualities that Stetson Bennett brings on the field. If they can keep him focused, he is a high upside guy in terms of the skills that he brings. Maybe not physically, but sneaky physically. Like, he's fast. He's just fast when he takes off. He has a better arm than you think. His accuracy's pretty good. Yeah, I see him competing with Bryce Perkins, backup job for LA. And I see Sean McVay just loving that competitive, smart nature that Stetson Bennett plays quarterback with. So I see the fit. Again, not a guy I would have picked before DTR, but everybody's got their flavor at quarterback and what they want to work with and what they see. Obviously, the Saints and the Rams saw something in these two guys that they really liked. And I see it too, quite frankly. Oh, the Dallas Cowboys add Viliami Fehoko Jr. from San Jose State. I love this move for the Cowboys. That defensive line for the Cowboys is already a murderer's row, and Fehoko is just one more. And he is tough to deal with. Was very disappointed we didn't get to see him at Shrine Bowl. He was scheduled to be there, but he was rehabbing. Hand usage is off the chart. First thing when I was talking to Shane Coughlin, who's the scouting director for the Shrine Bowl, I said, "What's your favorite thing about Fehoko?" He said, "Hand use. His hand use is so high level. It's crazy." Made some very lofty comparisons, and I was like, "Wow, okay." And Shane is not prone to hyperbole about things like that. So I went back, and sure enough, the guy is one of Brett's favorite phrases. Rolling ball of butcher knives describes just how hard it is to get your hands on Fehoko because he's got a counter for everything. His hand usage for a college player is really, really high level. And he uses it to win despite not having top tier athleticism in terms of not being the fastest guy, not being the bendiest guy. Definitely plays a little bit more straight up than a lot of other defensive ends and edges. But man, those hands, if you can't get your hands on him as an offensive lineman, he is tough to stop. And he plays with great toughness too. Once he gets by those hands, he will lean into you, push you over, drive through to the quarterback, which is pure sort of power, comes from his lower half. He can get skinny even at his size, turn himself sideways after a very quick hand swipe, flush through, and then he's creating interior pressure. Very versatile and diverse rush game package out of Fehoko. Not a guy that gets stymied on the first move and he's just done. Knows how to climb back up in the pocket around a tackle if a tackle sort of sets too deep. Really, really fun player. I had him very highly ranked in my defensive end rankings. I think I had him third or fourth, and a lot of people would be like, "What?" Wait till he plays. He is not going to win with athleticism. He is going to win. He wins a lot of different ways, and a lot of ways that look like they would be wins on Sunday, and that is very important. He will struggle against high-end, super high-end athletic tackles, of which there are many in the NFL, but I think I have some faith that he will learn how to compensate because he rushes with a plan. He uses his hands so well. He is sudden and violent. He does use the power he has very well. Like, he knows what tools he has, and he uses them very, very well. Boy, Dallas, rich getting richer with more defensive line pressure. All right, water break. Yeah, DeAndre Swift to the Eagles fits them like DeAndre Swift and Kenneth Gainwell. I was just saying that the Eagles might need to draft running back. Brett and I were talking about this late last night while I was packing. And we were talking about, like, where could they go? They're so loaded. Like, what do they really need to pick anymore? And, how he does it again, flips a pick and goes and gets DeAndre Swift, who is a first-round talent. They are just, they will not stop. Oh, that's crazy. Again, if you're loving the content, 3 things to do. First thing, subscribe so you make sure to see all of it when it comes out. That helps us with the YouTube algorithm. We really appreciate it, and it gets you better NFL content. Second thing, go support our sponsors, Manscaped. The offer is crawling across the bottom of the screen now. Use our code BOOTLEG, 20% off your order, free shipping. Huge, huge, huge shout out to Manscaped. Without Manscaped, this doesn't happen. None of this happens. We don't come to Kansas City. We don't stream for 3 days live. We certainly aren't able to bring you the kind of content that you really crave. If you're here, if you're one of the 1,200 people hanging out on day 3, it is thanks to Manscaped that's happening. And third thing to do, if you need any new gear for your team, or you just can't believe they got the player you wanted and you want to go support your team, head over to homage.com. Pick out a shirt from their NFL collection, officially licensed, original art, at least 20 styles of shirts and combined hoodies for each team. Some teams up to like 35, a huge assortment, some of the softest stuff you'll ever wear. Head over to Homage, support them. They're a new partner for us, and so far we are loving that partnership. We're certainly loving the shirts. They're fantastic. So you all have clicked through at a really good rate, shown interest in that promotion in the few days that we've been running it. Yeah, I will put up their code for a second so you can grab that off the bottom of the banner as well. Can't say enough to all our sponsors. Again, wouldn't be here doing it if it wasn't for them. There you go. There's the Homage code. You can copy and paste that. It's also linked in the description. So you can get it there as well if you don't want to try the active copy paste while scrolling. I understand. Okay, now we're getting our run on defensive ends. Take one more sip of water. All right, I'm going to force myself to eat a Fig Newton too because my stomach's grumbling loud enough you might be able to hear it. Oh, we're getting a run on defensive ends. Some of the defensive ends I liked and had ranked as defensive ends that some people weren't talking about. Shout out to like the most vanilla gas station Fig Newtons ever. Kind of love them. Remind me of road trips, but yeah, this is breakfast, so. Definitely going to need water with that. Oh, Bengals. You goofballs. We'll get there in a second. So it's not crunchy, so you don't get to hear it, but it is sticky. So sorry about that if it's stuck in my teeth. But Tyler Lacey, the defensive end from Oklahoma State, I like him again as a heavy end, edge setter, long arms. I know this sounds like a broken record, but teams are hitting it right now. Apparently, fourth round is the sweet spot for those guys because they're going off the board. I like Tyler Lacey's frame. Again, this is pick 28, 130 overall to Jacksonville. Tyler Lacey, defensive end, Oklahoma State, was originally Buffalo's pick, went to Jacksonville. Another base piece, down eater for their defense, rotational guy that's going to be able to work in, give spells, set edges, make sure opponents don't run to that particular side. He has great length. He is a big, tall guy. I like his potential. I had him listed on my defensive end rankings. I can't remember if I had him in the just outside the top defensive ends or at the very end as one of like the top 7-ish. Really, really like his game. About at this range, it's even a little bit early. I would have said 5th. But again, difference between 4th and 5th. Not a big thing. And then the Bengals. I mentioned the silly Bengals. The Bengals have a great receiving core. Goes about 5 deep, and they just added Charlie Jones, the wide receiver from Purdue that we talked about top of the broadcast today. This is Aiden O'Connell's teammate from last season, also his teammate from high school. Great story. They got to play together again. And Charlie Jones transferred twice in college, ended up at Purdue, bet on himself, said, I'm not done yet. I think I could do more than I did before, and had an incredibly productive season, wildly productive season. He's 5'11". He's a little bit on the slight side. He's in the 170s, low 180s, but runs great routes, has incredible hands, fearless over the middle, like prototypical slot plus for me because you could run him outside with his speed. He's elusive. He's not super elusive after the catch. He's elusive before the catch. He gets open and he catches everything. Love this. Like, Joe's going to love this guy. Like, he is absolutely going to love this guy. I can see him sticking on the roster. If not, he is a high-end practice squatter that is going to come up if somebody gets hurt, and he's never going to leave. He will be wide receiver 4 for them for 4 or 5 forever. He's just not. Once he breaks into a lineup in the NFL, I believe that Charlie Jones has all those qualities he's just going to stick and stay. He's just going to be productive slowly. He could eventually be a 3 for them. Obviously, right now, still have Tyler Boyd I don't think he's going to displace him because Tyler Boyd's really good in that role. But Jones is going to be there nipping at his heels every day in practice, and Joe's going to pay attention. Joe's going to love this guy. Great get by the Bengals. Great get by Duke Tobin and his staff. Pittsburgh Steelers come back and get Nick Herbig, the linebacker from Wisconsin. We talked earlier. We had a super chat about the Steelers draft and how well they're doing. This is just more. Now, I had an interesting grading process on Nick Herbig. Everybody had him listed as edge when we started off this process. I had him as a linebacker, and strangely enough, the Pittsburgh Steelers have him as a linebacker. I think he's a Sam. Now, a lot of people don't use Sam. The Steelers do sometimes. The Bears do sometimes. Sam is a declining role. When we talk about nickel being the new base, it's not really the new base anymore. It's just base. It's been base for 3 years plus. The player that goes away when you add the extra defensive back is the Sam backer, the heavy side backer. Usually the force player on that side, used to smother tight ends in the short area and just, again, help that heavy edge set that side. Herbig is a great pass rusher. He's undersized, though, for an edge, high 230s, low 240s. But he's shot out of a cannon, and he can absolutely get after the passer. But he is better in coverage than people give him credit for. Now, he didn't cover a lot at Wisconsin. It's not how they used him. But I went back and watched every coverage rep that Nick Herbig had at Wisconsin. And in a lot of the reps that he had, even when he didn't get thrown at, the reason he didn't get thrown at is because he was in the right position. He used his feet well. Again, is he going to trail a slot receiver 25 yards downfield? No, almost no edge or Sam player is going to do that. Can he smother everything in the short hook, flat zone, outside, little speed outs to tight ends, curls and comebacks, little crossers in the middle that stop routes? Like he's athletic enough and he has good enough feet. He has a very good feel in zone. He's, again, aggressive enough in the short man area. Again, we're talking about very few number of snaps here that we're looking at, but they were high quality. And he had like 3 PBUs when he was only thrown at like 12 times. I was like, this guy's a linebacker. He's not an edge, but he's a Sam. He's not a middle. You're not going to take him. Think of him as like a slightly more value or budget Drew Sanders, right? Guy that can rush the passer off the edge like crazy, is really good and was productive there, has a bunch of athleticism. Now, Sanders was asked to cover more. Herbig, I would say, is a better tackler. Here we go. He is a better tackler against the run than the pass. And you might say, if he's a better tackler, he's just a better tackler. No, the angles and the way you approach ball carriers versus the run and the pass are different. And Herbig is locked down against the run. He is very good against run angles. He is still learning to tackle the ways wide receivers and tight ends spin away from you in pass patterns. And he is not as good tackling in space against the pass. He is very good tackling against the run. So one of those important distinctions. Interested to see how the Steelers deploy him. They like their linebackers, very athletic. Herbig is very athletic. This feels like another sort of hand and glove fit for the Steelers. I love it. I love that they listed him as a linebacker. Makes me feel good about the way I saw him. There we go. All right, Bears pick is in. I know lots of folks are going to want to talk about this one. 31 in the 4th round, number 133 overall. The wide receiver from Cincinnati. This was originally Philly's pick. It goes to Chicago. It is Tyler Scott, the wide receiver out of Cincinnati, who is a freaking blur. He will go deep on you. I don't care who you are. He will go deep on you. That is the Jalen Hyatt quality. There are several other burners in this draft. Tyler Scott is one. He is not as well-rounded as Jalen Hyatt. He is not as big as Jalen Hyatt. He is certainly not the blocker that Jalen Hyatt is. And I really don't think he has the route diversity that Jalen Hyatt does. A lot of people just concentrated on those deep routes for Jalen Hyatt. Didn't see the things that he ran across the middle very well, some slants for touchdowns, things like that. Tyler Scott's route tree is pretty limited, and a lot of it, based on his attributes, you would not be surprised, are speed. He is going to take you deep, usually from the slot, because he is not big. Tyler Scott, small, fast, the classic speed slot. Yeah, he has Darnell Mooney's speed and Darnell Mooney's size, but he does not have Darnell Mooney's grit in the run game or diversity of routes, or really, I would say, hands profile. Like, he is a good catcher of the football, but not like Mooney. He is productive. He does get away. It's back to the sort of one trick pony, but the trick is really good. And I'm interested by the addition. If you start at the top of the Bears draft, what they are saying is we're going to lean into the passing game more. And I know they just took Roschon Johnson. I get it. But Darnell Wright, if you're looking for a pass protector and a true right tackle, it's Darnell Wright. He is not a great run blocker right now. And that is, you just have to put more weight on it because it was in the first round. There's more sort of institutional weight behind the first picks, the higher picks in the draft. And with their very first pick, they said, we want a pass protector. We want a great athletic pass protector. Now, is Darnell Wright going to become a good run blocker or better run blocker? He's a good run blocker now. Is he going to become a better or high level run blocker? He might, but right now he is a high level pass protector that can protect from edge threats. And you come back, yes, you grab a running back, you grab some defenders, but now you go grab another offensive threat for Justin and a down the field one. Justin Field throws a very good deep ball. He's got a very powerful arm. And you go get more speed. You already have DJ Moore. Now, you potentially in a 4 wide receiver set are going to have Chase Claypool, who is very fast, Darnell Mooney, who is very fast, and now Tyler Scott has the potential to come in and be your 4th wide receiver. They have some other guys on the roster that might have a couple of words to say about that, but Scott is there to be a deep threat, and he is one of the fastest receivers in this draft on film. Maybe not if you're looking at 40 times. His 40 time was good, but I think his timed speed on the field in pads is almost as high as anybody in this draft. There are a few guys, and I mean a few, like 3, that look faster than him on film, as he does run away from guys. And he was very productive when he got the chance to do that. So that's what I think they're doing with Tyler Scott. Minnesota Vikings, next pick, 32 in round 4, 134 overall. Remember, we've got compensatory picks in these rounds, so we will go deep into the 30s and sometimes into the 40s. Even though there's normally only 32 picks in a round, the NFL awards compensatory picks. So the extras started in the 3rd round. Those are the highest level of compensatory picks, and they will go all the way through the 7th. 32, Minnesota Vikings go with Jay Ward, the cornerback out of LSU. Interesting. Originally KC's pick, then it went to Minnesota. I'm surprised because I don't think the other LSU corners have gone. Chat, remind me if I am wrong about that. Jay Ward is not the first LSU corner I would have picked. There are a couple of others. I'm interested by this one, but we are at end-ish of round 4. We're at the place in the draft where what a team thinks about a player and their feeling and their connection and their specific looking for a few attributes, because we are now past the point where most of these guys are going to be starters or even regular backups. These are guys that are developmental or have one particular skill that they like. It's like a lock and a key. And I am wondering what the Minnesota Vikings saw with Jay Ward that made them say, he's the guy, even above his teammates or some other corners. This is a very deep corner class. I did not have Jay Ward ranked in my corners, period. And I watched, I don't know how many corners. I could go look. It's well into the high 30s. But Minnesota comes up, says, Jay Ward, look, I guarantee he's an athlete. Like anybody that plays wide receiver, well, anybody that plays most anything at LSU is a crazy athlete. They have a type as a college team. They recruit high-level athletes. So, but Jay Ward, I had his teammates ranked ahead of him and several other corners, more than several other corners who are still on the board. So it's fascinating to me that Minnesota as an organization said, Jay Ward's our dude. We want Jay Ward. But they do. Oh, and here's a pick I really like. 33, 135 overall. Aiden O'Connell, quarterback, Purdue. We have an interview with him on the channel as well. If you go back to the home screen on YouTube, you don't need to do it right now, obviously. Scroll down to the player interviews. We got a Shrine Bowl. We had a great one with Aiden O'Connell, quarterback from Purdue, guy that was throwing the ball to Charlie Jones. Tremendous interview. And on the field, a gunslinger. He's going to take chances. His theory, his approach to the game is, hey, I was a walk-on. I wasn't supposed to be here anyways. I'm going to throw it up. Like, I'm going to take my shots. I'm not going to be timid about, oh, it might get picked off or it might this. And he had a bunch of picks. If you're talking about limitations in his game, he knows he's got to limit that. He was very self-aware of his own film, of reasons why NFL teams liked him, didn't like him. He had talked with them about his bad plays for sure. He thought that we were going to talk to him about his bad plays. We were there to talk about his good plays. Tremendous interview. Love the player, like the fit actually with Josh McDaniels. And he gets to go back to the Raiders practice facility where we saw him in the Shrine Bowl. He's going to play games in Allegiant, where the Shrine Bowl game was played on Thursday night. This is a fun one for him. I can't wait to reconnect with Aidan after his first year. I did that with Matthew Hunter, who was a defensive tackle out of Tennessee, that we met at Shrine Bowl the year before, was drafted I think about in the same range by the Raiders, about the 4th round. And he was out at Shrine Bowl practice. And I walked up to him and I said, hey, Matthew, and how'd your first year go? You know, we saw how it went on the field, how'd it go for you behind the scenes. And we had a great little conversation about how his first year in Vegas went, how his first year in the league went, what he'd learned from some of his teammates. Great guy. Shout out to Matthew Hunter. I can't wait to have the same conversation with Aidan next year if we get to see him in Las Vegas and ask him how his rookie season went, how being a quarterback under Josh McDaniels in a very complex system, which I think he fits very well. The Earhart Perkins variation that Josh McDaniels runs, multiple sets, lots of calls on the quarterback, lots of option and choice routes, especially out of the interior slot position receivers. Aidan is well suited for that. I think they probably liked what they saw from him when they got the chance to see him in Las Vegas, hanging out in their practice facility, and they make him a Raider with pick 135 overall. Shout out to Aidan. Congratulations, man. I like the fit. I think you're going to do well there. So, I saw a wild Yasir Abdullah reference in the chat. If that's true, we're going to have a lot of fun with that. And if he joins the defense you say he joined, he's going to have a lot of fun with that. Oh, yep. Yasir Abdullah to the Jags. Oh, man. God, I love this pick. I love the player and I love the fit, and he's gonna go with some other athletic monsters, and they are gonna turn him loose. Now he is only 6 foot tall, just over 237 pounds, which is a pound short of Nolan Smith, and basically an inch and a half short of Nolan Smith. Can bring pressure, has the speed, has a rush plan, has been working with a rush coach for the last 3 years. Sack Sensei is his rush coach. We talked about, hey man, where'd you come up with all these? Where'd you come up with your counters? Where'd you come up with your hand use? Because we can see that from year to year, it's increased, and it's increased your productivity, but you haven't stopped. You're still learning. Like, he talked about his coach. He talked about the fact that if he gets stymied by something in the game, he'll go back to his coach that week in workouts or whatever and say, hey, I need a counter for X. This guy came at me this way. I threw this at him. It didn't work. He is tremendous in coverage. The play that first attracted me to Yasir Abdullah is against Pitt. Louisville playing Pitt. He ends up rotating with Keitrell Clark, who is another great player who's still on the board, the nickel for Pitt. And the running back rotates out, basically a little cross to the line, and runs a rail route down the sideline, 25 yards. And Yasir Abdullah is the only guy outside, and he realizes it. He's like, I got to go with him. I got to carry this running back 25 yards downfield. He does it. Armbars the guy. He's hip to hip, turns around and gets the pick at the goal line. You don't get that kind of production in the pass game out of edges. And we asked him about that play in the interview, which again is on the channel. He talked about the fact that he used to play safety. You can see it. He, again, is incredibly athletic. He's very productive against the rush as well. I'm going to pull up his stats from our stat sheet, our ranking sheet that we sent out to the patrons, because it is a surprising amount of production. I think most people would say, oh, you just picked an undersized edge out of Louisville. Like, who cares? It's fourth round. It's not a big deal. I feel differently about this pick. So Yasir Abdullah, got him listed at 6'1", 237. High number of tackles, 14 tackles for loss, 4 forced fumbles. So if you're talking about ball production, very productive in the run game. Pass rush snaps, he had 306, which was low for this edge class. Only a couple of guys had less than him. Nolan Smith notably being one of them. But in those 306 snaps, he had 17 hits. How many hurries? 36 hurries. 36 hurries, 17 hits, 11 sacks. 17 hits was the highest in this edge class. 11 sacks was second in this edge class. 64 total pressures was second in this top-end edge class only to one Will Anderson, who had 68. Yasir Abdullah, wildly productive player, and has a great mental makeup. He's super quick. He has a fairly high unblocked percentage on his sacks. He did get clean. Louisville would scheme him open, not so much as they did with or more so than they did with Yaya Diaby, who went yesterday, who was the bigger, heavier end. They let him sort of bang into one-on-one matchups more often. They wanted to scheme Yasir free because of his movement ability, because of his quickness, because of his finishing prowess. They were able to do that. And, to his credit, he was able to get home. He was able to make quarterback hits, hurries, and sacks, and then contribute in the passing game at a high level. Love this player. And Jacksonville just adds another hyper athletic defender. This is a scary defense, folks. It was a good defense before. Young defense. Talked about how much I like their linebacking core. Obviously, they took the number 1 overall pick last year, Trayvon Walker. This is a really good move, and I love the fit for Yasir. So Yasir, congratulations. Go kill it with the Jaguars. All right. Oh, man, they're at 137 already on the TV, on my screen. They're not that high. Oh, did we have a trade? Because I had the Bills holding pick 137, and we are saying that this is the Commanders moving up and picking KJ Henry. Chat, tell me if that's right. It hasn't shown up on NFL.com yet. Change my banner real quick here. We are going to go with round 5. I'm going to put these round markers up kind of like round markers in a boxing match today. We're going to use these as a point of pride. We got through round 4. We're going to round 5. We're going all the way to round 7, folks. We're not leaving. We are not fucking leaving. You get to stay with us and have a good time doing it. All right. Let's pick 139 right now. Yeah, they're going to go fast. I'm not going to catch up as quickly. So I'll be a little bit behind. Apologize for that. But it is a one-man show today, doing the best I can. So KJ Henry, a Commander. Interesting. I like it a lot. KJ Henry, the third guy at Clemson, behind Brian Bresee, Miles Murphy. He's the other edge besides Murphy. He's the smallest of the three. Sort of again, just like we talked about Yaya Diaby and Yasir Abdullah. He's bigger than Yasir by a good bit. Not surprising. He went to Clemson. And very good athlete and underrated, I thought, because a lot of concentration on those other two players. But KJ Henry made his share of plays. I liked his abilities. Let's see. KJ Henry, 6'4", 251. A fair number of tackles and assists. So, did contribute against the run. Really where he shines through is 37 pressures, one more than Yasir, and 14 quarterback hits, which was second to Yasir's 17. Only 5 sacks, but we know sacks can be fickle. They don't come through in the same way all the time. And a lot of times a sack that you would sort of cause or create, you don't get to finish. KJ Henry was in there stirring the drink a lot for Clemson. He too, just like the other two, took a dip after Brent Venables left as the defensive coordinator, Clemson. All those guys had a sort of reduction in production, but 56 overall total pressures is a really good number. And for that number of production at a very, top, it's Power 5 school against top competition, I don't feel like KJ Henry got the attention that he deserved, again, because of his teammates and because of a little bit of a reduction in his last season. NFL likes to see continual progression all the way up. Sorry. TV saying one thing, computer saying another thing. I'm a pick behind. Yeah, good times. But I think there's a player coming up that I'm really going to want to talk about because I was higher on him than everybody else. Yep, I'm seeing it reported in chat as well. Cody, you're doing great, EJ. This reminds me very much of that guy. Keep running, Forrest. Oh, yeah. Good times. I appreciate it, Cody. I appreciate everybody hanging out. We still have 1,100 and almost 50 people riding along with us on day 3 of the NFL draft, round 5. So Commanders pick just came up on NFL.com. That's KJ Henry. Colts pick. Who'd the Colts pick? Because I already know who the Cards picked. Oh, Darius Rush. Darius Rush, the cornerback from South Carolina. This is Cam Smith's other teammate who made a huge splash at the Senior Bowl. Measurables are great. He is bigger than Cam Smith. He is longer. I don't want to say he's faster. I don't think he's better, but I do think his ceiling is higher. And Colts needed cornerback help, and they get it with somebody that's going to be able to contribute more quickly, I think, than some people think. He still has a long ways to go, but he is also a recent convert to the position. He has not played corner for a long time. So that's encouraging to see his high level of play, with a recent transition to the position. And he's already able to achieve that much. He has top tier ceiling in terms of how high he could go. Still working on a bunch of the skills, but great grab by the Colts, a value 5th round. Get a guy like Darius Rush who has starting potential in this league. I think he'd be a great number 2 starting corner in this league. I don't think that's where he'll start out, but he is a boundary corner. He has speed. He is aggressive. Had a great Senior Bowl. Really bumped his profile up. Great decision by him to go to the Senior Bowl and compete. One of the guys that gained the most from going to Mobile this year. Really, I like his future stock. Again, we talked about the NFL liking that upward progression in players. You see that with Darius Rush. You see continual improvement, quick improvement. Again, not having been a cornerback for all that long. Love the pick by the Colts. Feels like a tremendous value at 138 overall. 3rd pick in the 5th round. Now we're getting to one of my favorite players in the draft that I had much higher than in anybody I knew and thought he was being slept on. Really appreciate his game. Clayton Tune, quarterback from Houston. This is Tank Dell's quarterback. If you like Tank Dell highlights, those are all Clayton Tune highlights. Goes to the Arizona Cardinals, pick 139, 4th pick in the 5th round. This one is a well-traveled pick. Started with Denver, went to Detroit, ended up with Arizona. I see a future starting quarterback. Not high-level starting quarterback, but I see a future NFL starting quarterback when I look at Clayton Tune. He's got great size. Throws a very catchable ball. My favorite and surprising stat about Clayton Tune is if you just take the rush yards he gained and you do not subtract sack yards, which to me are very, very different than I took off and went rushing, as opposed to my offensive line failed me and I lost 12 yards. Those two don't feel like the same category to me. So if you just take the yards Clayton Tune gained rushing the football, he had 1 more yard rushing than Anthony Richardson from Florida, which to me is a staggering stat. Like I looked at that one 5 times after I saw it and I was like, what are we talking about here? Why is nobody talking about it? Now, do I want him as a rush first quarterback? I don't, but do I see a guy that's 6'2", 220, 518 passing attempts, the second most in this class, behind one, Aiden O'Connell, who just went to the Raiders. 395 completions, the highest adjusted completion percentage in this class for Clayton Tune. He is an accurate thrower of the football. He was at 78.4% for adjusted completion percentage. Threw for the most yards, 4,200. Now, yards can be fickle. Threw for the second most touchdowns, 40, behind CJ Stroud's 41. It goes on and on. His average depth of target, 10 yards. That's third, basically tied for about third highest in the class with about four other guys. The percent of air yards, and this is a stat I love for quarterbacks. So this is not, I threw it 3 yards and Tyler Scott took it another 70 worth of yak and I get a 72-yard completion. This is how many yards did I throw for in the air that I earned on my own just with my arm. Clayton Tune's 58.5%, almost 60% of his yards were air yards. So this is not a check it down type quarterback. And again, those what I call real rushing yards, 757 to Anthony Richardson's 756. I don't see what people don't see with Clayton Tune. Yes, some of the decision making, ball security, I get it. He did have 10 interceptions. He had 40 touchdowns. That's a decent ratio. Does he need to cut down on some of those? Yeah, but he's also going to cut it loose deep down the field. That average depth of target, 10 yards. He's got the frame. He's got the accuracy, best accuracy in this class. A very productive quarterback, both from yards and touchdowns. Yeah, the interceptions are a little high. Very capable rushing when he does take off. Ton of experience, lots of plays under the belt. This is not a quarterback coming in with a lack of downs who's going to need reps to sort of get up to speed. I obviously love Clayton Tune, and I think this is a very good get for the future for the Cardinals. Kyler Murray's not going anywhere. Certainly not with that contract, not for at the minimum a year or two, but Clayton Tune could sit there, be a very capable number 2. We know Kyler Murray's had trouble staying healthy. I think Clayton Tune's a guy that could surprise, that could come on the field, earn some reps, play really well, leverage the weapons that, again, Arizona is collecting in the passing game and open some eyes. And that's what I really see him as an eye-opener at quarterback in this class. I had him ranked higher than anybody I knew. I would try and sell anybody that would listen on the fact that I thought he was better than he was being talked up as. And Cleveland comes right back in the next pick, 5th pick in the 5th round, 140 overall, and gets Dorian Thompson-Robinson, quarterback from UCLA, who we saw at Shrine Bowl. Already talked about DTR quite a bit today. Starter at UCLA, longtime starter, very experienced starter in our Build a Quarterback episode with JT O'Sullivan at the QB School. JT, if you're watching, shout out to you. Fantastic episode. Talked about Dorian Thompson-Robinson having the most experience that he liked in this class. And experience is not for him necessarily college wins. I've seen a bunch of things. I've been out. I've had some adversity. I've had some wins. And I've seen a lot. In terms of experience, his top quarterback in this class for that category for him was DTR. And I could see it. Has an underrated arm. When he fires it on a rope, on a rail, he can get it 20, 25 yards on a line. Really surprising because having stood next to DTR, he's not the biggest guy. He's not an imposing type frame quarterback. I wouldn't call him like overly solid. Tremendous mover, great runner, can pick up yards, pick up first downs with his feet. Doesn't do it primarily, is not a primary runner as a quarterback at all. I would say very much a primary thrower. Played in a complicated offense for Chip Kelly at UCLA. Did very well with that. And learned every year, increased, got better every single year. Does he still have room to go? He does, but I can really see DTR, he's a great sort of physical match for Deshaun Watson. I think I mentioned this at the top of the show now. Little bells ringing in the back of my head that I said DTR, maybe going to Cleveland. But really, any place with a mobile quarterback where you don't want to have to change your playbook a lot, DTR is a tremendous fit and a really great value in the 5th round. I actually thought he'd go a little bit higher, not much higher, but I thought he was day 3, but like early day 3. Goes a little bit later on day 3, but lands in a good spot for him. Has a great running game to support him. He's used to that with Zach Charbonnet as his running back. at UCLA. He's used to having really good runners behind him. He will continue that tradition or situation in Cleveland. So great landing spot for Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Really excited to see how he continues to progress in the way that he learns and gets better every year. He reminds me of Jalen Hurts in that way. I'm not saying Jalen Hurts and DTR are the same player. They're not. I think they are different players, but in that facet, in the way that Jalen Hurts just every year sort of carved edges off his game and got better and better and better. DTR has that same sort of trajectory and approach for me. So love it, love it, love it. I am going to, let's see, I will catch up on picks. I'll do this. Oh, Jacqueline Roy, a player we were just talking about as a defensive tackle, ends up with the Minnesota Vikings. This is a run plugger, run stopper, tree stump in the middle of the line, whatever you want to call him. He's that guy. This pick originally was Las Vegas's, went to Indianapolis, and ended up with the Vikings. It's pick 6 in the 5th round, 141 overall. Jacqueline Roy, come on down. You are a Viking. I'm actually going to open the curtains here because it's getting a little bit dim. Going to take 2 minutes, run and refill my water because I'm almost out. When I get back, take this opportunity to go run to the bathroom yourself if you need the chance. When I get back, I will catch up on the chat, and I will also catch up on picks because they are going to continue to come in. And while I'm away, I'm also going to check in with one of our potential guests, see if he is ready to go. If he is, I'll bring him in when we get back. Hope everybody's enjoying the coverage. Really appreciate all the love and support. I just got a text. I think it's for Brett. All right. Brett just got picked up at the airport, which is fantastic. So he made it safely home and says, I can hop on after that if you need me. Dude's committed. Should be committed, maybe. No, love Brett to death. If we get the chance, we'll absolutely get him on. I do not want that to be his priority today, but if he's feeling mentally ready to do it and feels like he's got space in what he's doing on his end, of course we will bring him in if he says he's ready. And 1 p.m. That sounds great. Cool. Looks like our guest might be ready when I get back. Going to take a quick break. I'll put the banner up so people that are coming in might see that. If you are still here when I get back, I appreciate it. I even made a banner for timeout back in a few. All right. Going to take a couple minutes, refill my water, maybe eat a Fig Newton, make a quick call, try and get some guests lined up. We'll be back with coverage for the rest of the 5th round with picks coming fast and furious. So just going to leave this running, and I'll see you all in a little bit. And we're back. Oh, we're getting some of my favorite picks ever. Looks like go back to our round 5 banner because I am back. And looks like we're going to be able to get a guest in. Need to keep tabs on that. Just called him. He's a busy guy, but might be able to give us some time. I'm looking forward to that because a lot of these picks he would have a lot of really good things to say about, as do I. All right, let me catch up on comments really quickly. Then we'll catch up on picks. Abanikanda to the Jets. Oh boy. That's gonna make Brett really happy whenever he sees that. He loves Israel Abanikanda. I like him a lot. He loves him. So that's gonna be a lot of fun. But let's catch up on picks. Pick 7 in the 5th round, number 142 overall, Cameron Mitchell. Love this player. Cornerback for Northwestern. I thought he was underrated just again because this cornerback class is loaded. There are so many players in this cornerback class. Cameron Mitchell, experienced starter, played against some very high-level talent, Northwestern. Very solid player at corner, and I don't say that as a backhanded compliment or he's not flashy or anything else. I like solid as a quality at corner. Thought he was being underrated. The fact that they can get him in the 5th round is just a testament to the depth of this class, not a testament to the quality of the player. I think they're getting a higher than 5th round quality player in the 5th round. Great get for Cleveland. Israel Abanikanda goes to running back from Pittsburgh goes to the Jets. 8th pick in the 5th round, number 143 overall. Folks, we just had 2 picks in a row that were natural picks that hadn't been traded. I swear to God, every pick has been traded up to this point. So shout out to Cleveland and New York for just hanging out, sticking and picking. Abanikanda, way faster than you think he should be. Bit of a bowling ball in terms of build. Way faster than you think he should be. If he gets out on the edge, you're in big trouble. So all the outside zone stuff that Saleh runs and LaFleur runs to the edges there, look out. He's going to be very good in that. And he's able to run folks over as well. I thought he was very productive at Pitt. Little less wiggle than I like from some running backs, but I can see the allure, especially for a team like it's Breece Hall light in a lot of ways. He is not the same player as Breece Hall. Breece Hall healing up, coming off a knee injury, sounds like he's going to be healthy. I can see their thought process with Abanikanda and saying, hey, if we lose Breece Hall, we get 80% of what Breece Hall is, or maybe 85 in Israel Abanikanda, and we can get him in the 5th round. Again, this running back class is extremely deep. We're going to see guys like Abanikanda who go in the 5th round and the 6th round even that have starter ability down the line. Now, is Abanikanda going to displace Breece Hall? I don't think so. It's possible. I doubt it. He's not that kind of talented, but does he have starter ability in the NFL? I really do think he does. So that's fantastic. I'm going to take a second and check messages here. All right. I am going to send a link. Invite. Copy. And if we get him, we get him. And if we don't, we don't. Get him, we're going to be really happy. All right. We're 2 hours and 45 minutes into this thing. This thing doesn't feel like it to me. Does it feel like it to you? Time's flying by. It always does on day 3. Lots of picks coming off the board. Lots of quality players. We're still talking about players and their roles, where they're going to compete. Maybe not for starting minutes, but at least for backup minutes for most of these players. The one that I saw that I'm just getting to now is Atonio, not Antonio. Called him Antonio when I met him the first time. That was my bad. Atonio Mafi, guard, UCLA. We got to interview him at the Shrine Bowl. Love this player. He is right behind Chandler Zavala for me in terms of not a lot of people were talking about him. Incredibly powerfully built. This guy is a square block. Started out his career. If you follow Coach Vass, on Twitter. This was Coach Vass's nose tackle when he was a defensive coordinator at Sarah High School in California. So started out his career on the interior of the defensive line, was recruited there to UCLA, got there a year or two into his tenure, came forward. It was his idea to make the switch, said, I think I can make more of an impact on the offensive line. Coaching agreed, sent him over there, and he continued to just blow people up. He is such a power ball. Love Antonio Mafi's mindset, his physical ability. He is so hard to move. Interior pass rushers in the AFC East are gonna struggle with him whenever he gets starting reps. He has a lot of natural power, And again, this pick was traded Atlanta to Las Vegas to New England. Again, number 9 in the 5th round. I think that's appropriate value. This is about where I would start looking for him. Love the landing spot. Antonio, congratulations. This is a great spot. You're going to love the coaching staff there. Obviously, great organization, great chance for you to contribute with, again, your skill sets and their tendency towards offensive line traits. I see this as a natural fit. Very excited for you to go and be a Patriot. So congratulations. That's awesome. Carolina Panthers come in at the next pick, number 10 in the 5th round, 145 overall. Grab Jamie Robinson, safety from Florida State. I talked a little bit about Jamie Robinson end of yesterday, and want to talk about him again today. Really, really like this player at safety. This safety class overall is not that strong. There are a few players at the top I really like, and then there are some contributors on the way down through the ranks of the safety class that I think have one really high level skill. We saw Jair Brown go to the Niners yesterday, and he is a missile as a blitzer. He is an absolute disruptor going forward. Don't really want him in pass protection or even really going laterally all that much. But Jamie Robinson, I feel like, is a complete player. He is not the tallest, but he will run the alley in too high. He will come down and support viciously and run support. He will play chest to chest with any receiver. Now, he doesn't match up with guys that are 6'4", 6'5". He's going to lose some of those battles. But in terms of mobility, lateral agility, really all the things he needs to play safety, I really like Jamie Robinson as what I would call like a second-tier safety in this class, and they got him in the 5th at 145 overall. Still a top 150 pick, which is impressive. But I think he's going to, again, this is the rich getting richer, right? He gets to go play with that loaded Panthers defense that they have invested a ton in and have athletes at every level. He's going to fit right in terms of being able to run with those guys, being able to hit with those guys. Yeah, this is a super, super fun pick for them. Again, don't think he'll start, but could see roles as a third safety very, very quickly because he is that talented. Has a lot of experience against really talented players, both the run and pass in the ACC. I love the player and I love the fit because they grabbed another athletic defender and they have, again, athletes at every level throughout Carolina. One of the fastest defenses in the conference. Really, really like it. And speaking of fast defenders, the New Orleans Saints grabbed Jordan Howden, the safety out of Minnesota. Got to see him at the Shrine Bowl as well. Jordan Howden is fast in a straight line, and I mean fast, like low 4.4s. He can really run, and he's built. He's bigger than Jamie Robinson. Loves to hit. Don't love his game turning so much, but when he turns and runs, if he gets to run in a straight line, this is a little bit like the scouting report I gave on Keely Ringo. He can do it. He's got speed, obviously, to keep with anybody. Loves to hit. When you start to run him in multiple routes, and this happens to a lot of defensive backs, you're gonna lose contain a little bit. He is not a quick cut. We call it click and close for defensive backs. That's not his game. He is an athlete, and he will run very fast in a straight line. And if that's coming down as a hammer and run support, does that too. Loves to hit. But yeah, can turn and run deep if you need that as well. true sideline to sideline range in terms of the speed he's got. Very aggressive, which is a great quality to have as a safety. And Saints tend to grab this guy as their other safety. They are a much more, or have been a much more classic, one deep, true free safety that can really roam around. They had Marcus Williams in that role for a while. And then the other one tends to be the heavier, stouter hitter, closer to the line, more box player, which is a little bit of a sort of older aesthetic for defense, but Jordan Howden fits into that role, and Dennis Allen knows how to use him. So I'm sure they liked him. They loved him as a value at this point. 11th overall in the 5th round, and 146. All right, we got picks fast and furious. They are rolling off. Josh Whyle, the now Tennessee tight end from Cincinnati. I like Josh Whyle, and I liked his movement skills. I watched him very closely at the combine when they run the movement drills at the combine, especially the catching and adjustment drills. Didn't see a ton of that in his offense in Cincinnati. You saw some of it. Didn't have a huge amount of production at Cincinnati. I'm going to pull up my chart on him. But I really liked his movement skills, and there are always a few guys at the combine on offense and defense that I sort of put an extra check mark by and go, okay, I liked him. Do I love him? Or maybe he moves a little bit differently than I thought he did. Or, hey, I never saw him do that in college. I actually cut him off and replaced him with Tucker Kraft. So I don't have his easily accessible numbers here. Not wildly productive. I'll pull him up. But moves, really fluid mover. And that gives him more value to me as a receiver, as a tight end. But it's surprising because he's 6'6", but 235. So he kind of looks like a receiver, even though he's really tall. He's, slighter than some other tight ends. Really does look like a power slot, and plays like that to a point as well. Played at Cincinnati his whole career. Yeah, this last year played in 12 games, had 32 receptions, 326 yards, 10-yard average, 3 touchdowns. Nothing that's going to blow you away statistically, but I think there's more on tap there, especially for an offense that isn't going to ask him to sort of block in line a lot. And it gives him a really interesting and fun mix in Tennessee, with Chigakonkwo, who is a very good blocker and a great route runner, to be able to pair it up and now say, hey, we can go after 22 a little bit more, or 12 personnel. Have Josh Whyle as an alternate out there at tight end, and maybe see what we get, develop that. Chicago Bears come back to pick after that, 148 overall, 13th in the 5th round, and grab Noah Sewell, the linebacker from Oregon. Ends up playing in the same division as his brother Penei Sewell. Noah is a really interesting study. He is a heavy player for an interior linebacker, and he is an interior linebacker. He's not an edge. He's not a sort of moonlighting defensive end or any of that. I'm not sure that Brett will love this one. He and I talked about Noah. I liked him a little bit better. I think we both had a very similar sort of final ranking or grade. We wouldn't have picked him before now. Right about now, I'm fine with it. I think Brett might think there are some other players out there that he liked a little bit better. Sewell, to me, I remember Brett saying, I just don't see it with him. And I can understand that, because it felt like you were waiting for him to be more productive. But man, on the snaps, when he was productive, again, for sort of what he is, and talked about having variety in a linebacker room. This guy, he's 6'3", 250. He is a big dude, very athletic family, and he carries that tradition on. But he just didn't have the production, I think, that a lot of people were waiting for. He was a preseason watch list guy for all the linebacker awards and All-America. He played in all 12 games, 24 solo tackles, which to me feels really low for an inside linebacker. He had 5.5 TFLs, 1.5 sacks. Again, he's not a rush threat necessarily. Very heavy-bodied linebacker, and closes very quickly. What you don't see, or what I didn't see, lateral agility, the ability to really stay with any kind of passing threat other than a sort of heavy-footed tight end, a lighter, more quicker receiving tight end. Even a guy like the guy that went to pick before him, Josh Wiley, I think you would have struggled to stay with and forget having him cover slot receivers for anything other than just trying to mash them and, blitz. So interesting that they chose him. He feels to me like a slightly less talented version of Jack Sanborn, who's already on the roster and plays a similar role. Again, plays like a Sam. Had some great success at the end of last year when the Chicago defense was really struggling and he was just out there cleaning up all the tackles. That's Jack Sanborn. Feels like they went and got another Jack Sanborn. I'm not sure if they have him highlighted for Noah for a role on special teams or if they're really saying we need more beef in our linebacking core. Again, they went out and made big splashes in free agency. The first two big contracts they doled out in free agency this year with their historic amount of money that they had available. They had basically $100 million available in free agency were to, Edmonds and TJ Edwards, to the top inside linebackers available. So it's like the least position of need, and besides probably secondary, because they've already, again, addressed that, picked up Tyreek Stevenson, already had Jalen Johnson. They're set at safety. Felt like they addressed linebacker using free agency. I'm a little bit surprised that they addressed inside linebacker via the draft this early. And I'm a little bit surprised that they grabbed this particular player. There's still some other players that I think might give them a different range of skill sets when I already feel like Jack Sanborn brings them a lot of things that Noah Sewell does. So pick after that, and this is fascinating. 14th pick in the 5th round, 149 overall. The Green Bay Packers get Sean Clifford, the quarterback from Penn State. Now, this is the guy that was playing behind Juice Scruggs, the guy that was throwing to Parker Washington and Mitchell Tinsley. And, if you go back to the Penn State receivers from last year, Clifford was the guy throwing them the ball as well. So you've probably seen a lot of Sean Clifford, even if you think you maybe haven't. Really tough. Never really ascended the way I think a lot of people expected him to. He's a very highly recruited quarterback coming into college. It didn't end up where a lot of people thought he was going to be at the start. And feels early to me. I'm wondering about a couple of the quarterback prospects. We had a little bit of a run of quarterback prospects, so that's part of it. But like Clifford was way down my board. Quarterback rankings, high level leader, no quit in him whatsoever. Good size, 6'2", 220. As a senior, played in 13 games, had 5-year career, all at Penn State, which is rare these days. A lot of transfer portal. Folks chasing NIL money or starting opportunities, but Clifford had the starting opportunity at Penn State, and they stayed with him. 351 attempts, 226 completions. He's a 64% passer, and that was his best year. Actually, as a freshman, he was a 71% passer, but then he dropped down to 59, 60, 61, and 64. So continual improvement. I like that. 2,800 yards, 8 yards per throw. Not anything that's going to blow you away. 24 touchdowns and 7 interceptions. Pretty safe with the ball. Not wildly accurate. You do see a lot of Penn State wide receivers making catches away from their frame. But tough, good leader, very experienced. If you're using the sort of older criteria for selecting quarterback, Bill Parcells famously had a checklist for selecting quarterback, which I don't think really applies in the modern era because of all the quarterback movement. Sean Clifford would be a guy that would fit all of those criteria. And they go ahead and pick him up to be a backup behind Jordan Love. Interesting. Don't think it's a reach, certainly not in terms of round. We are in the 5th round. You're getting a very experienced starter in a big conference. Has seen a lot of games, played against a lot of very quality defenders. So I'm sure they like those qualities. And he is now a Green Bay Packer. Ooh, Justin Shorter, the wide receiver. We got to see him at the Shrine Bowl from Florida. He is now a Buffalo Bill. Justin Shorter is a big dude. He doesn't play as big as he is, but physically from frame, it's a little bit of a misnomer that his name is Shorter because he ain't shorter. He is a big, big player. And tends to body catch, so it makes him look a little bit smaller. But he's 6'5", 228. He is an imposing figure on the football field. And had some good production. Anthony Richardson liked throwing to him. Kyle Trask liked throwing to him as well. And he started out, strangely enough, at Penn State with Sean Clifford. So he gets picked one pick after his former teammate from Penn State. Was looking for opportunity in his move to Florida, more chances to play outside, start. Obviously, a lot of great receivers coming out of Penn State. Probably 4 drafted over the last 2 years alone. So can get pretty thick on the depth chart. Shorter again, reminds me a little bit of Clifford in that it never reached those heights. Everybody looked at his size. He's super well built. He's fast. Really expected high heights for him. And you got some of them. You got the flashes, but you didn't get that consistently. His production this last year, 29 receptions, 577 yards, which was his best year as a collegian. He had 550 the year before, and then never more than about 270 in the 3 years before that. He is a big play receiver. When he catches it deep downfield, and it's a big play. 19.9 yard average. And that is, again, the Anthony Richardson factor of him being able to just shorter go deep and Anthony Richardson whip it and make that connection. But he ends up with the Buffalo Bills. I'm not sure I love the fit in terms of what's available, but he is something they don't have. They do not have a 6'5" go-get-it guy on that roster. And again, he's going to go from Anthony Richardson to Josh Allen. If you want to talk about receiver luxury, those are your 2 quarterbacks that you've played with. And before that, Sean Clifford, another very highly rated quarterback. So, yeah, he is he's living his best life as a wide receiver. He gets to continue his journey in Western New York as a Buffalo Bill. Oh, man, the Seattle Seahawks get Mike Morris, the defensive end out of Michigan. I had waxed poetic about Mike Morris on our pod with Matt Bowen, a guy I thought that was very comparable to a guy that went much earlier, Zach Harrison, big frame. And the interesting thing about Morris is he didn't get to rush the passer very much. At Michigan, pure pass rush snaps. They definitely counted on him more to be able to set that edge for them, be athletic, and look for penetration elsewhere. But I'm going to pull up my stat sheet on Mike Morris because one of the things that I pulled out when I was crunching all the numbers, which I do at the end. A lot of people start with the stats. I end with the stats. I start with tape, go through testing, and then I end up with the numbers at the very end because I don't want to be swayed by numbers because college numbers can be misleading in many ways. They can be better than you think, worse than they think, all that stuff. So Mike Morris, 6'5", 275. Not a lot of tackles, like not a ton of tackles. But in terms of true pass rush snaps, he only had 218, which is some of the lowest numbers for a defensive end in this class. With that, he had 21 hurries, 7 hits, and 9 sacks. That's 37 total pressures out of 218 pass rush snaps. So when he got the chance, he was efficient and effective. He, even at his size, is extremely athletic. I think he's going to be one of those guys that has a better pro career because his coaching staff's going to use him a little bit differently than a college career. And his win percentage, which is a combination of number of times he had basically a positive impact against the offense versus the number of times he ran in a pass rush snap, is 19.7, second in this class, up there with Keon White and right behind one Viliami Fehoko, at least in terms of the defensive end rankings. So really like the Mike Morris pick. They needed more pass rush in Seattle. I think they saw that potential. This pick started out with Pittsburgh, ended up in Seattle. Again, 16th overall in the 5th round, number 151, Mike Morris to the Seahawks. Really, really love that. Ooh, After that, it's Colby Sorsdahl, the offensive tackle from William and Mary, came to Colby late in the process. Brandon Thorne tipped me off to Colby Sorsdahl when I was asking about some of the tackle process. Prospects. He said, "Have you watched Colby?" I said, "I've not." So I went and took a look. Detroit Lions don't need him at all. This is just Brad Holmes. The rich getting richer, stacking chips. Those are all analogies I've used. This is him doing both of those things. He's going to be a backup, probably swing tackle for him. I see they do have him listed to tackle. Some folks were, again, projecting a switch to guard. But good mover, small school, but a lot of small school guys we've seen from, more inter offensive line, not so much tackles, but they do occasionally come along. Guy that in my opinion needs a little bit of time to not be starting. So Detroit is a perfect situation for him. The next pick is fascinating to me, not only because of the player, but because of the current situation that he's landing in. This is Servassier Dennis, linebacker from Pittsburgh, very experienced defender for them. One of their captains, I think Brett had a very high rating on him. So I went back and I said, wait a minute, what did I miss? And I don't think I missed anything. I saw a couple more things on rewatch, as you always do. Didn't really move him up into my top inside linebacker rankings, but I can see the allure. He is a tall, sort of high cut linebacker, plays with a more upright style, I think, than you see from a lot of other players at that position, but he was smart. Made a ton of big plays for Pittsburgh and seemingly in big moments, like when they had a big play and like maybe not as a game winner, but like third quarter, they need to stop to really kind of, keep their momentum or turn the other team's momentum. Like Servassier Dennis, more often than not, would slip through the line, get a TFL, harass the quarterback into a bad throw. Really quick when he triggers, covers a lot of ground, fairly long legs. And that snap when he decides, he'll sort of hang. Not necessarily a linebacker that is hardcore pressuring the line of scrimmage every single snap. Not a super downhill guy like an Isaiah Moore, but just sort of waiting and looking, great eyes, and then sees the opening and bam, shoot through it, nail a running back, late blitz on a quarterback. Had those kind of plays, not a ton of them, but this is a sort of upside pick for the Bucs, and considering their uncertainty with their inside linebacking core, he may have a path to playing time that is better than a lot of other places that he might have gone. So like the fit for Servassier Dennis. Seattle Seahawks come right back, man. They're hitting it. They go for another Michigan guy, Olu Oluwatimi, the center who I'd talked up throughout the process. I thought he was underrated. I thought he was a very good two-way pass blocking, run blocking center. And that, again, played on one of the best lines in the country and just was getting no buzz. Nobody was talking about him. This is a very good get. The Seahawks need center depth. Olu is a fantastic player. To get him in the fifth is a great value. I love this. I love the fit. I love the player. I love the need. I love the place. They got him 154 overall. Shout out to the Hawks and congratulations, Olu. I think he very quickly could work himself into some starting reps by midseason even. And if he does, count on him to do the Michigan lineman thing, which is once they lock a position down, they're there for 6 or 7 years. They don't give it up no matter where they're drafted. A lot of those guys drafted in the 6th, 7th round. And they always tend to just play their way into a spot and just keep playing. And 3 years later, you're like, is that guy still? Yeah, that guy's still doing it. That guy's still eating downs. I could see that happening for Olu. He's that kind of player. So fantastic stuff. Oh, JJP, catch your super chat here. So Corey Trice is truly the new Stone Forsythe and Bo Melton. Yeah, over under round 7 for him. I'm gonna go richer than that and go 6. I can't see letting him go. Now, there may be something that we don't know about Corey Trice. There might be an injury thing. There might be an off-field thing. There might be maybe just turn people off in meetings. I don't think so. I don't know any of that. That's just speculation. But based on his tape, his production, his testing, all of that stuff combined, like this is not a one trick pony in terms of the draft evaluation, in terms of, oh, he's really tall, or oh, he's really fast, or oh, he's really aggressive. He hits people. No, this is a good player on tape that is super tall for cornerback, closes extremely quickly. He's fast, has good hands. You got me. Now, I never thought he was going to go in the first, but fourth, I would have said fourth. We're, midway through the fifth. He's still not off the board. It's value time for Corey Trice. Whoever gets him is as long as, again, as he's cleared medically and all that stuff. At this point, there's points where we would start looking at players where we say that the first highest place I would draft him is X. If you draft him at Y, that's perfect. I would have said that was solidly in the fourth round for me with the grade I had on Corey Trice. You get into the fifth, like anytime after this, it's a steal. We're into that territory with Corey Trice. Anytime after this is a steal. Oh. All right. Who else we got? Darrell Luter Jr., the cornerback from University of South Alabama, USA, goes to the 49ers. I get it. I get it. They like, tall and somewhat linear, well-built athletes at corner. Originally, this is a Miami pick. Went to San Francisco, 155 overall, 20th in the round. Darrell Luter Jr. Is that guy. He is going to be able to run the boundary for them in that defense. Press the edge against the run. He is well-built. He is not a spindly defensive back by any stretch. I understand good value. And 49ers tend to do this. They get good value on defensive back. I don't want to say lower name guys or lesser known, less name recognition guys, I guess. But guys that fit their system very well. They have the traits, they have the attributes. They don't need to have other attributes so they can afford to wait. Because again, if you get a cornerback that has every attribute, you're picking that cornerback in the first round. 49ers, for the most part, don't tend to do that. So I get it. The Darrell Luter pick makes sense to me. Seems like they're getting back on track after picking a kicker in the third. Yes, I'm going to keep bringing that up. Kicker in the third. We're going to hide the current comment and Mr. Myrtle for $5. Will Mallory has Poles pick written all over him at 165. I don't disagree. Will Mallory, the tight end from Miami. I sort of don't like Will Mallory, but I like him more than I thought I would. And I actually ended up with a higher grade on him when I went back and watched him. Again, another guy at the combine that I put a tick next to along with Josh Wiley and said, man, for his size, he's big. He moves better than I thought he did. Now, he moves interestingly. I would not call him fluid or smooth. But he moves better at that size and was more productive as a passing threat. The Bears need that from tight end than I thought he was initially on my first watch. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by Will Mallory. I wouldn't even be sad. I like Will Mallory as a player. So the Chargers at 21 in the fifth round, 156 overall, go get Jordan McFadden. They call him a guard. Interestingly enough, he was a tackle at Clemson. And a good one. This is a guy that the Bears brought in on a 30 visit. I think he has good athleticism. I kind of like the guard swap here. I think he might be a better guard. I thought he could play tackle. But I like the guard swap here, especially if he is headed to the Chargers, which he is, fills in that room. Feels like a guy that could, I don't even want to say he's going to challenge for swing. I think they're going to pick one side or the other with him, and he's just going to be their backup. It feels like that plan. I'll look up the depth chart in a second, but I want to talk about Kyu Blu Kelly, the Stanford Cardinal, going to the Ravens. Yeah. Kyu Blu Kelly is an aggressive physical corner. He's extremely well built. I reached out to Thomas Booker. Some of you who are longtime bootleg watchers will remember that we really like Thomas Booker, the defensive end that went to Houston last year. We love Book. He was one of our, I think, best and greatest interviews ever. We got to meet him at the first Shrine Bowl we were at, and he played college ball at Stanford. So this year when I got to Kyu Blu Kelly's tape, I reached out to Book and I said, all right, Book, sell me on Kyu Blu Kelly. Tell me all the best things. You were in practice with him for 3 years. And he said, playmaker, absolute playmaker. He's an explosive playmaker. Watch this game, watch this game, watch this game. Big play against Cal, did this here. And when I went back, I was less impressed with the speed. That's the sort of downside for Kyle Blue Kelly. But I was more impressed with the physical nature of play. He plays corner like he's a linebacker. And that's not just around the line of scrimmage. He plays down the field that way as well. And he is built for it. He is in incredible shape. And the Ravens love their cornerbacks to be physical. Think about Marlon Humphrey. They like people that will get in people's faces and mess with them. That's been a cornerstone of their defensive system for a long time. Kyle Blue Kelly lacks a little bit of top end speed. He's got good size. He's not short. And he is physical and very much, if we're using the phrase plays like a Raven, I know it's supposed to be plays like a Raider, but plays like a Raven, Kyle Blue Kelly, Eric DeCosta. I'm not surprised at all that he and his scouting staff were wildly attracted to Kyle Blue Kelly and just waited, got him at an appropriate value, 157 overall, 22 in the 5th round. That's good, solid stuff. So and I think it'll be good for him because they also know how to cover liability. They don't require super fast straight line athletes like Keely Ringo or some of the other cornerbacks that we've talked about. They understand how to overlap the coverage behind those corners to really play to their strengths and hide some of their weaknesses. Oh, man, the Indianapolis Colts are trying to take my heart. They got Daniel Scott, the safety out of California, one of my favorite players in this safety class. I had him ranked very similarly to Jamie Robinson, who went a little bit earlier. Daniel Scott has better size. He is, again, one of those players that is in incredible shape, a very smooth mover. One of the guys I marked at the combine on the defensive backside. Every year I have a few of these. Daniel Scott was one from this year. I think I put out a tweet about it that said, yep, Daniel Scott's got my attention. I'm going to go back and look at that. Great all-around player. Good in coverage, across the middle zone. You see him breaking up a bunch of passes to tight ends. I don't want to say fearless, but like will stick his nose in and blast in the running game. Runs the alley with abandon and has enough speed. He timed very well. And that, again, when you go back to the tape, shows up on tape. I thought he was versatile. One of the most versatile, kind of like Jamie Robinson. He's a little bit taller than Jamie Robinson and tall, or let's just say all around versatile safeties. Again, we're short in this class. There's a few up the top, and then guys down the board like this that you're going to get in the 4th or 5th. It was really, do you want him against the run or do you want him against the pass? But you're not getting him for both. Or are you going to convert him to dime backer? And Daniel Scott felt like one of the very few that pushed his value up for me in this class that was able to do just about anything at a pretty high level going forward, going backward. Like him, got to stay healthy. Love him going to that Colts secondary. They, again, are stacking assets. Ballard is known to do this in the draft, and usually a little bit later. They'll pick some of the corners up high, but continues to grab defensive backs later on down the board. Yeah, great get. Again, it's going to pull it. And here's a bet that you would have made about $1 billion on 3 months ago. If you had bet 3 months ago that Daniel Scott was going to go before Antonio Johnson, the safety out of Texas A&M, who just went 2 picks later to the Jaguars, if you'd bet $10 on that, if you bet $50 on that, if you were feeling really, and I don't think anybody would have at the time, you would have made a boatload of money if you could have got odds on that. Antonio Johnson was rated as one of the top safeties in this class. He's one of the guys that sort of fell off when I watched tape on him because, again, he, even as a top safety, is not a great player against the pass. He is a strong safety, if we're using the old terminology, and is a hitter, is a downhill player, is a face towards the quarterback guy. Doesn't show a ton of lateral quickness. He can get and move laterally. When you turn his back to the quarterback, you're kind of asking for it. So a limited player, but in that role, he is explosive. He is a big hitter.
Not always a rap tackler, but he will come in and just massacre people. Jacksonville Jaguars get another fast, aggressive impact athlete to stack in that secondary. But again, I think this is probably a surprise for a lot of people who are just going off preseason rankings or didn't really dig into the tape. I found him to be really limited against the pass, given how highly he was talked about and his sort of pedigree, preseason pedigree. So I actually kind of think this is appropriate value. It might even be good value. I would have said maybe fourth, but yeah, I think it's probably surprises a lot of people that Antonio Johnson went 160 overall. I'm going to skip back to the Green Bay Packers and get to Dontavian Wicks, the wide receiver from West Virginia. This is an incredibly well-traveled pick. Number 159 overall, 24th in the 5th round. Started in Jacksonville, went to Atlanta, went to Detroit, and eventually to Green Bay. So this pick's been around. It's the worn out dollar bill in your pocket. They spend it on Dontavian Wicks, the wide receiver from West Virginia, who I really like. I think he is going to be a really good intermediate, mid-range kind of dependable threat for them in that passing game. Yeah, I like Dontavian Wicks. He's not the fastest guy down the field, but he doesn't need to be. That's not how he wins. There's 3 different ways to win when you're a wide receiver. You can win at your release. He's pretty good at that. You can win at the break. I think he's really pretty good at that. And you can win at the catch point. And I love him in contested catch situations, why I say a mid-range threat. Lacks a little bit of speed, so often has coverage around him and is sort of forced to make those contested catches, but does make those contested catches. He's a good player there. And I think he fills a role that they need filled, so I like the fit. He's 6'1", 210. He's got good size. His final season at Virginia was a big drop-off. He had 30 receptions for 430 yards. That's because the quarterback transferred. But the year before that, he was featured, and that was the year that really put him his second to last season at Virginia was really the season that put him on everybody's radar. Played 12 games, 57 receptions, 1,200 yards, 21.1 per with 9 touchdowns. That was the sort of season out of the sun that everybody went. Dontavian Wicks is going to be a top round pick. College football is pretty fickle. Your offensive coordinator moves on, or your quarterback moves on, or you move to a different offensive system. You get hurt. He didn't play all the games. He only played 8 games. Just sort of that, again, a high peaking curve that then declines at the end. Sours folks on him a little bit, but I think the talent's still there. If he comes back healthy, I think he'll be a very useful player for the Packers in the passing game. Follow that up. Pick number 26 in the 5th round, 161. Los Angeles Rams grabbed Nick Hampton, the edge from Appalachian State. If Brett was here, I would have him talk about Nick Hampton because he was higher on him than I was. This pick's pretty well traveled. Dallas to Houston to LA. Hampton, again, they already got Kobe Turner, one of our favorites from the Shrine Bowl. They got another just super hot edge rusher in the high rounds. Rams are prioritizing defensive line pressure here. Come back and get Nick Hampton, the edge out of Appalachian State, late 161. And strangely enough, maybe Poles is saved from himself, maybe not, depending on what you think of Will Mallory. But we were just talking about Will Mallory, the tight end out of Miami. He goes to the Colts at 27th in the 5th round, 162 overall. Originally a Buffalo pick, ends up with the Colts. Will Mallory is just, what are you going to do with all the tight ends in Indianapolis? You got Mo Alley-Cox. You got Jelani Woods, who was one of our favorites last year and had a breakout season, at least in the first half of the season as a rookie tight end, with a bunch of production. Now you add Will Mallory to that mix. They're not going to play 22 personnel. They're going to play 32 personnel or 23 personnel, I guess, 3 tight ends and no backs. That'd be an interesting lineup for the Colts. But Will Mallory, again, Ballard liked what he saw. I liked how he moved to the combine. I thought, again, his offense at Miami was not great this year. That was not his fault. I thought he could have been much more productive in some other systems. Actually, his now teammate is a perfect sort of poster child for that. Jelani Woods played 4 years at Oklahoma State, played 1 year at Virginia with Brennan Armstrong, the quarterback, that same year. that Dontavian Wicks had the tremendous production and broke out and got drafted really high because of it. But caught almost no passes at Oklahoma State before that. So situation, we talk about it meaning a lot in the pros. It also means a ton for your chances in college. The Bengals. The Bengals just want a really good draft grade for me. That's what they want. They go and get Chase Brown, the running back from Illinois, the twin brother of Sidney Brown, the safety also from Illinois. Love Chase Brown's versatility. This is a guy that's electric in short spaces, a very good pass blocker, and also contributes in the passing game. He doesn't have super heights in any of those areas, but he is above average in all of them. And my favorite thing about Chase Brown, the runner, is he can run through a stab step cut with greater speed than anybody in this draft. He just jams his foot in the ground. He's gone. Just bam, changes direction. It's absolutely instant. Very difficult for defenders to deal with. You see a lot of guys sort of folding over on themselves, not necessarily getting sort of decleated, but just like, breaking their ankles, falling over. Chase Brown, over and over and over again on his highlights, he has that on the inside runs. Has enough speed that, he doesn't have tremendous long speed, but he does have great burst. He accelerates really, really quickly. Again, very capable in the passing game, not a pass first sort of receiving running back, and a very, very solid pass protector. Again, rocked up physically, I think kind of almost at his max potential now. So he can really come in, pun intended, hit the ground running, and contribute in that Bengals backfield that has a little bit of uncertainty. They're starting running back, not sure about his availability. This is a bit of a hedge pick by Duke Tobin and his staff not to get, shorthanded, depending on what happens when they hit the season. But Bengals are stacking guys I really like. So they're putting apples on the teacher's desk here. Oh, the Minnesota Vikings. Love this pick. Love this pick. Jaren Hall, quarterback, BYU. Now, Jaren Hall is a shorter quarterback. He's a guy that first caught my eye last year, looking at some of the receivers and tight ends coming out of BYU. And I thought, man, and I emailed a buddy of mine, lives in Utah, and I was like, so Jaren Hall, like pretty explosive, gets to the perimeter, has a live arm. When he takes off, he is a true running threat. Like kind of like Jaren Hall, not going to lie. He's like, yeah, he makes a bunch of plays. And I think wildly underrated in this class. If you look at his production scores, if you look at how he was able to contribute run and pass, again, running quarterbacks in the modern NFL, they're going to use their legs to support themselves while they figure out the passing game, which can be very difficult. Look, there's a lot of defensive coordinators on the other side that are trying to make their life as difficult as possible. Jaren Hall has the ability to run away from pressure, run out of pressure, run to extend the play, and keep his eyes downfield and throw it. I'd say underrated arm, very live arm. And if you're just looking at production scores, he was pretty efficient. I'm going to pull up his scores because it's surprising to me, or was surprising to me. Maybe it won't be surprising to you. 6 foot tall, 207 pounds. He's 25. So, again, which is typical for players coming out of Utah or BYU, Utah State. They typically tend to be quote unquote overaged according to draft, media. But I was surprised by Jaren Hall's prowess. Again, the playmaking was the thing last year, and it was just sort of explosive and flash plays. I was really surprised when I went in that he had stacked plays sort of time after time to be able to amass his total statistical output. Why am I trying to stay statistical when I haven't had enough coffee? That's really stupid on my part, but there you go. You don't get content like that everywhere else, folks. Thanks for hanging out on Bootleg. 6 foot, 207, 455 passing attempts, 278 completions, adjusted completion percentage, 72.7. So very accurate with the football. 3,200 yards, 3,242 yards. Here's the ratio: 31 touchdowns to 6 picks. Like, that's a guy that's taking care of the football. That is an efficient quarterback operating his system at a high level. Passing yards per attempt, 7.6. Average depth of target, 10.4. Not a guy that, again, was relying on the short passing game and yak to get him his yardage. He was earning his yardage with his throws, or at least that's the way I'm looking at it. And his real running yards, again, rushing yards without sack yards taken away, 415. Not bad. 3 rushing touchdowns. So a lot of people will look at Jaren Hall, his smaller stature, his very good athletic scores, and say, oh, it's a running quarterback. I look at rushing production when he needed it, very good throwing production, very good efficiency, good touchdown to interception ratio, good adjusted accuracy numbers. I look at a developmental, somewhat short quarterback that has all the traits you need to survive, certainly as a backup or a spot starter. Very good value by the Vikings to get him 29th overall in the 5th round at 164. All right. Take a break, EJ. Breathe. Need some shot on the knee. Sorry, Jagger. I will bring this up. Thank you very much for the $4.99. Need some thought on the Sean Clifford pick. Everything I'm seeing is he's a UDFA, so taking him at 149 is kind of head scratching. No, I wouldn't disagree. I had him in the UDFA ranks. Draftable, but very late draftable. And again, only if you kind of like the traits. They loved some combination of leadership, toughness, experience, physical size, 6'2", 220 is good size quarterback. Like some combination of those things caught their fancy, floated their boat, and they said it's worth doing. And so they did it. Would I have done it that early? No, I wouldn't have. But I've never met Sean Clifford. I've never sat with him in a room at a whiteboard and said, what did you see? How are you doing it? I don't know the particulars of why he wasn't able to achieve more in the passing game, despite having very good athletes in front of him and very good, highly drafted wide receivers to throw to, why it didn't really hit higher heights. I don't know. I don't have those particulars, but the scouts do. And they're comfortable with all that. And does it seem early? It does seem early. So you're not crazy. Do I have a reason why that wasn't going to happen, or why that did happen earlier than we both thought it might? Nope, I don't. And the great thing about the draft is wait and see. We could both be wrong. He could turn into a fantastic player. He could also turn into a bust. That's the way the draft goes. EJ isn't going to have a voice tomorrow. EJ doesn't have a voice today. He's just kidding. He's just putting you all on for another 2 rounds. Yeah, I'm going to be a wet dish rag when this is over. But a very happy wet dish rag. This is the day. You're all here to celebrate. Still about 1,000 people here in the live stream on day 3, deep into day 3. We're talking end of round 5. This is our time, folks. This is what we have spent all our time doing the digging on the film for, falling in love with prospects who might not even get drafted, underdog stories. Like, they're all happening today. And there are going to be really good players who play a long time in the league that come out of today. There always are guys that contribute, some stars, not very many, but a few guys that were drafted in the 4th, or 5th, 6th. It happens. And there are going to be guys that we were sure should have gone in the previous 2 days, or maybe did go in the previous 2 days, who aren't going to achieve that status. The NFL is a fascinating mixing pot. In terms of a big athletic experiment that is constantly rotating and changing. So Andrew Kirsch says, PSU fan here. Clifford is a stopgap backup at best. That's the way I saw him. They disagreed, drafted him a little bit higher. BJ Thompson listed as a safety. Strangely enough, BJ Thompson started as a safety. So as somebody's thinking about thinning him out, moving back there, I could see it. BJ Thompson, the edge, we got to see at Shrine Bowl. He destroyed skill position players. So if you put a running back or a tight end against him in pass rush drills, he embarrassed them. If you put a big old tackle in front of him that could get his mitts on him, and that's a challenge because he's a very fluid mover. But if you did, he was done. He has no power whatsoever. And I think the league's kind of looking at that and saying, hey, what are we going to do with this really tall, really long, really fast athlete? Oh, he started at safety. Maybe we'll move him back there. I think it'd be fascinating because I was like, I don't know that you can roll that out there at edge, even on 3rd downs, because if they see that, they could just audible to run to his side, and he's not going to be able to stop it. So really, really interesting to see. But appreciate everybody hanging out. Appreciate all the interaction that we're having on chat and online. Obviously, haven't been able to check Twitter. Still have an invitation out to a potential guest. We will see if he is able to stop by or if he has gotten busy enough to the point that he is not able to do that. As of right now, he's got the invite, he's got the link. And if he pops in, we'll bring him into the stream. Let's catch up on picks, and then Kyle, I will get to your super chat. Terrell Smith, the cornerback from Minnesota, big guy, fast. This is a Keely Ringo type. Big guy, linear athlete, very fast in a straight line, super physical. I had a feeling he might end up in Chicago, because if you look back at what Eberflus and Alan Williams, so Eberflus, the head coach now, but was the defensive coordinator in Indianapolis, and Alan Williams, who was the defensive backs coach who is now the defensive coordinator in Chicago, did with some of those cornerback picks early on in their Colts tenure. They picked big, strong, linear guys who were fast, but linear. They did not have great lateral agility. And Terrell Smith is wild fast, like sprinter fast at a much bigger size and real physical. And they're going to love that for their hits principle, for their run to the ball bit. I had a sneaking suspicion that he might end up a Chicago Bear. I'm not super wild about it, but again, they got a corner I like a lot better, who's probably going to be the starter, at Tariq Stevenson, way up high in the draft. So I'm okay with it at this point. This is just, this is house money. They are continuing to stack players that they like. Terrell Smith, I don't think, is going to be a starter anytime soon. He is more an outside corner to me than a slot corner. This pick, pretty well traveled, Philly to New Orleans to Chicago. Chicago comes back at 165 overall, 30th in the 5th round, picks up Terrell Smith, adds him to the defensive back room. Kansas City Chiefs go and get BJ Thompson. They do have him listed at edge, came out of Stephen F. Austin State. Is a great guy. Is super funny, is a wild athlete. Again, you watch him move in space against tight ends and running backs who are trying to stop him. He was just dancing around them. Big wiry frame, needs to add weight, is very thin in the lower half, but has a knack for getting by guys on the edge and was productive at Stephen F. Austin State. Had a bunch of sacks. That's what got him to the Shrine Bowl. And again, it was in certain situations, he looks great in that role. In certain situations, he looks like a non-starter. So we'll see how they intend to use him. Fascinating that the Chiefs are the ones that pull the trigger, because they tend to like them heavy and stiff. And BJ Thompson is not heavy and or stiff. So fascinating to see where they're going to play him. Houston Texans. This is a D'Amico pick. Henry To'oTo'o, linebacker from Alabama. This is a compensatory pick that started with LA, went through Houston, because you can trade compensatory picks now. As of last year, didn't used to be able to. The Texans go out. The Texans now coached by a linebacker, a former Texans linebacker, D'Amico Ryans, sees a lot of things that he likes in Henry To'oTo'o, and he goes and gets him. Linebacker from Alabama. Not, if you're looking at production scores, Henry To'oTo'o is probably not going to be on the top of your list. He is a smooth mover. He is really experienced, and he doesn't let much get by him. He is more a cleaner at linebacker than he is a stirrer or a playmaker or a guy that's going to go in and get tons of TFLs or pressure the quarterback a lot. He is a very solid, steady middle linebacker who is smart and experienced, has a ton of big game plays in the SEC. And I think D'Amico sees a little bit of himself in To'oTo'o, likes that mental makeup. To'oTo'o is a good athlete too. He's not great, but he's a good athlete. Certainly, I wouldn't call him limited, but he's not going to blow you away with his athletic scores. And I think D'Amico sees a little bit of his younger self in To'oTo'o, the way that he approaches the game mentally. Doesn't feel like quite the hitter D'Amico was coming out. That's just my little pet theory, but I don't hate it at all. It's a quality football player with a lot of experience going to a coaching staff that is going to understand what he is, what they're getting, what they think they can get out of him. And yeah, that's not out of the realm at all. The Arizona Cardinals on the very next pick kind of go back to their from the last few years' roots here and get a wild athlete at Auburn, which is Owen Pappoe. And Owen Pappoe has been rumored to be coming out in the draft for the last 3 years. So I've studied him for 3 years running at this point. Oh, is he coming out? Oh, he's not coming out. Okay, put him in next year. Oh, is he coming out last year? I thought for sure. No, he went back again. And everybody's had trouble getting a bead on Pappoe because he is a crazy athlete, like Bruce Feldman freak list athlete. And when he hits you, good night. A player that was just picked, we were just talking about, Sean Clifford. You want to spit your water through your nose? Go look at Owen Pappoe's hit on Sean Clifford. Just put that in YouTube. Pappoe's hit on Clifford. You'll see it, and it is devastating. Like, it is one of the biggest hits I've seen in college football in the last 5 years. Massive shot. Like, he vaporized Clifford. I have no idea how he got up after that. But you also get misses on tape with Pappoe, and you get some limitation in the passing game, not athletically, but from a processing standpoint, from a positioning standpoint. It's not his strong suit. He is a run and hit linebacker. He is a stirrer, unlike To'o. We talked about him being a little bit more cleaner, passive, make sure nothing gets by him. Pappoe is a force the action. Pappoe is bigger, stronger, faster, more aggressive physically, and will just come sort of bull rushing into anything, trying to blow everything up. And when it works, oh my God, it is breathtaking. When he misses, there's a big gap behind him, and the offense might get a decent gain out of it. So Pappoe is can we harness him? And, I think Arizona waited to pick this guy because the Arizona fan base is a little fed up with super athletic linebackers being picked really high and then not being used correctly. I think there's a little PTSD there among the Cardinals fan base. So they waited, kind of snuck it in, 5th round, 33, 168 overall. Owen Pappoe, unlimited physical potential, got to be harnessed. So got to be harnessed. Yeah. Sheesh, that hit was nasty. Yes, Chris Nova. It's the kind of, you look at it and just, I mean, my spine's shaking and I haven't looked at it in months, but I know it. And yeah, didn't see him coming and just erased him, flattened him. So massive, massive hit. And those are the ones you get when it all lines up for Owen Pappoe. And when he misses, the miss is almost equally as big. So lots to work with athletically, lots of work to do to hone that in. Brett's going to be happy about this. Dallas Cowboys offensive tackle, Asim Richards. He had a much higher grade on Asim Richards than this. He will be happy that the Cowboys stopped his slide. I think he will be happy with the fit to Dallas. It slots into a very good tackle rotation, does not need to play right now. This is succession planning. This is when one of our tackles ages out, we want to have Asim Richards ready. We believe he's got good potential. We get to grab him, therefore, in the 5th round. This is a player with more potential than production right now. And I think a really high pro ceiling. And Brett sees an even higher pro ceiling for him than I do. So fascinating player, great landing spot. I think Coleman's going to love that one when he gets a chance to hit home and settle in, and he gets to see that the Cowboys drafted Asim Richards. I think that'll get a little cheer out of him. I'm just reading chat about Clifford's comment. Yeah, Pappoe injured last year trying to injure the quarterback. Yeah. No, he is one of those guys. I think about not anywhere near the quality of the player, but like Ronnie Lott. Like Ronnie Lott back in the day, safety for the 49ers, hit people so hard that he broke himself. He literally powdered a piece of the tip of his finger because it was between his pads and the guy that he hit. He hit him so hard, it basically just smashed his finger. And the doctor said, well, can't do anything. So they just amputated it. They just took that piece off. Papo reminds me of that aspect of just absolutely laying into people at full speed all the time. So hard that, yeah, it can be detrimental to your very own health. Yeah, he's that guy. And he's been that guy. Like that's not new. And he hasn't laid off like that. That's how he's going to do it. That's how he's going to play football. Bob Sanders had a little bit of the same thing. Bob Sanders, the all pro safety for the Colts, was undersized, but incredibly well built, but just couldn't stay healthy because he would bring it 100% every snap, blast people, and just caught up with him. He wasn't able to stay on the field, which is a shame because Bob Sanders on the field was transcendent, right? One of the all-time short guys, all-time short kings in the NFL, Bob Sanders. So shout out to him. All right, next pickup, number 35 in the 5th round, number 170 overall. And Raiders, I like their draft. Christopher Smith, the second safety from Georgia. This is a compensatory pick. Started off with Green Bay, went to New York Jets, and then to Las Vegas Raiders. My notes about Christopher Smith, where are they? Here it is. Smart attacker going forward. Loves to play downhill. Not sure about reverse. Big hitter. You see his highlights are mostly coming forward, almost all coming forward against Georgia, all with his eyes to the quarterback. Not, again, a turn and run deep safety. Very athletic. Not surprising that he played at Georgia. Not unlike some other safeties that Las Vegas has taken in recent years that really love to run and hit. They haven't necessarily worked out, and they are not quitting. They are not leaving. They are not coming off that tack. They're going to take Christopher Smith, who might be a better version of some of those players, equal in some ways, slightly better in others. Not very often that you can take a leader from the secondary of national championship team in the 5th round. The end of the 5th round, really starting to get towards the 6th round, basically. And Adam, but the Raiders do. I'm going to pull their depth chart up just to see where I think Christopher Smith fits initially, not where he'll end up eventually, but in terms of depth. How's everybody doing? You hanging in? Enjoying Saturday? I'm having a hell of a good time. So thanks for riding along. We're almost 4 hours into this thing with a couple more to go for sure. All right. Raiders defense. Oh, yeah. Marcus Epps and Merrick. They like Epps. Trayvon Merrick, they drafted really high, and he's their true free safety. Jaquan Johnson is the guy that I think is a little bit more like Christopher Smith, and Christopher Smith might be a slightly better version of that. They've cleaned out most of the rest of those guys. They didn't work out. Like I said, yeah, he could challenge Epps for the strong safety role eventually. I think he'll start out as a backup to Epps, competing with Roderick Teamer, Jalen Elliott. Yeah, I would see that's how that goes. They've got Jacorian Bennett already slotted in. They're busy today over at Our Lads, updating the depth charts. They've got him slotted in behind Tyler Hall as the nickelback, but I think Jacorian Bennett has a legit shot to make that a competition. I wouldn't doubt it. I think that's why they drafted him. And that would give them a starting 5 in the backfield of Epps, Merrig, Duke Shelley, Nate Hobbs, and then Jacorian Bennett if he beats out Tyler Hall. They still got some work to do. I could see them picking defensive back again. Mostly for depth. Again, at this point of the draft, that's what you're talking about. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Jared, very tired, but I'm committed. Hell yeah. I also am very tired, but also very committed and also very stubborn. So we're making it. I'm not fucking leaving. I just got a text from Brett and he was like, well, if you make it this far, I might be able to hop on at the end of the stream. I was like, oh, buddy, I'm making it. We're rolling. We've been doing this for 4 hours. We got, 900 people hanging out here. We're hitting it. Let's go do it. Surprised Parker Washington hasn't gone yet. I'm actually not. His injury must be a bigger concern. I agree that probably is the case. I had a lower grade on Washington than a lot of people. Not this low, like if you told me Parker Washington was still hanging out and we're at the very end of the 5th round, I would be saying exactly what you are. Maybe the injury was a bigger thing. I saw him as a little bit more limited, but a very good player. And yeah, should have been off the board by the 5th round if there weren't other concerns. But I was never in the sort of like, oh, he might slip into the top of the 2nd. That was even 3rd felt in this receiver class like there were other guys that I would pick before him. We're starting to get to the point where I'm with you. Seems like something's up because he's a better player than that. So I'll always respect and appreciate the time you guys put in to give us this content. Thanks, EJ and Brett. It's only up from here. Appreciate that, Preston, very much, more than you know. I heard Eric Gray to the Giants. Let's catch up. Oh, Payne Durham, the tight end from Purdue. This is Aiden O'Connell's tight end. Played with Charlie Jones there. This is their tight end. Had a pretty good Senior Bowl. Came away. Some of my colleagues from Windy City Gridiron who were down at the Senior Bowl were like, I don't know. I kind of like Payne Durham. I'm going to go home, check out Payne Durham a little bit. So I did as well. Gave him a second look and thought, no, he's about what I thought he was. And this is about the range I thought he was. And, good for him. Gets to go to Tampa Bay. He's going to back up Cade Otton, one of my favorite tight ends from last year in the class, who had ranked much higher. He's going to be in that rotation to, come in as the second, possibly third tight end in that rotation, probably third. We're picking depth at this point, and a lot of people like Payne Durham's game. I don't not like it. I think it's good. I think it's solid. I think it's, 5th round is where I would have started looking at Payne Durham, and he goes there to Tampa Bay. Good for him. The next pick I want to talk about, running back. Y'all know I love running back. From Oklahoma, Eric Gray goes to the New York Giants. This is a great pick for Dable and Kafka. Giants fans, if you like Big Blue, keep an eye on Eric Gray. He runs angry. He runs like he is pissed off and like you are offending him by trying to tackle him. And he will do whatever he can to keep that from happening. He is a prideful dude on the field. Very good wiggle. He mixes wiggle with physicality. Like a lot of times people say, oh, he'll run you over, or he's got enough agility to stay away from you. His agility comes with a pop if you miss. And it's an interesting combination because it causes some problems. It puts some defenders in some sort of awkward positions, and then he pops them with power and gets away that way. Really interesting back. Again, one of those guys, I've said it over and over again, 4th, 5th, 6th round. There are running backs in this class who have starting ability. Something happens to Saquon. I could see Eric Gray taking significant snaps, maybe not starter snaps, but he would be the number 2 at that point, and making productive yards with those snaps. I think he would pay this pick off handsomely for the coaching staff if that were to come to pass. Very talented guy in a class that wasn't as loaded at running back. I could see him going higher than this. Anytime from about the middle of the 4th, I would not have been surprised by an Eric Gray pick at all. Like, I like him. He is a fairly complete running back. It is not a one-trick pony. Can gain yards in a variety of different ways. Runs, like I said, very hard, but also with some wiggle, some agility, the ability to break tackles in a sort of non-traditional way. Uh-oh. Do we have a drum roll? Can somebody do I guess I could do a drum roll. It's alive.
Hello.
Look at that. Dang, man.
I am exhausted.
Uh-oh. I don't have any audio.
Hold on.
Oh, hang on.
You got me?
Brent. Hang on. I'm going to get us up to speed here. I promise. Oh, you're on the wrong side. You get to be me.
Can you hear me?
I will gladly take back my old spot. Do we not have audio on you? I do not have audio. Oh, hang on. I might. Wait. It's probably my problem. Oh, hang on. I bet it's my problem.
Oh, chat can hear me, but you can't. There we go. Yeah, chat has audio. That's what matters. Hi, everybody. I'm back in LA. I am on almost no sleep and had to go from Kansas City to Minneapolis to LA, but we made it. I have no idea what's happened. The last pick that I saw was DTR. It was a long time ago. So I have no idea what's happened since then. Has Corey Trice got picked?
No, he has not. Hang on a second. All right. I think
not.
I got you. All right. I got you. I didn't realize that. So at my home setup, I have it wired to either my surround sound or, of course, I use headphones that you all see. Here, I had the audio shut off because I wasn't listening to any audio. I'm really glad you came on before the other guest did. All right. StreamYard Master, how do I switch sides so that you're not me and I'm not you? Because
you take me, or no, you take you out of it, and then you put yourself back in.
Okay.
That should work. Maybe.
No.
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh well.
All right.
Whatever.
I'll be you.
I'm EJ
You can be
today.
me. It's opposite day. We'll just confuse people for a bit.
All right. Well, 4 hours solo streaming. How you feeling?
I'm good. I'm actually rolling. This is a little silly. Chat, you can let me know if we're getting feedback. I'm trying to keep my speakers really quiet here because, again, normally I have. I could use my earbuds. I actually have them, but if we get a problem with feedback, let me know. I'll wire it through my earbuds. But for now, I can hear you, and you're there, and it's amazing. And you're in your Texans sweatshirt, which you should be because the Texans have had some really fun picks. How is A.T. Perry still on the board? Who knows? Good question. How are you?
Perry hasn't got picked?
Nope. A.T. Perry's still on the board. San Francisco 49ers. I'll catch up on a couple picks, and then we'll try and catch you up to speed, which will be the weirdest speed run through a fast part of the draft. Anyways, 38 in the 5th round, 173 overall. 49ers pick Robert Beal Jr., the other edge from Georgia, who we got to see at the Shrine Bowl. Everybody's focusing on Nolan Smith, and Beal's the other guy. Being the other guy at Georgia is still okay. You're a pretty good athlete if you're the other guy at Georgia. Interesting. Again, at this point in the draft, we're stacking depth. And then the Los Angeles Rams grab, man, Georgia's on a nice little run here. Warren McClendon Jr., the offensive tackle. Again, the guy that played on the other side from Broderick Jones, who went way high in the draft to the Steelers. And the Rams have another pick. You're going to like some of the, you're going to like some of the Chargers picks. Asim just went to the Cowboys a few picks ago. I knew that one would probably psych you up.
Asim Richards?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah. There's been some fun ones. We'll catch you up, but how are you doing? You flew all the way across the country this morning.
Yeah, I'm fucking tired. Not going to lie.
Yeah.
I'm really tired.
Early.
But
I got up and helped load the Pelican case down the stairs when Brett was getting out to the Uber. That was at, 3:30. And then I got back to sleep. He had to go to the airport. So
have you ate? I think you did. I haven't eaten either.
No, I haven't eaten. I think it's better. We're running fast and clean at this point. No food. No, I've had one Fig Newton and something. I had a bite of something else when I took meds this morning, but that's it. Just water for the most part. I haven't had beers yet because I figured the wheels might fall off. So we'll do that later. But
I
incredibly happy to have you back
croissant
on.
and
It's been fast and furious. The Bears have kind of gone up and down. Here you go. I got to get the reaction with everybody watching. Oh, by the way, spread the word on Twitter that Brett's back. Like, these numbers will jump through the roof. It'll be like the Lazarus story.
That reminds me. I gotta tweet that.
Yeah, tweet that out. I'm back. I'm not fucking leaving.
Yeah. No, walk me through what's happened as I go grab my laptop so I can tweet.
Well, I have to walk you through one particular thing.
Okay.
You ready? I need you like focused and looking at the camera because I want this as a memory.
Okay.
Roschon Johnson
That part I
is
saw.
a Chicago Bear.
Yeah. No, you didn't see me in the chat when you lost your mind?
No, I didn't. Good. Trust me, I'm doing a couple of things here. I missed a comment. Oh.
Yeah, no, I loved it.
So good.
So when are you getting that jersey?
I might get that jersey. You know me, I don't buy jerseys. I only have one jersey. And I might buy a Roshan jersey. I might. I'll wait a little bit, but I might do that. It's either him or DJ Moore, because I was a huge DJ Moore fan when he came out in the draft, and now he's a Bear.
Hold on, I'm gonna jump in on my laptop 1 second. Let me
Okay,
get out of it on my
you
phone.
do that, and then we'll fix the side thing later. Once you're up and in control, we'll get him back in a second. Take the banner off so you don't have to see that. There we go. Fantastic. Got Brett back on the West Coast. All right, he's back. Let's add him to the stream. All right. You back up on your laptop? Good.
Bro, we got 1,000 people 4 hours.
We were pretty close to 2,000 when we kicked off. I think everybody thought you were going to be here. No, I'm just kidding. We had like 1,700 people, 1,700 people through the first hour pretty strongly. I was impressed. It's really good.
Our community is nuts. Okay, so I saw Tyler Scott's a Bear.
Yeah, Tyler Scott and Roshan. So they went with a deep threat.
I'm okay with it.
Well, I think they're just adding weapons, because think about that as a 4 wide receiver set now.
Yeah.
DJ, Claypool, Mooney, Tyler Scott.
It's just getting speed.
Yeah, that can cause some problems. Like, I get it. Again, and they're not done. They got more picks. So we'll see what they get. Let's see. Let me scroll back through. Christopher Smith is a Raider. Kind of feels like they're going for the heavy hitting safety type after they've cleaned out all the heavy hitting safety types. DeMarco Pictoto. Or sorry, D'Amico Pictoto.
Oh, I'm actually intrigued to see what he can do with him, because he's got underrated movement skills. A lot of people were saying he's like super stiff and everything like that. I didn't see that type of lack of movement skills. I think he's really quick in short areas. Again, one of these undersized slashing linebackers, misses a lot of tackles, but I mean, if anybody can do something with him.
Yeah, Terrell Smith is also a Bear. Again, they're going for the Indianapolis corners. They're going for the big, linear, fast, like attacking. The Colts are drafting athletes. I'm shocked. Yeah, no. Jaron Hall is a Viking, which I thought was really fun. Chase Brown is a Bengal. So the Bengals are playing to the teacher here. They're stacking picks to put apples on the desk to make me love their draft. Nick Hampton to the Rams was one I wanted you to talk about, because you were higher on Nick Hampton than I was.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, they also got Byron Murphy, so they got as much edge speed as humanly possible. I love that for them. I actually really like them.
And they got Kobe.
So
they're about defensive, like attacking, defensive pressure, speed. Dontavion Wicks is a Packer. What's that?
I think they knew they needed everything, and so they're like, let's just take care of one position group in this draft, and we'll figure out the rest later. But I like what they've done. Who's a Packer?
Dontavion Wicks, the receiver out of Virginia.
Over A.T. Perry?
Yes. I think he'll be good for them, regardless of the value. I would rather have Perry if I was them, but Daniel Scott, a Colt, that's part of the Colts drafting athletes. You'll like this one. Caillou Blue Kelly to the Ravens.
Over Corey Trice?
You keep saying over. Yes. Corey Trice is well into the value portion of today's program at this point. Let's put it that way.
Did Keitrell go?
Not yet. Hawks. Wow. 2 picks for the Hawks. 16 and 19 in the 5th round. 16, Mike Morris. Right back to Michigan for Olu Oluwatimi. I like both of those picks for them.
Yeah. I was kind of worried that they weren't going to get in any interior line, even with the depth, right? It felt like it was kind of running out quick. I was a little bit worried about that, and that might be one of the last stops on the train.
Yeah. You liked Savasier Dennis.
Yeah, I got to him super late.
Yeah, but you liked him. I liked him too. You liked him a little bit more. He went to Tampa, which is fascinating given their interior linebacking situation.
not that dissimilar of a skill set to Devin White.
Right.
Did Ivan Pace go?
What's that?
Ivan Pace?
Not
'Cause
yet.
if I'm replacing Devin White with anybody, it's Ivan Pace.
Oh, for sure. Noah Sewell is a Chicago Bear. Yeah, that's kind of the face I thought you'd make. It's kind of the face I made too. I'm going to give it a chance. I liked him a little bit better than you, but again, it felt a little bit high for me. That was a 148 overall. Sean Clifford is the new backup in Green Bay.
Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Justin Shorter is the tall go-get-it receiver in Buffalo. Yep.
In the 5th.
Yeah, 150. Straight at 150. 15th overall in the 5th.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
a little earlier than I expected for him, but he does have pretty high upside.
Yeah.
The one thing is he's kind of stiff, doesn't turn super well. But if we're just saying, Justin, go run in a line, and Josh throws it over them mountains, I could see that.
Yep. Josh Wiley is a Titan.
Is the Puka pick to the Rams real?
I hope so. I would love it.
Oh,
sorry.
shit.
I got to scroll back down. Yeah, Puka to the Rams. 42, 177 overall.
They're putting together a hell of a class, man. It's a really good class.
Come on, Roschon to the Bears and Puka to the Rams. Like, let's go. The Colts pick Evan Hall. I don't hate that at all. And the Rams also picked Davis Allen, tight end out of Clemson, who I think is a little bit underrated. I like him. He's a good, productive number 2 tight end in multiple ways. He's a decent blocker. He's better with his hands in the short area and around the sideline than people think. He is not super explosive. He didn't run explosive. He's fluid and makes catches. He's pretty clutch as a tight end. I like Allen. He could be a number 2 or number 3 tight end for sure.
I'm trying to look at the total Rams class right now. And
yeah, they're doing all right.
So
I have to move around
in the second round.
I'm going to move our banner.
So Steve Avila, Byron Young, Kobe Turner, Stetson Bennett in the 4th round. Okay.
Yeah, Stetson
Nick
Bennett
Hampton
was 1 pick after.
This is a really good Rams class, and they still have 6 more picks.
Yeah, they have a lot of 6th and 7th round picks.
Jesus.
See, I told you coming back. 1,086, man. Let's go. Let's go.
Polls reached on most picks. Really disappointed. I'm whelmed. I'm whelmed is the best way to describe it. I feel like there was better ways to go with most of them.
One of the super chatters, when I first kicked off in the first half hour, said, I think you were too, he was talking to me, too harsh, too unfair on the picks yesterday. And I said, look, it's not about the players. I like the players. It's about value and what they left on the board. I can see the use, right? The Bears said, we don't want to get run on anymore. We're going to put Jervin Dexter in there, and we're going to bring a guy, in Zach Pickens that we think is going to be a contributor and a slasher for us. They prioritized it. They went after it. And I like Tyreek Stevenson. I don't have any problem with that. But again, maybe even a little bit early. It's just about early for me, not about bad players.
Yeah. Hold on. There was one here. Jack for $20. Thank you, Jack. I'm a Rams fan, and I love our whole draft so far. However, I still think we should tank for Caleb Williams. Is the team bad enough to pull this off, even after a decent draft, or am I being unrealistic? Drafting a bunch of pass rushers is not going to fix all of their problems. They're still going to be really bad, probably. Even with the picks they've made, there's just no depth, right? There's no depth on the roster. So even if the starting 22 is fine, you're going to take losses, and I just don't think they have the depth for it. I still think they're going to be a bottom 8 team in the league. And if you're in the bottom 8, with how aggressive the Rams are, you're in range for Caleb Williams if you want to make a move. So even if they're not first overall bad because they've nailed this draft, they're still probably going to be bad, or at least well below average. As long as you're in the top 8 to 10 picks, you got a shot. The Panthers came up to number 1 for Young from 9. So just get to 9 and then take the Panthers package and add on even more to it, and you can get Caleb. But it depends on, who's at number 1. But they don't have to be number 1. They just have to be bad-ish.
They have to be bad-ish. Oh, man. Yeah, I like the Puka pick. You know that, though. I'm a huge Puka Nacua fan. If he could stay healthy, he would have been a top 5 or 6 receiver in this class for me easily. But he couldn't stay healthy. Couldn't stay healthy at Washington. Had injuries nag him at BYU. Even had injuries follow him through to the Senior Bowl. But if you look at him both from a production standpoint and a tape standpoint and size, physical skill, everything else, he's so damn good. I hope he stays healthy. He is so damn good. Love the Puka pick. So we got one from Riley. Hey, Brett, what do you take away from the Patriots taking this much IOL talent in the 4th and 5th? Oh, did we catch you up on that?
So I'm looking at it right now. I saw they got Mafi and they got CD So. I'm not – in terms of the order between Andrews, So, and Mafi, I'm surprised it went in that order. Right, I would have expected.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that take at all.
Yeah, I would have expected to be So, then Mafi, then Andrews. But if they're still getting all of them, 6 of one, half dozen the other, I like the So pick the most. I like the Mafi pick the second most, even though I don't necessarily think Mafi would play on that offensive line. He's probably a depth pick, but there's worse depth to have than Antonio Mafi, right? Because he's a fucking monster. That just feels like if there's such a thing as a luxury offensive line pick, that probably feels like it. And then Andrews, I was a little underwhelmed with him in terms of this center class. I think I had him as like my center 7, 8, something like that. I didn't have him on my like. I had a borderline 7th round UDFA grade on him, so seeing him go in the 4th round was pretty shocking to me. Felt like he would be like maybe on a roster, maybe camp invite somewhere like that. I didn't see him. I didn't see him like the Patriots did. But if So and Mafi work out, I'm still good with it, right? As for Patriots draft overall, their first few picks were absolutely outstanding. Christian Gonzalez should never have been there at 17. Keon White, I considered him at 14 for them. And to get him at 46, when he is like the quintessential Patriots defensive lineman, was just outstanding. And then Marte Mapu, he went early, but not early because of film and talent, early because of injury, right? Recently tore his pec, so I'm not sure how much of an offseason he's going to get. But in terms of like the player you're getting, he's ultra talented, and they love those kind of hybrid safety linebacker types. And if there's one team that values those higher than other franchises, it's going to be the Patriots. So love their defensive picks. Interior offensive line, the last 2 I liked more than the first one, but so far the Patriots have a pretty damn good class.
I would agree. The Bears are going to have to sit on their hands here for a bit. Oh, Keitrell to the Cards. They're doing it.
They have a good class.
And Carl Brooks to the Packers, man. There is no end of defensive line depth for the Packers. Like, it is waves upon waves of dudes.
Really happy for Keitrell. He's a good dude.
Keitrell's a great player, and I'm happier for Keitrell than I would have been had they not turned over the GM and the coach, right? I feel like he's going to have a chance at a player starting out under Gannon, understands defense and the way to use them. I feel like even the guys that were in Arizona are going to have a better chance, a fresh start. Just super happy for Keitrell. I think he could start quickly. He's that kind of player.
Yeah, because looking at their secondary depth right now, like Isaiah Simmons is listed as their nickel, and he's not a nickel. So Keytrell, I think, would take that job from Simmons and kick Simmons back into linebacker, and have him be like some sort of Sam role, because on the inside they got Zaven and Kazir White, but I just don't see Simmons as a nickel, at least a true nickel, right? And Keytrell with outside, because they're only outside corners right now. You got Antonio Hamilton, Marco Wilson. They do have Garrett Williams, but he's coming off an ACL. Should be ready by camp, but that doesn't mean he's going to be ready to play in games, right? So maybe Keytrell gets some snaps outside till Garrett Williams is feeling good. I would even, depending on what's happening with Budda Baker, try him at safety. I really would. So they'll find a spot for him. They'll find a spot for Keytrell Clark.
I love the Eric
second-
Scott Jr. pick to the Cowboys. A lot of
Which
people
one?
aren't going to pay attention to that one.
Who to the Cowboys?
What's that?
Who?
Eric Scott Jr., cornerback, Southern Miss.
I didn't get to him.
Yeah, we saw him at Shrine. I like him. I came away from Shrine thinking, interesting. And went back. I like him. I think he's solid. I think he's athletic. He's got good size. Good height, not necessarily good bulk. But like the way he played. Thought he was opportunistic without being too gambling. That it was a liability, but he was still trying to make plays. He was aggressive on the ball. Didn't feel like a real interception threat, but more of a PBU threat. And wasn't going to give anything easy. I just like the attitude. So, I know we're in the top of the 6th round. Not a lot of people are going to sign heavy duty value to that, but, I don't know that I watched Josh Hayes. Did you?
Did not get to Josh Hayes.
Okay. 181. We get to 181 before we get the Now, I said earlier, I didn't watch the kickers. So I'm giving myself a pass on the kickers. But for position players, we got to 181 before a player that I had not watched was drafted. So there's the line. I don't know if you guys are betting on that. If you were, 181 is the number. Don't know about over or under. And if you need me to drop
tracker, just so people can see what's going on
all the way. Oh, yeah. There you go.
Because Wallace made a good point.
There you go.
So let's see. Keytrell, Carl Brooks, Eric Scott. And then let me catch up on round 4.
Okay.
Because the last pick that I saw was Stetson.
Oh,
I know there's Aiden. That's who it was.
good question about why Weipler hasn't gone yet. I was just looking at my best available list. Weipler is Luke Weipler, center, Ohio State, still on the list. I don't know is the answer. I was really hoping maybe one of those picks that, was used on a corner would be used on a backup center. But again, I really think they think Cody is the center in Chicago, and they're going to go with that. I don't know why Weipler hasn't gone off the board. It's a talented guy. I actually would have picked him before Oluwatimi. Seahawks obviously liked Oluwatimi a little bit better. But I don't know why Weipler hasn't been snapped up by somebody else. He's a quality player. He's going to outplay his draft status. I'll tell you that.
I like the Isaiah McGuire pick to Cleveland. I really love the John Gaines pick to the Cardinals. Ventrell to the Jags is awesome. Braden Daniels to Washington's nice. I don't like Colby Wooden to the Packers. Not going to lie. Not a fan of that.
But they're just stacking. Like,
They're
they got
throwing
him,
shit
they
at the
got
wall.
Brooks, they got Van Ness, they got
They're
Gary,
throwing
they got
shit at the wall.
Yeah, they got like 3 sets of 4. I mean, they're just going for it.
The Aiden pick to the Raiders, I think, is super sneaky.
Yeah, I like it. We
Because
talked about it quite a bit.
Start. Like, if Jimmy goes down, he could start and be totally fine.
Yeah.
Yasir to the Jags, taking 2 of my favorite linebackers in this class with Ventrell and Yasir back-to-back is awesome. Love that. They have a ton of speed.
Yeah, we talked about just adding to that athleticism. They have so much, and They do. I mean, they've got other players like him, right? Not many other teams have other players like him where you can range them out in pass coverage, and they really do. Jags do. So it's not like, oh, square peg, round hole.
Darius Rush at the Colts in the 5th. Something had to have been going on there. There's no way he should be there in the 5th. Really, really good corner. Love him in press coverage. Yeah, I gotta dig in and see if there's a medical or something because he shouldn't have been there at 138 to me.
A really good value.
Ooh, Israel Abanikanda to the Jets.
There you go. I told you, chat. I told you he would find that.
He's not going to get the carries that he should get because Brees is there, but like if Brees goes down again, they're going to be fine.
That's what I said is if Brees goes down, Abanikanda is going to take carries and you're going to get 80-85% of a guy you picked, in the top of round 1.
I love the Jamie Robinson to Panthers and Jordan Howden to Saints picks. Those are really, really good.
Robinson to the
better.
Panthers I love. Did you see Chandler?
I did. Saw Chandler.
Gets to play next to Icky again.
Yep. Yeah, I sent him a DM after. Man, Mike Morris, that's a little rich for me.
I don't think so.
I know
think
what
they're
they
gonna use
like
him really
about
well.
him, but it's rich to me. It's rich. Let's see.
Oh, the Rams are staying on a heater. Trey Tomlinson to the Rams.
Good class. Very good class. It's about time they had one again.
Yeah, I would agree. They're the Bizarro Seahawks this year. They saw what the Seahawks did, and they were like, we're going to do that.
Has Sidney Brown gone?
No.
I think he did yesterday, right?
Unless he went yesterday, and he might have. Chase just went, and I had that thought. I said, where
That's
did
right.
he go?
Sidney went to the Eagles. That's what it was.
Oh, well, there you are.
Yeah. I was like, I could have sworn he went.
Yeah, I felt like when I saw Chase, and then I had the moment of panic of, wait, did Chase go first?
Ooh, BJ Thompson to the Chiefs. I like that real much.
Do you? Tell me
Yeah.
about why you like BJ Thompson to the Chiefs.
Gives him speed and bend, and I feel like they're finally getting off they're getting off the stiff-hipped Frankensteins, right? And I think they're turning over a new leaf when it comes to edge type, and I'm a big fan of that. I love that move for them. Plus, he can drop in coverage. Like, you can't drop any of their other edges in coverage. Even Felix. I'm not dropping Felix. You can drop BJ. So you can do some fun stuff with him.
I'm just wondering if Spags will. Or if it's just the token, hey, now we have one. Stop yelling at us.
He has some, because I have his playbook, he has some pressures that require an edge that can drop. They just don't call them as much because if it gets blocked up, they don't have any edges that can cover. So it's kind of an all or nothing type thing, right?
Yeah, it becomes almost like zero.
Like they called it in the Super Bowl and it didn't go super hot for them.
It didn't go super hot for them.
Love the esteemed Cowboys. The Owen Papo pick to the Cardinals, I don't fuck with that at all.
My comment on that was they waited until the 5th so they could hide it because there's PTSD among the Cardinals fans for picking super athletic linebackers.
He gets blown off the ball, and the instincts aren't great. I thought he was a special teamer.
Crazy athlete.
Yeah, I thought he was pure special teamer. The Chris Smith to the Raiders, that's great. That's awesome. Yeah. Robert Beal to the Niners, I could take it or leave it. McClendon to the Rams is great. Evan Holt to the Colts because I bet are the Colts going to use every pick? Like, are they just not trading at all?
They haven't stacked a lot of them. It's day 3 when they talk about 2024 guys. Yeah, maybe, Jared. Maybe.
So Trey Tomlinson.
Do either of you know why Moro Ajomo has not gotten picked yet? He's Mr. Versatility. I don't know if there's a medical thing. I don't think there is. I think he's just one of those guys that he is good at a lot of things, but I don't know that anybody has a defined, go get it. Oh, nice.
JL Skinner. Let's go.
Dude, Broncos, good class under Peyton. Well, both Peyton.
So
Peyton and
huge.
Peyton, the law firm.
Huge safety in the Jaron Curse mold. He's 6'4", way better feet and hips than you expect for somebody who's 6'4". Obviously, it's not the same as like some of the top guys, but like in terms of being like a tight end eraser and a box player that fits the run super aggressively, blows up the screen game. I love JL Skinner. Again, I think he's just another Jaron Curse, but
I think he's
even
way
more
better than
physically
that.
gifted. And that's what I'm saying. I think he's more physically gifted, but Jaron Curse is a good player. And if JL Skinner can be that and more, it's
No,
well worth the
I think
sixth
he's
round pick.
way more than that because Curse coming out was that, right? It was you're going to have to play power. You're going to have to play against tight ends and really, again, linear. And there's so many reps where you see JL Skinner get horizontal against fast players in the passing game that Jaron Curse was never going to stay with. I like Skinner a lot. I can't wait for him to get healthy. I think that's a really good pick.
What's wrong with AT? He must have been seriously injured. Yeah, I'm going to check in on that after he goes because it's perplexing, right? And sometimes we just don't know stuff. He needs to move to linebacker. I mean, JL Skinner.
He could,
He
but
has the
I
frame
actually
to
don't
take-
think he does.
I think he could. I think he could get
No,
up there.
I think he could. I'm with you 100% on could. I don't think he needs to. I think
It's
he
not
could
like a Divine Diablo thing, right? It's not the same.
No.
In the sense of like, if you just want to supercharge a linebacker, you know.
I like Diablo when he moved to linebacker. I think Skinner has skills to keep him playing in the deep half of the passing game with his size and his speed. Well, his agility at that size is rare. It's one of the reasons I had him way up in my safety rankings.
My thing with Trey Hodges Tomlinson, I'm curious to see where they put him. I don't think it'll be outside because he loses to big bodies quite a bit. I could see it in the slot, but I kind of want him to be LaMarcus Joyner that runs 4-3 and plays safety for the Rams. I think that's probably the best place to put him. Also, I think the Rams, like 90% of their picks are on defense, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're just building that unit now.
Yeah, they just grab Puka like randomly, and I bet it's just because they're like, dude, this kid's so good. Like, if he can stay healthy, we're gonna see this as a massive value.
Yeah. I did not get to Zaire Barnes. Did you?
Me neither. So we're apparently to the point of the draft where the NFL teams are going to go off boards and say, well, we saw this guy, or we've got a local scout that really, and we are in the 6th, let's be fair. And they're just like, nope, our local scout told us for the last 2 years, this is the guy, he's been banging the table. It's a special teams pick. We love him. This is what we're going to do.
Colts could use linebackers outside of Leonard. I would disagree. I'm a big fan of EJ Speed. I'm a big fan of Zaire Franklin. If anything, linebacker is one of the spots the Colts don't need anything, in my opinion. I think they got a really, really good group there.
I'm going to pull
when we get in the tree stump, Keandre Coburn, I got to imagine any time now.
Yeah, it really is. He's a very one-way player, very one-dimensional player, and that dimension's really good, but the value for that skill set is 5th, 6th, 7th. The absolutely stumpy nose tackle that gives you very little pass rush, that's Coburn, and they know they can wait. There's no reason to pick it earlier, so yeah, anytime.
Eric Scott for Dallas ran slow but injured. Thoughts? Did we do Eric Scott yet? Did we talk about Eric Scott yet?
A little bit. I said we saw him at Shrine. I said I like the pick. He led off the 6th. He was not, as far as I know, injured at Shrine. And he looked faster, right? Because Shrine was before Combine and Pro Days. So he may have been injured in the interim. My thoughts are I like him. I think he's a good pick. I think he's one of the many mid to lower round corners that I like in this class with size, the ability to contest at the catch point. Like I liked his attitude of how he approached receivers at the Shrine Bowl. He was quiet. He was real quiet about it, but very businesslike. And from my eye, pretty effective. I like the pick. I don't know what the injury was. I would assume it's not terrible, and that he'll heal up from it. When he does, you're getting a really good player.
I didn't realize Parker Washington didn't go yet.
Yeah.
It's just another Christian Kirk. They're like, you know what? We had a good time with Kirk last year. Let's just get another one. Parker Washington, let's go. Thickly built slot receiver on the shorter side. Good route runner. Great hands.
Great
50
hands.
yards after catchability. Only time he really stretched the field was on deep crossing routes. Literally the same as Christian Kirk. Almost the same profile to me. Like it's Sterling Shepard, Christian Kirk, whichever one you want to use. Like it's the same guy to me. Love it. Just got off work. How do you guys like the Bears picks today? Roschon, great. Tyler Scott, as a role player, I'm
okay.
fine
I get it. Yep.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. As a role player, I get it. Who else did they take?
Terrell.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me pull up teams. God damn it. Go away, ads.
Yeah. CBS has these lists without all the ads.
Yeah, the Sewell pick I didn't care for, and Terrell Smith, I didn't get to him. So the first one I love. Second one, I'm fine with. I'll live with it. Third one, don't like. Fourth one, don't know. Seems fair.
Oh, man.
So pick is in for the Titans. Matt Bramwell for 550 Canadian. Balky back at it again, taking 15 day 3 guys. Luckily for us, this is the draft for day 3 guys. Johnson and Washington is a nice haul today. I would agree with that. Plus Yasir, plus Ventrell Miller. Balky's actually done a really nice job in day 3 here, just collecting as many guys as possible. Not all of them are going to make the roster, but they're already a good roster, and I think they're just trying to get as much depth as possible and insulate themselves from injury. Jalen Duncan to the Titans. A lot later than I thought he would go, actually, now that I think about it. A lot later. What are your thoughts on Jalen Duncan?
When I went back on Jalen Duncan, I was trying to separate him from the tiers of tackles, and he dropped pretty significantly for me. I was higher on him on my first watch, and I think I was sort of smitten by the traits or smitten by the hits, smitten by the flashes that looked really good. And when I went back and did sort of more consistent end to end, I was like, ooh, it's a lot to work on here. Like there's a lot to work with, but there's a lot to work on. And that kind of inconsistency at tackle can be really maddening for offensive coordinators, for offensive line coaches, can stall drives. And I think that's what people kind of saw when they sort of settled on his grade was, man, there's a lot there. We can work with it, but there's also a lot we have to clean up, not a little. And yeah, I think this feels a little bit late, but not much late based on my rewatch. He was one of those guys. We've talked about the guys that go up and up and up in your rankings when you rewatch. I watched him and I was like, oh, he's actually, I don't want to say in free fall, but he is in full slide. He is in the later category now.
I saw him as like an explosive linear athlete that doesn't have a whole lot of bend and ability to sink his hips, right? And there are some coaches that say we can work with that because if the first step is good, we can get you to the landmark and then we can teach you to sink, but emphasis on the will have to teach. I have to imagine part of him sinking so low was arm length. There's a lot of teams that have that 34-inch threshold. He's at 33. Some teams believe you can play, anything with 33. Some think that you're relegated to interior only. So again, I saw him as like very much a project, but very, very athletic. trying to find a comp that isn't insulting because it reminds me of Leatherwood, Alex Leatherwood, where it's like, boy, the first step is good and he gets the landmark quick, but sometimes he'll overrun it. Sometimes his leverage is bad, doesn't sink his hips. Like there's a lot to work with, but there's a lot to work on. Still thought this is a lot later than I thought he would go just on tools, but very nice project for the Titans to work on. Patriots up at 187. Let's see what weird.
Did you catch the DeAndre Swift trade?
I did. Also super predictable because he went to Georgia.
Howie's just collecting them.
Yeah, and I think if you're getting half a season out of Rashad Penny and you're getting half a season out of DeAndre Swift, it kind of averages out.
Could be the best season in the NFL.
They just rotate each week who plays.
DeAndre Swift gets the first half. Penny gets the second half. He's used to that. Can I sell you on a Bengals draft of Miles Murphy, DJ Turner, Jordan Battle, Charlie Jones, and Chase Brown?
You can absolutely sell me on that. The only one I was a little bit iffy on at where he was taken was Jordan Battle.
Everything
else I'm in love with. And that's not to say Jordan Battle's a bad player. He's not a bad player.
Good class.
Yeah. I do not think that Battle's a bad player at all. It's just earlier than I thought he would go based on athletic makeup, right? I think he's a little bit if you're going to maximize Jordan Battle, there's a certain type of defense you have to play, right? He's not going to be carrying receivers deep down the field on verticals. I don't really trust him to, turn and burn in quarters, all that kind of stuff. It's very much a Cam Chancellor type of role. And if that's the role you envision for him, fine. Kayshon Boutte.
Oh, yeah.
I honestly didn't think he was going to get drafted.
Well, let's just say there are different tolerances for different teams.
Yep. I'll leave it at that.
We'll leave it at that. Cowboys putting together a really nice draft. Mazi Smith, Luke Schoonemaker, DeMarvion Overshown, Viliami Fehoko, Asim Richards, and Eric Scott. Like that is solid to better than solid with a couple of highlights. I love a bunch of those players. I know you do as well. Like that's coming together.
So Eagles on the clock. Do we get an A.T. Perry pick here just cause, or are there any Georgia players left?
They're just trading for him.
If the Texans don't draft Perry, I quit. I mean, the Rams are cleaning up. They could draft Perry. They still got like 4 more picks after this. Why not?
Yeah. Broncos, Marvin Mims, Drew Sanders, Riley Moss, J.L. Skinner.
Well, they got their young safeties.
Yeah.
You know, they're not hurting at that. Oh, Tanner McKee to the Eagles. That's interesting. Who? Tanner McKee to back up Jalen Hurts, or I guess it would be QB3 there. I mean, he's a QB3 at pick 200.
Yeah. See if something's there. There are pieces of his tape that are really interesting.
Yeah, he's got arm talent. He's got some flashes of just throwing beautiful balls out there. He is a statue. He's kind of the polar opposite of Jalen Hurts physically. But good tape is good tape, and he does have plenty of it. He's just not he's not what I consider to be like a modern quarterback. Yeah, there was no 40. I was like, I don't think he ran a 40. He did not run a 40, probably for his benefit. I don't think it would have been very fast.
McKee?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, no, guys, that's not what you're here for.
No. If they run zone read with Tanner McKee, it's going to take 30 seconds to get past the last scrimmage.
It's not going to be great.
Clifford deleted a Packers lose #the Bears tweet. Is he a Bears fan? Oh, man. He's our inside agent now.
What are you going to do? You can't be a football fan if you're a football player, I guess, because no matter what you say, it's going to come back to bite you.
Any thoughts on the Vikings picks today? Let me pull them up. I can't remember who they took. God damn it, these fucking ads. All right.
Dude, go to CBS. Here, I'll send it to you. Because I had the same problem. I was trying to use the NFLs last night. It was driving me bananas.
So Jordan Addison, good pick in the first round. Solid pick. Mekhi Blackman, loved that. Loved that in the third. He was one of my tier 2 corners, and he's such a Brian Flores type corner. Jay Ward, early for me.
I was surprised he went in front of his teammate.
Yeah, that one's kind of early for me. Or not even kind of. That one is early for me. Same thing. Well, actually, no. 5th round for Jaquelin Roy seems about appropriate considering where I thought a lot of the DTs were going to go. You could sell me on Roy in the 5th. I think he's very stiff. He's very stiff. He's got basically no bend at all, which is why he went this late. But his first step is good. He's got a really nice kind of like club move with his right arm to hammer people out of the way, and he's got like a side step. He's not going to bend and flatten. If he's going to get by you, it's either with power, with first step, or with that club move. And if he wins early, he wins, but he's not going to win late in the rep with bend and balance and all that kind of stuff. So, rotational 3 technique type. Totally cool with that. And then we got Jaren Hall, who is a 5th round backup. I'm honestly not a Jaren Hall guy.
That's okay. I'll take all your Jaren Hall servings.
Like if I was gonna do a day 3 backup to Kirk, I would just take Kirk 2.0, which is Aiden O'Connell. But obviously they missed out on him. I would have prioritized Aiden a little bit earlier.
You could have taken McKee. Now that's if you wanted the same thing. You could have taken McKee there.
Maybe. Yeah. But man, I was just so much higher on Aiden. I would even
No, I'm saying if you want Kirk though, like
yeah. Clayton Tune, I think, probably I would have taken Tune there.
I waxed poetic about Tune for a bit because you weren't here, so I took the opportunity to ring the bell for Clayton Tune a little bit. I really feel strongly about him as a player. I think he's wildly underrated.
Did Eric ever happen to come on?
He has the link. I sent him the invite.
So I know he's got a lot of guys going right now, so he's probably calling agents.
Yeah, he said right around 1, and I sent him the link at about 1:05 when I took a break, and it's about 2 hours later, so I should probably take another break because otherwise I'm not going to be able to stand up. But
O'Shawn Mathis to the Rams. Nice.
We talked about him maybe going late yesterday.
Another
again, though.
Edge.
What are the Rams doing? They're just like throw all the rushers in a box, shake and stir.
I think it's very clear that they didn't want Aaron Donald to be their only pass rush anymore, right? Like it's kind of getting a little bit ridiculous. Mathis, the thing with him is he's got ridiculous length, 35.25-inch arms, and he's 6'4", 250, so he's got good size on top of it, but the length is just ridiculous. Not super bendy, as evidenced by the 3-cone, which I think was like a 7.2. So he is not super bendy. He's another one of these guys in the Zach Harrison, Isaiah Foskey mold where if he's going to bend the corner, it's because he's using those long arms to do a stab and, try to generate some power on the tackle to shorten the corner so he can bend it around a little bit easier. Going in the 6th this late does surprise me. And I got to Mathis way later in the edge class, but I ended up liking him a lot more than a lot of the edges that I had already previously done. So good pick by the Rams. I mean, they got Hampton, they got Mathis, they got Byron Young, they got all these different flavors of edge rushers in this class. Really, really good job by them. They've done a fantastic job collecting all this defensive line talent. And then Luke Whippler. Is it Whippler or Weipler? Because I don't watch broadcasts. I only watch all 22, so I didn't get pronunciation on that. This is a lot later than I think almost everybody expected him to go. I imagine there's some sort of medical thing going on here. He was one of my favorite centers in this class, and it was a deep center class. I think I had him at center 5. Let me double check on that. But in that general tier of centers with Stromberg and Juice and all those guys, and all those guys went 3 to 4 rounds earlier. So I am surprised that he fell this far. Athletically speaking, he's a fantastic athlete, but he is a linear athlete. We were talking about Jalen Duncan earlier. Again, he doesn't have a whole lot of bend to him. Doesn't sink as well as Ricky Stromberg and his Juice Scruggs and all those kind of guys. But the power and the short area explosiveness, especially like when he's just displacing guys off the line of scrimmage, I think is really, really good. I'm really confused at why he went this late. Maybe it's just because he's stiff, and some guys really don't like stiff centers because it limits you in terms of not being able to wrap tightly if you're pulling. And a lot of teams really like having a center that can pull because you can do some fun stuff in the zone run game if you have a center that can like fold really tightly. Maybe that was a big thing about it. I didn't think it was going to impact him this much, like the stiffness, but that's all I can really think of why he went this late.
I'm going to have some breakfast.
EJ, it's like 3:15 in the afternoon. Oh, man. Yeah, you still got like 10 beers to go through before you leave on Monday. So.
I think I will be taking them to the KCSN party. I don't think I'll be drinking 10 beers between now and then, but
Whippler had some rough tape against Mozzie Smith.
So did a lot of people.
Everybody. Ironically, other than Juice. Like, Juice actually played pretty well against him, which is probably why he went in the second round. But almost
However, Juice did tell us he was the most difficult person he played against.
And he absolutely probably was.
Yeah.
More wipe than whip. Whipler, okay. That's what it was. So I getting trash canned by Mozzie Smith is not, it's more of a badge of honor than anything else to me.
Yeah, join the club.
Trey Palmer to the Bucks got some deep speed over there. I'm cool with that in the 6th round.
Oh my God. I didn't realize that Butte went to the Patriots. I knew he went, but I didn't. We were talking about other things.
They will take chances.
Yeah. Now, on field, that guy is, look, he was a preseason All-America candidate. He was wide receiver 1 candidate in this class midsummer.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot going on with him, and on field, very smooth athlete, like a more polished version of Laviska Shenault, like a smoother mover, not as physically rugged, but like, man, you see him run just these loopy routes in the middle of the field and nobody can catch him. He just keeps running. Very, very talented player. On field's one thing, off field's another. Browns take Whipler finally, and then Trey Palmer to the Bucks. Okay, who's gonna throw it to him though? Like, really? Baker's gonna whip it to him. Okay,
and then eventually Caleb Williams or Drake May or whoever, right?
One of those two. Yeah, that I could see. That'd be a good get. Trey Palmer, big time vertical threat from Nebraska. Pure speed, kind of like Tyler Scott, except bigger. Like
Luke F for $5. How much of an impact do next year's classes, where they are positionally strong, have on where this year's guys go at the same position? Generally, it doesn't have much of an impact, with the exception of quarterback. Last year, teams largely stayed away from quarterback early, when guys like Ritter in years past might have gone earlier than he did. Malik might have gone earlier than he did in years past. But everybody knew this year Bryce was coming, CJ was coming, Levis was coming. There was like some rumblings about like, oh, maybe Anthony Richardson, it could be something. But like that, nobody knew he was going to be that, right? But everybody knew this was going to be a strong quarterback class, in addition to the guys like DTR, the guys like Aiden O'Connell. Clayton Tune had his fans. Tanner McKee was getting a lot of pub. Like, this was seen as a wildly better quarterback class than last year. And so teams kind of stayed away from it last year. And for the most part, they were correct to do so. Like, the Titans took one in the 3rd just because Malik was there, but they came right back and took another one this year. So quarterback's kind of the only position where that really plays in. Paxman for $5. I know you all aren't fantasy guys, but this draft has been a bloodbath for Dynasty. Do you have any sleepers that could climb a depth chart? Ooh,
Man. That's going to be one, Pax, where we dig in afterwards and go, oh,
Yeah.
right, I forgot that, position X that I thought was filled on Team Y actually looks pretty shaky, and this guy's better than people think. We'll come up with a couple of those. I don't have any off the cuff.
Off the cuff, what I can think of is Jerome Ford in Cleveland, because they haven't replaced him yet. And I know they like him a lot. And all of a sudden, Jerome Ford went from RB4 to RB2 this offseason. So if they don't take any running backs, Jerome Ford is like the Nick Chubb handcuff. Other than that, I don't really got any. I haven't looked at a whole bunch of different rosters, but that's just the one I can think of right now.
Yeah.
So go get Jerome Ford. It was great.
Go get Jerome Ford. We loved Jerome Ford last year.
I assume that you didn't watch Bryce Behringer either, right?
No, I was fully transparent about not scouting kickers, which is why I gave myself a break from kickers and called it positional players. And I made it to 180? Not bad.
Yeah, not horrible.
No.
Thoughts on Henry To'oTo'o to Houston? Under D'Amico, I'm actually a pretty big fan of it. There are some things to clean up. Tackling is super inconsistent with him. He misses a lot of tackles. But he's a really, really slick mover in space. He's undersized, so he's more of a slasher against the run than a take-on guy. He's not going to take on guards. He'll get washed. Times the snap really well. Really slippery in terms of getting in the backfield on run blitzes. Effective on stunts. I think he plays well in space. I just wish he would finish more tackles. There's potential there. There's a lot of potential there. They took who was the other Alabama linebacker who was super athletic that they took a year ago? Name escapes me. How do I forget this? But similar type of profile and problem, but just not as twitched up of an athlete. Let me find that name. Why is that bothering me so much? Christian Harris. Yeah. Similar type of profile to Christian Harris. Christian Harris also had a tackling issue, but also played well in space. But Harris was a much better athlete. To'oTo'o is still a good athlete. He's not a Christian Harris athlete. But having both of them, I think, is good.
Yeah, I like Christian Harris a lot better than To'oTo'o. I like To'oTo'o, but for different reasons.
Yeah.
And I think when he got picked, I was like, this is D'Amico picking his younger self.
I mean, they have two Bama linebackers and a head coach that's a former Bama linebacker. So
no, I think not physically, because I'm sure people will say, "Oh, D'Amico is better physically than To'oTo'o." Sure, but mentally, I think D'Amico sees in Henry a lot of similarities to his younger self, and is like, "I know what to do with you."
How do you like Cleveland's draft so far? Let me pull them up here.
I think it's gaining steam. I was just looking at the Browns draft just a second ago, and I think it's gaining steam. So Cedric Tillman, good start. Ika felt early to me. DeJuan Jones, great value for where they got him. Isaiah McGuire, bang. Okay. Dorian Thompson-Robinson, great. Cameron Mitchell, sweet. Underrated pick. What's interesting is Cameron Mitchell is, was it Greg Newhouse? No. Their corner that they took from Northwestern.
Yeah. Newhouse.
Yeah. Mitchell and Newhouse were teammates. They're teammates again. And then Luke Weipler. So it started off solid with Tillman. Not splashy. Ika was a dip for me. And then the graph goes back up and up and up and up. McGuire, DTR, Cameron Mitchell, Luke Weipler. I'm like, okay, you got me back, Browns.
Oh, Newsome, not Newhouse.
Newsome. I was like, no, it can't be Newhouse. It's not right. Too close.
Is there a Marshall Newhouse? That's what it was.
Yeah. But no, DeJuan Jones, Isaiah McGuire, DTR, Mitchell, Weipler. Okay. You got me back. I'm good.
Yeah, I was intrigued by the Tillman pick because they literally already had 14 receivers on the depth chart. I'm not even kidding. They had 14. Now they have 15. Good player. I didn't necessarily think that was a position of need like maybe others thought. Siaki Ika, as a role player, I like him, but again, just like you, I feel it was a little bit early, and I don't think that Keandre Coburn should be going 4 rounds later than Siaki Ika. No way.
Well,
DeJuan
Keandre
Jones-
Coburn to KC.
Did he just go? Ooh, yeah. See, Keandre Coburn going now is way better value than Siaki Ika in the third.
Yes,
DeJuan
100%.
DeJuan Jones, super high upside at tackle. What I didn't know beforehand was off-field stuff. It kind of makes sense why he didn't go in the first round now. Back then, I didn't know that. So if you're taking a gamble on him in the 4th round, knowing that, more palatable than I think. Maybe if they were worried about it being another. God, who is the kid that went to the Titans?
What?
Georgia?
Did they?
What?
Max Smith in chat. Troutman to the Broncos.
Yeah, he got traded apparently just now. I don't know what for, but he's gonna be behind Dulcich, right? So
I don't care. That's awesome. Peyton saying, I like him enough. I'm bringing him to my new team.
yeah, because he drafted him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. That's the first guy we ever interviewed together at the Senior Bowl.
That's right.
Like,
yeah, he has been
Literally
around a
the
while,
first guy or second guy. Sorry, we got the Bills corner from Pitt.
Dane Jackson.
Yeah, Dane was first and Troutman was second. But love both those guys. That's so cool. I'm excited by that. That to me indicates like, hey, I'm gonna bring you with me. Like, I have use for you.
Love the Isaiah McGuire pick. They really needed edge. That's a good value there in the 4th round. He's a nifty, bigger end, and they do like size to that position. As you mentioned, DTR I absolutely love. Gives me another reason to root for Deshaun Watson to flame out because then we get to see DTR on the field. And then Weipler I just talked about earlier. So overall, like good Browns class.
Did you see that the Commanders added another banger?
Oh, Chris Rodriguez. Okay, so they want to run 40 times a game.
Yeah, human bowling ball. Chris Rodriguez. I find myself feeling guilty that I like his running style.
Why?
I'm like, this is not sustainable. This is not good football in 2023. But goddamn, can we run that back? He just ran over 3 guys. Like, he bounced off 2 more. He is the literal human bowling ball and just keeps beating on people. But it's a limited skill set. It is inside. That's why he went down in the 6th. They're going to use, they have outside flash and Gibson. I would say that, the other backs are sort of the in between. Oh, finally.
A.T. Perry.
There we go.
He's a Saint.
There we go.
I love that.
Let's go.
A.T. Perry is a New Orleans Saint. That's a great pick.
Dude, Derek Carr is going to love him.
Yeah, he's a pro's pro, man. I'm really happy for him. Not saying he's without his flaws. Not a yak guy. The hands were inconsistent. I understand that, but like size, route running ability, coachability, want to football character.
Smart
gone.
player.
Super smart player. Should have been gone a long time ago. Like, you can hit the jugs machine and improve hand-eye coordination on curl routes. Like, that's where most of his drops were on curl routes, and like trying to pick it off the back hip. And yak ability, like, it would be nice to have, but it's not like mandatory, right? So he's a good player. He's much better than a 6th-round pick. I'm happy for him.
You know what he is? And this is going to be crazy.
Huh.
He is a budget, like 70% replacement for Michael Thomas.
Uh, 70% of now or 70% of what it was?
I think he's probably more than 70% now because Michael Thomas hasn't contributed a lot lately. What he
Yeah.
was, maybe a little bit less. So average it out.
60% of Michael Thomas, right?
Sure.
At his peak.
If you're talking peak, I would take that because the peak was really high.
Yeah. I have my doubts on some of Denver's picks, specifically Riley Moss, but what do y'all think of them so far? I actually like the Riley Moss pick, especially since they announced it as a safety, right? And they got JL Skinner, another safety. They got Marvin Mims to be like their new Devery Henderson, Kenny Stills type guy. Let me pull up who else they got. Can't quite remember who.
No, somebody asked us to keep talking about the Commanders pick. Brian Robinson, I think, is in the middle of Rodriguez and Gibson. Like, they now have a running back room that can sort of attack you in any area. Rodriguez is going to be their banger, their goal line carry guy. Look, we need to grind out, 3rd and 1, 3rd and 3. They're just building a versatile and sort of diverse running back room, and it's a value. He's a good and effective player in that role in terms of Rodriguez. But here's your guy.
Jose go?
Yep.
To the Bucks. Love that. Learning under Shaq. Love that for him.
And wait a minute, I'm going to go back to the Bucks pick because I want to
also answer your question about Denver. It's really good. I mean, Marvin Mims, Drew Sanders, Riley Moss, JL Skinner. There's no misses there to me. No misses. Doubles in the gap.
All right. Wow. So Tampa is doing the Rams thing.
Just grabbing edges and
Kalijah
edges and edges and
Kancey,
edges.
Yaya Diaby. They got Servassier Dennis, who's really not. And then they come back and get Jose Ramirez. So 3 out of their, 7 picks so far? And 2 of the high ones. They went and got Josh Hayes, the safety from Kansas State. I missed that. Trey Palmer, I caught. Payne Durham, okay, is in the 5th. I'm not gonna get super yappy about it, but yeah, interesting. Can I get a rundown on RB Evan Hull to Indy? I think he is Austin Eckler light. He is very effective doing a whole lot of things, more effective in the passing game than the running game, but he's not bad in the running game. He's a bit of a do-it-all. So on all those Peter Skoronski highlights, any of the running, that was Evan Hull. So you've probably watched more of him than you think. I think he has versatility. I think he has a really good sense in the passing game of how to play in space, how to catch the ball. He's elusive. He very much reminds me of like Austin Eckler light or Austin Eckler coming out, not Austin Eckler Pro Bowler now, carving out a larger percentage of the Chargers offense than any other player. Not that guy, but Evan Hull has some similarities in the balance in his game between run and pass, in his size, in his electricity inside. He is very, he's got some great shake to him. I think he's a good sort of all around like number 3 running back.
Had to go to a granola bar. I'm dying.
Oh yeah. No, I'm a third of the way, half of the way through this beer, and I've had a Fig Newton to eat, so you can imagine.
Firstly, I hope everything is good with the family, Brett. And secondly, thoughts on Chiefs draft. Love what you guys do. Love from the UK. Yeah, it's there's a few different tough things that we're going through right now, and I won't get into it, but I do not leave. I don't leave the draft lightly, right? I don't leave EJ, and I don't schedule a flight at midnight and then leave at 4 a.m. to go to the airport lightly. And EJ has been a warrior today doing this and holding down the fort till I could cross the country and join for the last couple rounds remotely. And then before I get back to what I got to do here. It's just that kind of day. It's that kind of day, that kind of week. But as for the Chiefs draft, let me pull that up. Fucking ads. God damn it. There we go. So Felix in the first, right down the middle of the fairway. Love that pick. One of my favorite edge rushers in this class. Has bend, has power, has everything that you kind of want. Other than like an elite first step, I think it's good, not great, but his bend, his power, his ability to flatten finish around the corner and make up for not being able to win early with first step is really, really good. Absolutely worthy of a first-round pick. Rashee Rice, I did not like that pick at all, not going to lie. The testing numbers don't match up with the tape with Rashee Rice at all. How I described him, and I sent this over to the guys in KCN while I was in the flight, and I was like, Rashee Rice runs like somebody is running in front of him, just dropping wet cement for him to go through the entire time on the field. Like it's not. I'm really trying not to be like overly negative about it, but the testing numbers and the tape are two very different things. He is not a separator on tape. He is not explosive on tape. He is not a ball winner on tape. I don't know what he does well on tape. And to take him 55 over all the other receivers that went after him was not a good pick to me. I did not understand that at all. Wanya Morris, very much an Andy Reid type of offensive tackle in that he has 35-inch arms and he needs some development, and he's not ready to play yet, but he will be eventually, and they love his developmental upside. Rice was playing with a foot injury. Believe me, I'm aware of that. But even in the All-Star process, even watching him at the combine, like when he was supposedly more healthy, it's not the same as the other receivers in this class. I don't see the same movement skills at all. Not to mention he's not a great contested catcher at all. I watched every single contested target he had, and it wasn't the same as like Mingo or Tillman, where it's like, yeah, there's some bad balls to work with. He's just not a ball winner. Not a ball winner at all. And I disagree with that pick heavily. Shamari Connor, corner from Virginia Tech. I did not actually get to Shamari Connor, so I don't have
I love him. I talked at length about him. Great special teams ability, like 600 special team snaps in his career. For me, he's Jartavius Martin light. He can play. He's got great versatility. Play safety. He can play nickel. Play down at the line. Great tackler. A little bit undersized. Has cornerback covery skills, but I would say edging to that again. It's a percentage of, which is why you're getting him later. But if you're drafting him there and he's going to be a special teams guy right away, like that is an ideal fit. And I think he'll actually work himself into like a third safety role. I like him a lot.
Do you think that's regarding Rashee Rice? Again, do you think that's explained by injuries plaguing him during the season and subsequently healing by the pre-draft process? EJ and I have all the All-22 from the Senior Bowl. We watched every rep. I don't see it. I'm not saying he can't be a good player. I just don't see it.
You know who else that I just realized, because this is the value of going to a who's left sheet, which our good friend Alec Katzen is running for us. Who's another receiver that, man, there was some buzz about that is still on the board, and it does not surprise me in the slightest. Rashee Rice was one. He actually went earlier than I thought he would. So the surprise was that he went.
your D2 kid.
Nope. No. I get that, but like I kind of expected that. No, this guy, D1, Power 5. People were like, "Oh no, he's going," and I was like, "Oh no, he's not."
I don't know who.
Xavier Hutchinson.
I liked him a lot.
I know you did, and I was like, "Don't see it." Like, and he's still on the board.
I saw it a lot more than I saw with Rashee Rice. Personally,
Maybe,
off
but
tape.
like both of those guys are in the same category for me, I mean, they were in the same category as like you remember Bell from Purdue, David Bell.
Mm-hmm.
Like I watched David Bell, and people were like, "Oh, David Bell, he's this, he's that," and I was like, I don't see it. Like he's draftable, but I don't. There was all this like, "Oh, he's going in the top 2 rounds, he's going in the first 3 rounds," but I was like, no, he's not. Xavier Hutchinson was the same for me. I was like, like he's solid, but there's a lot of solid receivers out there. Like I didn't see it.
Christian Doyle for $5. Thank you, Christian. Football is family. Your loved ones matter to us also. Being here with you guys for the draft every year is a blessing. Always thankful for your time. And we're thankful of yours. We're thankful to everybody that spends their time with us. We got 1,300 people in there, and we're like halfway through round 6 of the draft. And we're shooting the shit. Like that's amazing. And we really do love this community. And we're thankful that you guys are here with us.
Yeah, I told everybody, I kept saying we all day while it was supposedly just me. I'm like, it's not just me. Like he's not here on the couch, but like it's we. Like all this work is we. All what we've built is we. This is we. I can't not say we. I can't say me. Like it's not a me thing. It doesn't feel right to say me. It's a we.
Sala from Oregon went to the Ravens. They do love size, don't they?
They have played with this type before. They've drafted this type. It's all because we're mentally deranged. Yes, Christian, that's true. But we just have to find the same kind of silliness mentally that matches with ours. No, the Ravens have done this before, right? They are teams that have looked at testing numbers in the past and go, we don't care. They win differently. Let's just get pure size. And honestly, his testing numbers are pretty good athletically. But he is a size guy for sure.
Texans draft a second center. I think Juice, they announced him as a guard. Jarrett Patterson, I think, profiles more as a center for them than Juice does. I think they want Juice to play guard. Hence why they took him.
I think Patterson really is he's a center, but I don't think he's competing for a starting spot. I would be surprised.
Pull up teams here. Pull up Chargers.
Ooh, Jarek Reed, the safety for New Mexico. I'm not surprised the Seahawks took him. That's interesting. And I got to go one pick before that. I missed Elijah Higgins going to the Dolphins. Everybody was talking about Michael Wilson and Tanner McKee and whatever else. And when I went to the Stanford tape, I got impressed with Elijah Higgins. He's a strange profile. He's like a really small tight end or a really inflated wide receiver. He's a little on the short side. He's very stout. I just like the way he plays. I don't have a great role for him. I don't have a great definition or box for him. He's a player I would put on my team. Again, here, not above this round-wise, but really like the way he attacks the ball. He is physical. Doesn't get bumped off his routes. I fell in love with Elijah Higgins. I was like, this is really good tape as a complimentary offensive player. I'm not going to say tight end. I'm not going to say wide receiver. And I think they're going to have fun with him. I think McDaniel's going to have a bunch of fun with him in Miami.
Hey, Bootleg. Hope things take a turn for the better ASAP. In the meantime, and I appreciate that. Thank you, by the way. In the meantime, can you help a friend out with some info on the Chargers draft?
Yeah.
So,
strangely,
QJ in the first round. Again, I'm not gonna like lie to you. Like Zay, I did have ranked as a higher receiver, but for what the Chargers wanted to attack specifically was yards after catch. Their receiving core was 17th in the NFL last year in yards after catch per reception. They wanted that to improve. They felt like if they had to get a first down, they had to throw it past the sticks. And oftentimes when Joe Lombardi was calling, curls and hitches and everything like that, they couldn't turn those into first downs. So, in terms of if Justin has to get out of trouble and throw a check down, they wanted somebody who could turn that into a new series. And so that's why I took QJ. He's the best yak receiver, at least statistically, in this class. He does have size. He does have explosiveness. He does have long speed when he gets up to speed. The main thing is, hands and consistency in catching. His private receivers coach, who's the same coach that works with JSN, insists that it's an eye discipline issue and that it's fixable. If it is fixable, he's going to be awesome. And we'll see. I think there's a lot there to work with. It's not like I thought he was a bad prospect. I had him in my tier 2, right? I had Zay in my tier 1, but that's just because I love Zay a lot. But they had a specific problem they wanted to attack, and that was yards after catch, and he does that even better than Zay. Tuli Tuipulotu, EJ and I were both big fans of him, huge fans. Bigger edge rusher with bend, lined up all over the place, inside, outside, every single stance you can think of. So he's kind of a movable pass rush chess piece. Deion Henley, undersized slasher of a linebacker, really good in coverage. Love his instincts. Ultimate locker room guy, great leader. Get him in the 3rd round. I am a really, really big fan of that. Would like to see him add a little bit more size so that he could hold up against guards a little bit better, but that's just not necessarily his game. Darius Davis from TCU. This was a little bit earlier than I expected. There's a lot of, small, fast receivers in this class, right? There's Xavier Gibson. There's Tyler Scott, which I don't know if this was before or after Tyler Scott. Jaden Reed was gone. Marvin Mims was gone. There's Jalen Cropper. There's a bunch of different, really small, slender speed guys. And we knew they were going to take one of them. How people see them, I think everybody sees them in a different order. For me, I have Cropper rated higher. I had Gibson rated higher, but the main thing was they wanted speed. And if there's one thing that Darius Davis has a lot of, it is speed. So it makes sense from that perspective. Again, a little bit earlier than I expected, but I get why they did it. Jordan McFadden, the guard from Clemson, they love fighters. They really do love fighters. Jordan McFadden's a fighter. I imagine he's going to be a swing guard for them and not a starter. And if he is a starter, that means somebody got hurt. That's bad. But, as a rookie potential swing guard that's going to be fighting for a spot in camp, I'm totally cool with Jordan McFadden there. Has had some injury stuff that he's battled through, but I think he's healthy now. And then Scott Matlock, defensive tackle from Boise State. I actually didn't watch Scott Matlock. Did you? Look at us.
We'll have to reach out to our other Boise State alum that we like, Tanner Connor, and ask him if he's got an impression.
Well, Tanner was Idaho, right?
Oh, Idaho State. You're right.
Idaho
Boise
State. Or
No,
Idaho.
same as JL Skinner.
Yeah, Idaho State. I don't know. It's all the same to me, right? Let me get back to the picks here.
No, it's not.
It's not. It's really not.
It's not.
So let's see here. We got Amari Burney, the other Florida linebacker.
Yeah.
I think I did like a game of him, and I lost interest pretty quick.
No, I did not. And I'm surprised there are linebackers that are still on the board here. We should probably kind of talk about best available just overall. Andre Carter still on the board. Corey Trice, of course, given where we are, we need to bring that up. Zach Evans, the running back from Mississippi. Eli Ricks. There's a question about him earlier in chat. We think there's a medical with him, but we're not sure. I mentioned Xavier Hutchinson, Zach Kuntz, the big tight end from Penn State / Old Dominion. Moro Ojomo, I'm actually really surprised by now. We're getting late enough. He has so much versatility. I expected him to be off the board. Sean Tucker, the running back from Syracuse, is a medical red flag. Andrew Voorhees was injured, the guard for USC. Dwayne McBride, running back for UAB. really one-dimensional, fantastic runner of the football, can't catch very much and has a fumbling problem, so he's going to slide. Andre Yoshivas, the wide receiver from Princeton, Yoshivas. Jalen Johnson, the cornerback from Texas A&M. I'm a little surprised he hasn't gone. Ivan Pace from Cincinnati. What the hell?
Gotta be medical.
It has to be something. I'm not sure what it is, but he is a way better player than where we are currently in the draft. Mila Ikior from the guard from Alabama. I would expect him to be taken. Kenny McIntosh from Georgia. Deuce Vaughn. We know there's a size issue there, but man, the productivity is really hard to move away from. Jared Patterson just got taken. Jalen Redmond, again, injury issue. We're down to a lot of guys that are really talented, but had injury issues. Who else? Keaton Mitchell. I'm a little surprised hasn't gone off the board. Raheem Jarrett is a wide receiver from Maryland that I like a lot. Had a slightly high drop rate, but man, he's electric with the ball in his hands. Kai Garner was the LSU corner I thought actually would go higher than his teammate. Hasn't. Ronnie Bell, Kayvon Merriweather, and good old Bryce Ford Wheaton.
Thank you for the kind words, Bryant. Appreciate you. Really do.
Thank you, Bryant. Appreciate that.
Bryce Ford Wheaton, I don't know if he's going to get drafted.
I don't think he is either.
Andre Carter, did you read off his name?
He's right on top. He was the first one. I'm stunned he hasn't gone.
The
only thing I can think of is that the last time there was a highly ranked draftable prospect from a service academy, I think it was Navy, they went, nope. We're not going to honor it. He has to give his 3 years, and NFL teams are really like, I don't want to wait 3 years.
Where did Anthony Orji go?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. I thought he went somewhere.
I'm not surprised by that. So I've one of our good friends, Brad Spielberger, is a Vandy alum, and I had sent him a list of linebackers a couple months ago, and he was like, "No love for my boy Anthony Orji," and I was like, "Not really." Like, I like him, but I don't understand the buzz. He was one of the guys I never really saw it with. I'm not surprised he hasn't been picked.
He's a great athlete. Athlete. The problem is his athleticism gets him in trouble because, what's my favorite saying of yours? Sometimes speed gets you to the wrong place faster. Instincts are not
tremendous.
Not tremendous. Also, is a little bit stiff. He's fast and he's explosive. A little bit stiff. I thought he could. He had a chance of like somewhere in the 7th, maybe prior to UDFA. Just see what you can do with special teams, right? Because somebody who's 230 pounds with that kind of speed, that kind of explosiveness, see what he can do on special teams. If he makes a roster, it will be on special teams. But I agree with you. I as a linebacker, I don't know if I saw it with him quite so much.
If anybody
picks still there, I got no idea.
If anybody picks Orji before Drake Thomas or Isaiah Moore.
I was going to say Isaiah Moore as well.
Either one. Something's goofy with my filter.
Xavier Hutchinson to the Texans. All right.
There you go. You could see my plus now.
That's a great pick. I'm totally good with that.
At this point, that's a value.
Yeah, no, I'm totally good with that. I love Xavier Hutchinson. Really smooth. I know he didn't test well, and I'm not saying he is a great athlete, but he's really smooth. Uses his size well. Physical route runner. Catches everything. I mean, his contested catch rate is like insane. His overall catch rate is insane. He almost never drops balls. Just Mr. Reliable. He really is. He's Mr. Reliable. I love this pick. And just giving Stroud more weapons that
I was going to say Stroud will love this pick.
And he'll never drop the ball, right? He'll kind of give, I'm not saying he's JSN, but he will give some of that security that you get with JSN where it's like you throw it up and he's going to catch it. I like Xavier Hutchinson a lot. Do you know anything about Jarek Bernard-Converse? I think, EJ, you were just talking about him last night, weren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also surprised that I was going to say Surprised he's not off the board yet. He is off the board. He's a New York Jet. Yeah, cornerback out of LSU. Again, this is the first guy that I assumed would have been picked well above his teammate, who was picked higher when I said, I'm surprised he's the first LSU corner to go. He's a size speed product, not surprising out of LSU. I thought he had more skill than Jay Ward. So to see him go later, again, you never know what else fills out a prospect's dossier, but this is a good pick for the Jets. We're down to the point where if you're getting anything out of a corner, a linebacker on primary defense, that's great. Even if they're your fourth or fifth rotation piece. And look, he's going to play some special teams as well. Does he have the potential to grow into a starter? I don't know. Maybe athletic potential for sure. Didn't see the play style potential for a starter, but that doesn't mean he's not going to just continue to improve. And you're betting on traits down here in the bottom of the sixth. He's got those. I think it's a fine pick. Another player that we were just talking about, Iosivas, the wide receiver from Princeton, tall, good speed. Cincinnati goes and grabs him. Cincinnati has a thing for wide receivers who are really fast. And they go grab Andre Iosivas. He was at Senior Bowl. There was a lot of buzz about him even before that, coming out of the Ivy League, that he was pretty tall and really fast. And those are two things that will attract people's eyes to a wide receiver. I didn't like his overall game, but at this point, it's really no different for me than the guy that got picked right before him, Xavier Hutchinson. Who cares? Like, go for it.
Yeah,
these are lottery picks. These are tickets.
I wasn't big on Iosivas. Didn't really think that he had the route running chops to play early.
No.
And I don't think the tape matched the testing numbers. Not that he's slow. I'm not talking like a Rashee Rice type thing where I'm like, it's like even at the Senior Bowl when Rashee was healthy, I just didn't see any speed or explosiveness. Iosivas, who was also at the Senior Bowl, I thought was more explosive and had more speed, but still I didn't think it blew me away, right? It wasn't like a Tyler Scott where it's like I can see it on tape where I'm like, okay, he's got wheels. Never really saw that with Iosivas. I thought he was fine, but I never saw it like a lot of other people did. And that's something I want to stress here is like everybody's got different eyes. And sometimes we all just see stuff way differently. And that's what makes the draft kind of a crapshoot, right? Is we all just see stuff way differently. I never saw Iosivas like a lot of other people saw Iosivas. I never got there with him. Anders Carlson, kicker from Auburn. What was that? 3 kickers drafted?
I'm slightly stunned. And especially, the Packers, like,
so what's this mean for Mason Crosby?
Yeah, did you just probably not a lot, 6th-round pick, right? That was traded 4 times. It's camp leg, maybe he's getting old, who knows? But
Mason's up there.
He is, but again, when you get this deep, teams' boards run out, right? They literally do. They don't have any more draftable players. And if they can't trade the pick away, they'll do things like draft a camp arm, draft a camp leg, nobody's going to care if the 30th pick in the 6th round doesn't make the roster. They don't care, especially if it was I don't know how many picks the Packers have had. They've had at least 6 or 7. Like, if you have your 8th or 9th pick for some of these teams in the 6th or 7th round, and that guy doesn't make the practice squad, like, nobody cares.
Yeah. And keep in mind, most teams start out with a board of anywhere between 1,000 to 1,100 players, and they condense it down to under 200 for a lot of them. Most of them don't have the same number of draftable players on their board as players that will be drafted.
Correct.
And so a lot of the guys after like the first 170 to 190, they'll just have priority UDFA grades, right? So they'll try to trade out of it, or maybe they'll just start drafting some of the guys they thought were UDFAs if they can't. But most teams do not have 266 draftable players in any given class. And so that's kind of why, we get into this part of the draft and we got Eric Hallett going from Pittsburgh, who I just didn't watch because teams watch 1,000 players and I might get to 300. So this is always kind of the weird part of the draft where it's like every once in a while, or more than every once in a while in some cases, there's guys that I just didn't get to watch because I'm a one-man band. You're a one-man band.
Yep.
We don't have full scouting staff doing this all year long. There are some guys like Emory Hunt that do get like 1,000 players because they do it full time year round, but that ain't us.
Short Round says that Daniel Carlson's little bro, Anders Carlson.
I was wondering if there was any sort of familiar connection because how many Carlsons are there that that are kickers? But
there you go.
I didn't want to be presumptuous.
Yeah. No, Trey Hawkins, I'm fascinated by. I didn't watch him. I heard about him. I heard that he was,
all the people that scrounge small school film were talking about him. I didn't get to him though.
Yeah, we are at the very tail end of the 6th, so I don't feel terrible about it, but it does feel a little bit earlier. Usually the 7th round, especially the back end of the 7th round, chock full of these guys. Chock full of guys you haven't heard of or you only heard of once, didn't watch tape on, but felt like it started kind of mid-6th, not mid-7th this year. And again, with a bunch of the guys that we listed off is still available, gonna have to go issue hunting with a lot of them. Zach Kuntz, I know there's an injury issue. Moro Ojomo, I don't know anything about. He should be off the board by now. Sean Tucker, yes, he was medically red flagged at the combine. Somebody asked earlier in chat what the issue is. Don't know, but it's pretty serious. Andrew Voorhees injured. Dwayne McBride, again, limited game. Jalen Jones, I had a draftable grade on him for sure, so we're getting close to that. Ivan Pace, wow, okay. In my mind, no later than the 5th.
It's got to be a flag.
Yeah. Kenny McIntosh, Deuce Vaughn, Jalen Redmond, Keaton Mitchell, Nick Broker, the guard from Mississippi, I would fully expect we see go in the 7th round. Rakeem Jarrett, I think people are afraid of the drop rate. He is an electric playmaker. I would take a chance on him at this point. Rajon Wright, cornerback I got to see at Oregon State, the pro day. Mekhi Garner, the other corner from LSU. I guess now the other corner from LSU. Ronnie Bell, wide receiver from Michigan. Kayvon Merriweather, the safety from Iowa. Bryce Ford-Wheaton, wide receiver from West Virginia. Mo Ibrahim, we know he's pretty limited. Seems like he's going to be a UDFA. That's the running back from Minnesota. D. Winters, the linebacker from TCU. I feel like is draftable. We'll see how the 7th goes. Ali Gay, the defensive end from LSU. Star Thomas hasn't gone yet, the corner from UAB. Alex Austin, the other corner from Oregon State. Dante Stills, West Virginia, has a incredibly high
I'm a big
pressure rate
Dante
in this
Stills.
class.
Oh, Demario Douglas to the Patriots.
Look out.
That's a great fit. Oh, Mac's going to love him. And so Bill O'Brien was working with Demario all week at the Shrine Bowl.
Yeah.
And what people don't realize is that the week of the Shrine Bowl was when it was revealed that Bill was getting hired by the Patriots, right? They broke that news as Bill was landing at the private airport next to the practice facility where the Shrine Bowl was, because he literally walked off the plane, went over to the field and started running gauntlet drills within his first 5 minutes of being there. And everybody realized that if Bill O'Brien showed up in Patriots gear and was working out receivers, everybody's gonna be like, does Bill O'Brien work for the Patriots now? And so they announced it like when he was in the air that he was being the OC, because they're like, well, everybody's going to see him in about an hour anyway. So let's get that news out there.
Yeah, we'll have to publish our interview with him. We got an interview with him at the Shrine Bowl. And
with Demario, not with Bill. Yeah.
Yeah. No, we didn't sit Bill O'Brien down and keep it from you guys. No, Demario, great little receiver. Really liked him and Dallas Daniels from Jackson State. They're both two of the smaller receivers, slot guys at Shrine that we liked. Got a chance to talk with Demario. Didn't get a chance to sit with Dallas Daniels. Yeah. Oh, Titus Leo, the edge from Wagner. Speaking of small school guys, we're into the full, like, everybody's like, okay, it's cool to pick small school guys now. Like, all right, we got a couple.
Yeah, we got ODU, Liberty, Wagner.
Yeah. Yeah. The
Rutgers.
Nobody's gonna get Rutgers. Wow, you're gonna get shit about that. No, nobody thinks they're gonna get nasty text from their brethren in the coaching ranks now if they pick somebody from a small school. Did you hear that Shanahan got all kinds of roasty texts when he picked a kicker in the third?
I loved his comment where he's like, "I'm still surprised we didn't take a running back."
Yeah, and he's like, "Well, that's cool. I would have done the same thing to them."
Oh yeah, no.
And
At
he's
least
right, he would've.
he's self-aware, right?
Yeah, no, he would have. So Cowboys, Cardinals, Patriots, Bills, Niners, and Bengals to close out this round, and then we are truly on the 7th round run. Yeah.
Imagine a bootleg interview with Bill O'Brien.
Oh,
Brett's wearing
imagine.
a 69 O'Brien jersey. Oh yeah, Bill and I would have some shit to work out.
Hey, first round pick Bo Melton went to Rutgers.
I do want to talk specifically about Demario Douglas, though, and what he brings to the Patriots. He was, to me, not just on his own team, but of both Shrine Bowl teams, I thought he had, behind Zay, the best feet of any of the Shrine Bowl receivers. He's, again, smaller guy. He's built like a stereotypical slot receiver. Small, slight, great route runner, great footwork, exceptional bursts in and out of breaks, really good zone feel in terms of knowing where to be, when to settle down, how to find like little cracks and seams and everything in zones. Just a natural slot receiver that, considering how much work that we personally observed O'Brien doing with Douglas that week, I'm not surprised by this at all, but I am really excited about it. And I think it's going to be a great fit for the Patriots. Who the hell has Wagner tape? Do we have Wagner tape?
Maybe. We're going to have to check.
I mean, we got a hold of Ferris State tape, so I assume we can get Wagner tape if we really need it.
Yeah, well, maybe. Yeah, I think we probably can. I don't know if we have it, to be fair, but we could probably get it. Why is Andre Carter? Andre Carter is probably the service agreement. I don't think there was anything else with him, and he's a very good player. Corey Trice, he got me. At this point, we're way past any jokes about where Brett mocked him. He's much more talented than where we are in the draft. And Moro Jomo, to me, as a completely versatile chess piece on defense that was really effective against the run, like crazy high effectiveness against the run in terms of stops and percentages. With a little bit more pass rush, or at least some pass rush, I don't know. He should be off the board. Don't know why he's not. We'll probably find that out later. Yeah.
We do have Wagner tape.
Aha.
All right. Well, I'll have to go look at Titus Leo.
I'll give you the Titus Leo scouting report. Let me guess. He's athletic because the Colts picked him.
I was like, I don't think I watched any Wagner, but I'm not ruling it out.
I did not. Uh-oh. Deuce Vaughn to the Cowboys. Let's go.
Great pick. Cowboys are having a hell of a draft.
I feel cool about that. That's awesome. He is going to be a lot of fun. Him and Pollard, give me a break.
No, this is awesome. This is awesome. He's going to be electric there. Electric.
I'm going to
first, second, and third down.
I have a text to send about that.
I think Deuce's father's on the Cowboys staff somewhere. I didn't know his dad was a coach.
I had no idea.
Hold on, let me Deuce Vaughn. Let me double check. Chris Vaughn played football at Murray State and is a scout for the Dallas Cowboys after previously working as an assistant coach at Arkansas, Ole Miss, Memphis, and Texas. Okay, so his dad is a scout for the Cowboys and got to draft his own son. That's fucking cool. I never even knew that. That's really, really cool. And Deuce is such a good player, man. He's such a good player. He is
a great football player when you get, past the size. And I understand the size. I understand the limitations it brings to him as a receiver. He's not a bad receiver, but yeah, you need an accurate quarterback. I think Dak is that. But he just makes so many plays. And I know we're in Kansas City and people are going to chafe at this. He reminds me of CEH in his clutch ability to make plays when his team needs him. So many times that Kansas State team just leaned on his ability, like, well, it's 3rd and 7, we're going to run it.
Mm-hmm.
And he would pick it up. And I think the Cowboys are going to be pleasantly surprised by Deuce. He's a hell of a football player.
Yeah, if Deuce was literally just 3 inches taller and like 20 pounds heavier, he'd be a top 3 running back in this class.
Oh, yeah.
By consensus.
100%.
The tape is that good.
No question.
Let me send a little tweet about Deuce real quick.
Deuce to the Cowboys is Boston Scott against the Giants all over again.
Yeah,
I dig it.
Every week.
I dig it. Oh, NFL Network is talking about short halfbacks. Jacuz Rosards, anyone? Yeah. Oh, for sure. There's so many really good short running backs. Joe Washington. Go look up Joe Washington if you don't know who that is.
All right, Patriots on the clock. Do we have another hybrid DB linebacker in us, Bill? Also, it feels like the Cardinals have made a lot of picks.
Yeah, well, they traded down twice, and I love that for Monty Ossenfort and this staff because they need a lot of players, and they're not all going to hit. These are all tickets. They're going to get a 2/3 hit rate if they're lucky. Oh, there we go. Dante Stills. That's a great pick for them. That is really solid value at this point in the draft. We're talking about pick 213 overall, 36th in the 6th round, well into the compensatories. Dante Stills, his brother got drafted last year, came out of West Virginia. It's kind of a hybrid 4-5 tech. But
I think I truly still have my conspiracy theory that you could make him drop weight down to 270 and have him be a stand-up edge.
You could. He has the mentality. One of the great things about Dante Stills is he finishes. His sack percentage, hit percentage, pressure percentage, one of the highest in this class. Very underrated that way. May lack in some other areas. He is not the stoutest against the run, but I would not call him a pushover against the run either. It's just not his strength. But in terms of hunting and finishing, he's one of the better players in the class at that sort of anywhere between 3 and 5. But really, I think 4I to 5 is where you see the best strength. Again, ability to stand up, take his hand out of the dirt, and just kind of go beat people up. Again, doesn't have elite physical traits, isn't like super long, super tall, super fast. He's quick, but man, can he finish? I bet he earns at least a rotational role with the Cardinals. Again, if you're getting that out of the 6th, give me a break. It's a great value.
Yeah, he's the type of guy just with the mentality and the work ethic that you can, if you have a role and vision for him, he can do it. Like if you want him to beef up and be a 5 technique, he can do it. If you want him to be a 3 technique, it'll be harder for him, but he could do it. Again, I think he could be a stand-up edge, very similar to like a Za'Darius Smith type. Not as good as Za'Darius, but you know, that type of build and that type of skill set. And he is, you know, impeccable football character, great work ethic, power, size, everything like that. Is not bendy, is not very bendy at all. Is not very bursty at all. But I'd be curious, again, if he got down to 270 from 285, what that burst and bend would look like. I bet it'd be better. And I wouldn't rule it out, man, because he's got so much power that he could make it work as a pure edge player, not just a 5 technique. Bills need interior D-line size. They somehow get smaller on D each year because they're convinced that they're going to be like the mid-2000s Colts where they're going to score a bunch of points and then be a really fast defense that can rush the passer, and that'll be enough. But I think teams are smart enough that they're just going to run the ball on them. And that's what teams tried to do to the Colts, and a lot of the times it worked, right? Back then, they would just run the shit out of the ball and keep Peyton off the field. Like, that was kind of the way that you beat the Colts back then, and I think teams are just going to approach the Bills the same way. Mere Speed, what a name for a DB. All-time DB name. Did not watch him. If anybody's from the Discord, if you watch Amir Speed, please let me know, because you guys watched even more than I did. Buffalo has the DL for 2023 with no DT under contract for 2024. Not trading Oliver means not drafting a DT. That's a fair point. Maybe they believe in what they have for this year and they'll address the position next year. Fair point. I still probably would have thrown a pick at it if I had one, but we see things differently. Because I don't think the room was good enough last year for Buffalo. I do not think their interior D-line rotation was good enough for me to think that it couldn't stand to inject some new blood in there, right? I don't know. I don't feel comfortable running it back and having the season hinge on the health of Daquan Jones. All right, pick is in for the Rams. How does someone get access to the Bootleg Discord? Let me throw down. Well, there's no Bootleg Discord. It's just my Discord. So I'm throwing a link in there to my Discord at least. You can join there, and then there's a separate room within that Discord for all the Film Room patrons. Smaller room. I spend more time in there than I do in the main one. A little bit easier to keep up with. So I spend most of my Discord time in the patron only room on that Discord. So if you happen to be a patron, I'm sure the mods would be happy to help you get in there. Asked earlier via Super Chat about Max Duggan and why he hasn't been drafted yet. He has a long way to go as a passer, Max Duggan. He's a great dude, great character, great leader, great athlete too. Like, he can really run. As a passer, I don't want to compare him to Tebow because it's not the same, but he's got a long way to go before I would ever put him on the field in an NFL game, ever. And I think that, for a project of that nature, I'm not that surprised that he's fallen this far. And when I say good athlete, he's not an Anthony Richardson athlete, right? He's not a Will Levis athlete. It's not such an overwhelming physical advantage against everybody else on the field that, like, you think they can figure it out. He's a good athlete, not an overwhelmingly good athlete. So, Zach Evans to the Rams. That's a pick I really love. So Zach Evans did not get as many carries as a lot of other backs in this class. In fact, he probably had about half as many carries as many backs. I think it was like 144 off the top of my head. Chat, you can feel free to correct me. I think it was 144 carries. Averaged 6-point-something yards per carry. What I really love about Zach Evans, and I'm not saying he's Dalvin Cook. There are some snaps that look surprisingly similar to Dalvin Cook, especially when he's bubbling out to the edge on outside zone. Like, he has no fear about going all the way front side and bubbling front side on outside zone, which most running backs just don't do. Like, they just take the cutback like everybody else. They get their 4 yards, they go home. Zach Evans, if he thinks he can get the edge, he's going to try to get the edge. And he has this really good curvilinear acceleration, meaning he's a faster accelerator when he's kind of doing that arc around the corner and he's really digging in, right? And he's kind of changing his angle. He's a faster accelerator around the edge than when he gets past the edge. It's not that dissimilar to Travis Etienne, who also runs faster when he's kind of curving around the corner than when he's going in a straight line. So there's a little bit of Dalvin Cook there. There's a little bit of Travis Etienne there. Again, the sample size is smaller. We didn't see as many as many carries from him, and almost all of his carries went outside. They didn't really use him as an inside runner at all. So we don't really have a whole lot of inside zone film to speak of, or power or duo or anything like that. It's mostly outside zone or, sweeps, that type of stuff. They got him involved in the pass game a little bit. There were some snaps where on like a wheel route down the boundary, they kind of let him show off that he could track the ball and catch it. But again, it's a smaller sample size than a lot of other backs in this class in terms of how many touches he was given this year. But on the touches that he got, he flashed explosive playmaking ability. And he's somebody that I really enjoyed watching. I'm definitely a Zach Evans guy. And he's not for everybody. I get it. He's not for everybody. But I'm a Zach Evans truther. And then D. Winters, I'm going to read off my report for D. Winters because he's a linebacker, but not really, sort of. So this was my report for D. Winters, who I had down at tier 5. He was my last ranked linebacker. I watched other linebackers. I just didn't have them ranked with draftable grades. D. Winters I did, but like barely. And 7th round, so it's about where I thought he'd go. So here's my report on D. Winters. 5'11", 227, space player, really fast as a blitzer off the edge, good change of direction. I think he can cover well and gets good depth in zone, but he's probably just a dime backer and special teamer. Liability against the run, just gets run over by bigger bodies, can't hold up, can't get off blocks, can't rely on him on 1st and 2nd down. So hyper-fixated role player as a dime backer to me, which in the 7th round, fine. EJ, did you see Zach Evans went to the Rams?
I just did. I'm excited about that. I think that is a solid fit. Zach Evans, one of the, I would say 3 or 4 linebackers in this class that I tabbed as I think he could have a better pro career than he did collegiate career at Mississippi. I know Danny Kelly, our buddy Danny Kelly, who writes for The Ringer, is a big Zach Evans fan, feels similarly that he's got sort of more on tap, didn't always get fully utilized at Mississippi. I think the Rams can. So that feels to me like, even though we're talking about all these players and it's late and we're talking about lottery tickets and chips and, people calling it in, mailing it in, whatever, there are still teams that are really focused. Rams, one of them, because they have so many picks down here and they need them. Still focused on finding fit, focused on putting a talented player in a good landing spot. And if that occurs, like, draft spot doesn't matter. Like Zach Evans, I've said it over and over again. I've said it at least 3 times today that, guys in the 4th and 5th and 6th in the running back class have starting abilities. Zach Evans is one of them. And the Rams are lucky to get him at 215 overall.
Brad Robbins, punters are people too. Got another special teamer off the board. EJ, thoughts? Where's your report?
My report is I just ate 2 pieces of cheese and half a small tub of very cold potato salad fast enough that I have an ice cream headache.
Hey, I left some of that ham in there for you.
I will get to that after. I didn't feel like getting my mitts all grubby, so I did something I could do with a fork.
Bears pick is in. Are we getting an edge rusher here? A late edge, which for me,
Andre Carter, that would be fun.
Available edges. Oh man, we are slim pickings.
Yeah, Andre Carter would be the one, but there seems to be a thing with him, so he's slipping.
I would go Ikenna Nwachukwu for me.
Yep, from Rice.
Yep. Travis Bell, Kennesaw State. Did not watch him.
Nope. Do we have Kennesaw State tape while you're at it?
I mean, we probably do, actually. Hold on. I mean, if we have Wagner. We do. How about that?
We have Kennesaw State tape?
We do.
Yeah. I know what I'm doing tonight. I know what I'm doing tonight. I'm grinding Kennesaw State tape.
I don't know why, but we do.
Get in, losers. We're grinding Kennesaw State tape.
What was the one last year? Who was that receiver from Slippery Rock?
Slippery Rock State? Yep.
Yeah. You were so jacked about this UDFA receiver from fucking Slippery Rock.
That's right.
Who is Travis Bell? Dude, I don't know.
No
I do this
idea.
for a living
He's
and
a
I don't know.
So thinking about, oh no.
Oh, that's the worst case scenario for you.
Oh man, the Lions take Antoine Green, the wide receiver from North Carolina. Certainly in this draft, he will be known as the other wide receiver from North Carolina. One of Drake May's favorite targets. Antoine Green, ridiculously productive. We did get to see him at Shrine, and I came away pretty impressed. Went back, looked at the tape, and came away even more impressed. He was one of those guys that really climbed when I went back and did a singular study on him. Actually included him, and I'm sure lots of patrons thought this was very strange, included him on the matrix of stats. Usually that's only the top 7 or 8 players. No way Antoine Green is a top 7 or 8 receiver in this class, but I wanted to highlight some of the things that are amazing about the numbers he put up. Now, Drake May, if it's not a name you're familiar with, it's a name you'll be very familiar with at this time next year. Quarterback from North Carolina. If he comes out, he's probably going to go number 2 behind Caleb Williams. Very, very talented player. Antoine Green, 6'1", 199, so really good size. That sets him apart in this draft class by himself. 798 yards with 7 touchdowns, 19 explosive plays out of 43 receptions. Explosive play rate, 44.1%. Explosive plays are anything that goes more than 15 yards. That means just about half of his receptions went for 15 yards or more. And that would make sense because his yards per catch average is 18.6, which is second in this class behind one Jalen Hyatt. Everybody had Hyatt as the big, explosive, downfield, deep threat. Antoine Green's numbers, very, very similar on a per catch basis. Not as much yak ability as some of those other receivers, but still very good. Also a high number for yards per routes run, which is a very good way to see how many times a receiver gets targeted, not just thrown at or caught. Pretty low drop percentage and a very good run blocking grade. Good solid run blocking grade. Again, with that size, 6'1", 191. Really, really like Antoine Green. In fact, if the Bears had pivoted and not taken the speedster out of Cincinnati and instead taken Antoine Green at this point, I would be totally fine with it. He is a really good receiver.
Zach Kuntz, it's like the 4th ODU player that we've seen.
Yeah, ODU.
That was a hell of a squad.
Busy team this year.
Super, super athletic, toolsy. He's like 6'7", I think it was. Just has movement skills out the wazoo. Raw as raw can be, but for a 7th round pick, you're gambling on tools here. I love this pick for the Jets.
Yeah, started his career at Penn State, ended up at Old Dominion. Is pretty limited movement-wise, but big and fast in a straight line. And to get him down here, I like
his movement skills. I think he's got more wiggle than people give him credit for.
Oh, I didn't see very much of that, but man, when he gets motoring, I keep thinking back to Matt Bowen's comment. Now, when he gets in the open field, he can wheel. I'm like, yep, that's Zach Kuntz, 6'6", 255. His 2021 tape is what attracted everybody because he was injured this year after just a few games. But in 2021, when he played a full slate of games, 74 catches for 717 yards, 5 touchdowns, 20.2% explosive play rate, 9.7 per catch. Yeah, good run blocking grade, low 60s, not great, but good. Yeah, it is all about big and fast. Not too many big play tight end threats for real in this draft. Kuntz is one.
Patriots only need a long snapper to complete their special teams draft.
I love
Bill
that.
Belichick's favorite thing, drafting special teamers.
Well done. Well done.
So Colts are on the clock, Vikings are on the clock, Rams are on the clock, Falcons are on the clock twice. I mean, if there was ever a spot for Corey Trice to go, I mean, come on. It's like 5 corner needy teams in a row.
We're just trolling you at this point with Corey Trice. No, there's something about Corey Trice. He should have been off the board in the 5th just on physical skill and tape alone.
Yeah. It's just, I don't get it.
No, there's something. And it could be a flag of any type, medical flag, personality, testing, something, injury, got to be something. Because if you look at his size, his tape, and, you know, really just his skill and how it would translate to the league, we're not talking about the same thing if we're talking about him as a 7th round pick.
Thank you, Chad, for letting me know.
Oh, there goes Jalen Jones.
Ooh.
That was another guy that I was surprised was still on the clock. Cornerback, Texas A&M. Actually liked his game. Was a little bit surprised he lasted this long. Again, I would have picked him end of the 5th, early in the 6th. Really felt like as we got to the end of the 6th, it was like, come on, where's the Jalen Jones pick? Top of the 7th, here you go.
I'm trying to find where he was. There it was. Yeah, it was 4.57. I was making sure it was 4. In my head, I had 4.57. That's kind of like the one thing, and you even see it on tape, right? It wasn't just a bad run in the pre-draft process, but like almost running 4.6 as a corner is a death sentence, especially when it shows up on tape. I think he's going to be a safety, personally, because there's no defense out there that's putting out a corner that runs 4.6 or almost 4.6. But as a safety, you could sell me on that. You could sell me on like what he brings to the table, because he's a bigger dude. He's 6'2", 200 pounds.
Yep.
He just feels like a safety to me. There's a lot of bigger corners where if you're running like 4.5 flat, but you're still really physical and you got good hips, like the Julius Brentses of the world, you can survive. But I don't think he has the hips of Brent's. I don't think he has the explosion of Brent's. And he's also slower than Brent's. He's a safety to me.
Yeah, it feels like he might have even been a more effective safety against the pass than his more highly touted teammate, Antonio Johnson.
Yeah, Antonio Johnson's a dime backer to me. I don't see safety at all for him.
Exactly. So move Jalen Jones to safety, Antonio Johnson's a dime backer. Now we're cooking.
Yeah. No. I'm trying to remember the last time Texas A&M put out a DB I liked. Like really genuinely liked.
Couple of years ago, 3 years ago, they had a safety I liked.
The one who went to Tampa? It was just like a human missile.
Well, they are all kind of human missiles that come out of Texas A&M, but some have a more well-rounded skill set around the edges, and some don't. Johnson, to me, felt like they don't. He is really good coming forward and blowing people up. Not even a great wrap tackler, but he is an impact guy. But that, other than that, like it drops off real quick.
Dwayne McBride is a Minnesota Viking.
Oh, insurance for the Dalvin bit.
So he's got incredible contact balance. If there's one thing that I'm hanging my hat on for Dwayne McBride, it's contact balance. It's not that he breaks tackles, it's that he breaks human bodies. And they just bounce off of him, and he somehow doesn't go down. Really, really intriguing runner. He's not fast. He's not twitchy. He's not fluid, but he's just like a human weeble wobble. And I don't understand the physics behind it. Fascinated to see how he does in the NFL. I think, as a complimentary number 2 or number 3 back, you could sell me on that. Absolutely. And in Minnesota, that's probably what he's going to be.
Yeah. My problems with McBride are twofold. One, he is, and again, we don't know if this is, they never tried it or never used him that way, or he just can't do it. Not sure if it's chicken or egg. He's a 0 in the passing game. He has very little contribution in the passing game. And just like you said, corners that run 4.6 are a death sentence. Running backs that can't catch, and I mean can't catch a lick, you're not going to have a big role in the pros. It's just not going to happen. And the other thing is he's got a fumbling problem. Like, he did not hang on to the ball. His ball security numbers were not ideal. And again, when you're a really great runner, and he is a really great runner, I had him on my honorable mentions on offensive gems. I was like, it's just so fun to watch him run. But that's it. Like, not a threat in the passing game. I would say below average in pass protection, and then can't hang on to the ball. Like, that's why you're going to end up going in the 7th when you're a really talented runner.
EJ, would you believe me if I told you that I actually did work on a punter from Wingate? I think that's why people watch the Bootleg Draft Stream. I have a report on a punter from fucking Wingate.
No, I don't believe you.
I reached out to the Shrine Bowl staff.
Yeah,
because he was there, and I was like, I can't find any of these dudes' punts. Like, I need to know. I always like to do Shrine Bowl punters, right? Because they're really good at getting them, and I was like, they're probably going to be drafted or UDFA or something like that. Lo and behold, he's actually gets drafted, and so Shane sent me a private link of Ethan Evans's own YouTube channel where he uploaded all of his punts. So we watched all of his punts. And then I did more research, and in 2021, there was training video. I shit you not. There was training video of Ethan Evans that I found where he boomed it over 70 yards and had like a 5.44, 5.43 hang on it. He's got a cannon.
So this is Kicker Rico.
Oh my God. It's he's not Turk, but he's close.
But he can punt it over them mountains.
He can punt it over them mountains. So yeah,
that's
we got reports on
I have
we got
zero
reports on punters
intel
from
on
Wingate,
punters,
people.
So you got me beat there.
I love it.
Ooh, the third Alabama safety goes to the Falcons.
He's fun.
He is fun. And, again, we're talking about special teams players. Like, I think that's a great role for him. He loves to run and hit. Put him on special teams. See if he can earn his way onto the field. At 224, go for it. Is Evans better than Stonehouse? No.
No, very few people ever have been.
No. He's not. You all got spoiled because we started talking about punters the first time we were ever directly exposed to punters in an all-star setting, and they were great. We're probably not going to hit that high again anytime soon. If you can consider that a high. Just wait until the Iowa punter. Well, the Iowa punter got a lot of work.
I can't believe Evans actually got drafted. I didn't really expect it, but that's why I always do it. Because after 2022, when Eric was like, "Oh, Shane is the best in the country at just finding good special teamers," I was like, "All right, I'm going to pay attention to every punter they bring in." He's got it.
Oh, that's right. You've been labeled punter expert, Brett. Punter expert Coleman. That's a tag you get, not me. I do not want that tag.
He's one of the only punters I actually watched, and he's from Wingate.
Yeah, exactly. And he gets drafted. Unbelievable. Says that's a nice way of saying Iowa's offense was shit, EJ. Yes. I can say it the regular way. Iowa's offense was shit. Iowa's offense was freaking terrible. Through the women's Final Four, women's NCAA basketball Final Four, they listed the number of times that Caitlin scored more points than the Iowa offense by herself. Yeah.
Good Lord. By the way, she's a monster.
She is a monster, but she outscored the Iowa football offense every single time.
All right, Falcons, what do you got for us with one of your billion picks?
Need Bumper Pool in the 7th. Great. One of the great names of the entire draft class. Arkansas linebacker Bumper Pool.
Iowa Hawkeyes Sickos national champions. I really hope Noah Gindorf gets drafted. I would agree. Unfortunately, And so Noah Gandorf is the gigantic tight end from North Dakota State. He's like 6'5", 270, built like a brick shit house. Had a pretty significant injury that kept him from working out through almost the entire pre-draft process. I don't have an update on where he's at in terms of prognosis or recovery, but he's a good player. He's a good player. And, already, again, being a tight end from North Dakota State, he wasn't going to go that high, but I have to imagine the injuries played a role in him not going before the 7th round.
Okay, I think we should start a pool.
What? Of who watched Javon Gwynn? Because I did not.
No. The Rams have Mr. Irrelevant. Mr. Irrelevant, very famous pick. The Bears have the penultimate pick to Mr. Irrelevant. So the Rams are at 259, 42 in the 7th round. That's Mr. Irrelevant. The Bears are at 41, 258, second to last pick. We should start a pool in chat, maybe give away a prize for if somebody nails the player, they're getting something nice. We'll get you a shirt from Homage.
Yeah,
if you
get whatever
nail
shirt you
the
want.
player that the Chicago Bears pick at 258, we will get you your choice of a shirt from Homage.
Oh, so we're doing Bears? We're not doing Rams?
I'm skipping Mr. Irrelevant. Mr. Irrelevant gets his own parade. 258 gets nothing.
Kenny McIntosh. If it's Trice or McIntosh, I'm going to lose my mind.
Oh, if it's Trice and everybody wins, oh man!
We're gonna be out
Corey
so
Trice will
much
be
money.
a Bear. That's enough. That's worth it right there for a shirt, and I'll get to rib you about it forever. 25 to 258, really no big difference. I'm gonna have that shirt made.
Oh man, there's still a lot of good players left.
Yeah, there really
Jomo.
are. We knew this was a deep draft. So we'll see who the Bears pick at 258. If you nail the player, we'll get you a shirt. If you nail the position,
No,
I don't know. We'll give you a shout out.
Too easy. Position's too easy.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right. So just player. If you nail the player at 258, we will get you a shirt from Homage.
There's 1,200 people in here, EJ.
I know.
If we have 30 people that say receiver.
I wasn't going to give him a shirt for nailing the position. No. You got to nail the player for that. Because look, Homage shirts are super nice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna change the banner to Homage since we're talking about it. You guys have really resonated to the Homage gear very quickly. We appreciate that. It's awesome stuff. We don't think you will regret that at all. They make awesome shirts, ridiculously comfortable, full NFL license. So lines of gear for every NFL team. They have custom designs, crossover designs, all kinds of some fun stuff. Check out the link. It's both in the description and in the banner. And big thanks to Homage. Big thanks to Manscaped for supporting all of our coverage this year throughout the draft. Couldn't do it without them. Right now, you get 20% off. You head over to Manscaped, any of your personal grooming needs, plus free shipping. They have been extremely generous. We wouldn't be here, I wouldn't be here in Kansas City. Wouldn't have been possible without their support. Certainly all this coverage for 3 straight days, not at all possible. So if you need any grooming needs at all, head over to Manscaped. That helps keep us in the money and producing content you want to see.
Taint mascara.
We could probably get them to make it. Enough people will buy it. You brought it up. If enough people buy it, they'll make it.
Cooper Hodges, App State, offensive tackle.
Nope.
Did not watch.
Not only did not watch, had on no lists, because there are lists I have where I didn't get to watching everybody. Cooper Hodges was not on any of my lists.
They were probably watching the running back because everyone's watching the running back and then watch the tackle, and they're like,
yeah.
Oh,
I'm confident I did not avoid Cooper Hodges tape. I just didn't have him on my list.
Raymond Vahasek? Vohasek?
DT North
Vashon?
Carolina. That's funny because, well, it'll be interesting. We both watched the North Carolina offensive lineman, who we like quite a
Hakeem
bit.
Richards.
I don't. Yeah. So, might have gone against, well, definitely went against him in practice occasionally.
I love Cameron Peoples. I think Cameron Peoples has a lot of fans out there. Again, he's going to be a UDFA is my guess.
Yeah.
But most people, when you're watching App State offensive players, it's because you're going for Cameron Peoples, then you find somebody else that you like.
Somebody said Cameron Latu for 258 for the Bears. He got drafted like yesterday.
4 rounds ago.
Yeah. He got drafted
what about
yesterday.
did you speaking of App State, did you watch Chase Bryce?
Yeah. He was at the Shrine Bowl.
Well, I wasn't sure if you'd watched him outside of the Shrine.
Yeah. Yeah.
What did you think about him?
I thought, and here's how you can change your opinion throughout draft season. I thought Chase Bryce and Clayton Tune were, similar. Nope. When you watch both, Clayton Tune has it all over Chase Bryce. Now, Chase Bryce, very good quarterback. Anybody that plays quarterback in D1 is very good. They were the best player probably ever out of their high school with very few exceptions. They were all league. They won a couple of state championships. All the guys that are quarterbacks in D1 can all throw it, can all move. So when we say, oh, well, Chase Bryce isn't Clayton Tune, we're literally splitting hairs. And these are the hairs that matter in terms of making it into the top league in the entire planet with the very best athletes playing football anywhere in the world. Yeah, you have to be 0.1% better than whatever. Chase Bryce, very good football player. Saw him as probably a UDFA after I did my deep watch. Clayton Tune, I was like, I'm not sure why more people aren't talking about Clayton Tune really in the second tier of quarterbacks here. I had him above DTR. I think he's really good. He got drafted. I wish him all the success. Wait, Ravens trade up? Oh,
You're getting a Thomas and Coon pick here? Is that what it was?
well, this is where teams will say, look, I'll give you a 6th rounder from next year for a 7th rounder this year because there's this one guy I like, and I don't want him going into the UDFA pool. I want control of that player. So can we just swap late round picks? Because I want this guy in our camp. And if they're trading up at this point, that's what it is.
Make sure.
A Furman player got drafted last year. True.
Come on, Titans. Give us the pick.
Have either of you watched Pat O'Connell from Montana? My brother worked with him. Don't think so.
I cannot say that I have.
Don't think so. So the Titans pick wide receiver from Tennessee Martin, Colton Dowell. Not familiar with him. But we were just looking at the Titans wide receiver depth chart 2 nights ago, talking about how they could beef that out. Obviously, they did so earlier in the draft, but I'm wondering what they saw from Colton that made them want to add him to their wide receiver room.
Man, I always forget what the 7th round is like. We're reminded of how many more players than median.
Oh, I know what they liked about Colton Dowell.
What?
He's 6'3", 215.
Oh, well, there you go. There you go.
You're going to take size speed shots at the end. These are,
Andrew Voorhees to the Ravens this late.
Oh, that's what they traded up for.
So he is so incredibly strong. Not the quickest feet, not the loosest hips. But if you want overwhelming power at the point of attack, a la, when they took Ben Powers out of Georgia not too long ago, it's same kind of thing. He is coming off an ACL he suffered at the combine, but he was one of the most efficient offensive linemen in the entire country, specifically on zone runs, because of how well he resets the line of scrimmage. And he and center Ben Nealon at USC, who was one of my favorite centers in this class, or value centers, I should say, not favorite centers, but favorite value centers. They were both exceptional in the zone run game stuff that USC kind of majored in. Really unfortunate that Voorhees got injured because he is a very good player. Great leader, great dude, strong as an ox. Again, not the most efficient mover, but just dominates with strength and power. Has a lot of Richie Incognito to his game. Obviously not like the same off the field. In fact, probably quite the opposite. But in terms of like build and strength, like he's got so much Richie Incognito to him. The only reason why he went this late is because he's probably not going to play this year. You know, coming off an ACL is my
yeah,
guess.
and suffered so late too.
Yeah.
And he's not really probably going to have power until the end of camp next year.
Yeah, if that, right? So this is this is what the Ravens did. They did this with Ojabo too, right?
Yep.
You know, it's like they take a guy who's coming off injury, a value play later than they should have gone, who they just know is a good player, and they're going to invest in them. I love that pick.
Paxman says the Bears just got 360 no scoped. I've seen their board and they were going to take Voorhees.
That sucks.
Well, the Buffalo pick is in, so we get to see if our good buddy Drew, who runs the Rock Pile Report, is going to be happy, sad, or incensed, because those are the three options. At 230, because he will be just as mad about 230 as he was about 25 or 150.
If we get another punter here, I'm going to lose my mind.
I got to say, there have been many more specialists drafted. I got that question yesterday. I was like, I actually don't think so. And of course, like 8 or 9 of them get drafted, and I look like a dope.
Do you think it's because we have more compensatory picks now, and so people feel more comfortable doing it? Oh, Nick Broker. There we go.
I told you.
Yeah.
This is
nasty,
a great pick.
Man. He's nasty.
Yeah, the Rock Pile guy should be really excited. Nick Broker, guard from Mississippi, Ole Miss, and has exceptional power in his upper body, especially in his hands. Really, he's a mover, and I don't necessarily mean like earth mover, like you see those big guards that sort of body defensive tackles and just sort of push them out of the way, forklift them out of the way. Like he's a guy that can grab somebody and move them, just torque them off their feet. And when I went back to his tape, that was what I saw more often than not, is if he gets a good solid hold of you, he's just going to twist you off your feet. And there's not a lot of guys that could resist that, and they don't want that to happen. They too are trying to kick his ass. But he can do it over and over again. I would bet he has a wrestling background. I haven't checked.
He probably does.
If he hooks you up and gets leverage, the chances you're going to get yanked off your feet are pretty high. Love this pick for the Bills.
Yeah, looking at what the Bills like on the offensive line, in particular the interior offensive line, because Josh Allen's drop depth tends to be shorter, and he kind of tends to hang around 7 to 8 yards for the most part, and he wants the pocket to fold around him. Some guys, they'll drop deep and then they'll step up into the pocket and they'll kind of meet it in the middle. Allen will get the ball, not all the time, but a lot of the time. And he'll hang up there towards the front and just let it all kind of wrap around him. And Brady did that for a long time, and it tended to work for him. And so what they really like is kind of these big maulers up front that aren't going to lose ground, because they want to turn it into a street fight. It's a lot of jump sets. It's a lot of guys that just get on you early and they'll take you to the ground, and it's mud wrestling. That's literally what they do, is they mud wrestle, because they know that Josh isn't going to be 10 yards deep. He's going to be hanging out there in the trash and, force you to push the pocket against all these big monsters up front. So Broker definitely fits their style and their vibe, and it's perfect. Nesta J. Silvera. Love this pick for the Raiders. I had a much higher grade on him than 7th rounder. Built like a cannonball, blows up stuff just like one as well. Curious to see where he's going to play, whether it's at nose or 3. I probably favor 3 for him with the Ravens, that is, like playing a kind of dedicated 3 technique spot. But not with the Ravens, with the Raiders. Here's the problem, though. They've got a lot of those guys.
6. They have 6 guys. I just looked it up. Jerry Tillery, Byron Young, the Alabama Byron Young, who they just drafted, and then Neil Farrell Jr., who is an absolute stump of a human being out of LSU a couple of years ago. Right defensive tackle, Bilal Nichols, John Jenkins, and Matthew Butler, who we knew from Tennessee. Saw him again this year at Shrine Bowl. And then there's Adam Butler, if you remember him. He's the 7th. So they got 7 guys.
I loved Adam Butler, too.
7 guys listed at defensive tackle. So
and most of them are 3 techniques. Most of them are 3s, and that's what I think Nesta is too. So that's why I'm kind of curious, like where he fits in, because it's like they kind of have a lot of those already.
Yeah, I gotta say their right defensive end depth chart for the Raiders might be one of my favorite depth charts in the entire league. Chandler Jones, Tyree Wilson, Malcolm Kuntz.
Yep.
Let's go. I'll take any one of the 3 on any down. Like, that's awesome.
And they could still stand to add like one more edge. Because they got Jordan Willis behind Max, and I still like one more. I don't know if they have any more picks, but let me see. I don't think they do. Maybe that was it for the Raiders. Yeah, they don't have any more picks. So their last one was on Nesta. Well, we'll see what they get in UDFA. I think they could use another one, but
all right. So are the Jets keeping 5 TEs on the roster, or is EJ's guy who is a UDFA probably gone? He's probably gone. He hasn't showed enough. You're talking about the Ole Miss tight end that ended up on the Jets as a UDFA.
I remember him.
I like him. I still like him. I'd pick him up as a camp invite for sure in a heartbeat. I'm sure I'm the only one, but that's okay.
Hey,
not
man,
the first time that I've been the only one.
6 rounds later, so
yeah, not the first time I've been the only one. Talking about Kenny Yeboah, right now they've got Yeboah ahead of Ruckert, and I kind of liked Ruckert too. So apparently I can pick 3rd and 4th string Jets tight ends like the best of them.
Cardinals general manager said likely no trade for DeAndre Hopkins. I'll believe that when I see it.
Jeremy Ruckert to the Bears, then I wouldn't trade for him, but if they cut him, I'd take him for sure.
Did you do Carrington Valentine?
Did I? Yeah. Did you just get picked?
Yeah.
Nice.
Packers.
That's a value. That's crazy. 7th round. He's better than that. He is bigger, faster, stronger than that. Of course you went to the Packers. Damn it. You didn't tell me by who. That's not fair.
I said Packers. You're just deaf.
Oh, I just didn't hear it. No, Carrington Valentine, I came to late in the process. Somebody said, "Oh, have you got it?" And I was like, "No." He's 6 foot 183, so he's got really good size, 32-inch arms. Yeah. So Kentucky kind of has a type at corner. They like big, fast, strong, athletic guys, more straight line than sort of ability to cut. But there's some, like you said, you were talking about one of the running backs earlier, and you said, no, I think he's got a little more wiggle. Oh, it was Kuntz, actually. You were talking about Zach Kuntz, and you're like, I think he has a little more wiggle. Like, I think Carrington Valentine as a corner has a little more wiggle than people give him credit for. And I still feel like there's probably something there going on that we don't know about, because again, 6 foot 183 SEC corner with pretty good resume. No significant injury history that I know about. Yeah, I mean, Big, fast, strong. He jumped 39 inches. Broad jumped almost 11. It's like 10-8. Yeah, he's not strong in the upper body, 9 bench press reps. But again, he's got super long levers. I don't think that's a disqualifier. Yeah, you got me.
All right. Commanders have had a nice draft after round 1. Love to see what they're doing here. Lonnie Phelps to the Bears at 258. Thomas Incoom, I'd be interested in for the Bears at 258. In terms of other available edges, Habakkuk Baldonado hasn't gone yet.
Nope, sure hasn't. Lonnie Phelps was a guy I mentioned earlier. I'd take a shot on him. Boy, if they went and got Grant Dubose, if he's still there, or Star Thomas, or Alex Austin, like any of those guys, just based on pure player value, not necessarily lining up with a particular position. Miles Brooks is still there. I'd take him.
Ken Anachukwu. Andre Jones Jr. From Louisiana.
Yeah, Matt Landers. If you're gonna take a shot at let's have a small fast one and a big fast one at wide receiver. Let's do that.
Ivan Pace.
Tyrus Wheat, the edge from Mississippi State. He's got some traits. Isaiah Moore still there. Jeremy Banks. Your guy, Quindell Johnson.
Quindell's still on the board. You're right.
Yep. Blake Whiteheart. Trevor Reed, the tackle from Louisville. That might be my guess. If I'm putting in a guess, that might be my guess. Daniel Barker, the tight end from Michigan State, who started at Illinois. I like him. Shaka Hayward at inside linebacker. A lot of talented players.
Man, the Andre Carter thing just kills me.
Charlie Thomas.
Which Charlie Thomas?
Charlie Thomas from Georgia Tech.
Oh, yeah, I didn't like him. He's dog shit against the run.
Jake Bobo, the wide receiver from UCLA. Desjuan's still there.
Yeah. I think the testing crushed him. And and again, the testing, I never really got an answer for was he hurt or something like that. Because on tape, he's not that level of athlete on tape. And I mean that he's a better athlete on tape than he was tester.
No, Desjuan Johnson, Drake Thomas, Khalif Halassi, the Western Kentucky corner, Caleb Murphy, the edge from Ferris State. Hell yeah, at this point.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, go for it. Mitchell Tinsley, Michael Jefferson, who was in a car accident, the wide receiver from Louisiana. Don't know what his health situation is. Who else is interesting? We're getting down there now. We're getting into the mid 300s. AJ Finley, safety from Mississippi.
Trey Dean.
Yeah. Oh, Jalen Graham from Purdue. Oh, man, I'd love him.
Purdue players don't get drafted. You know that.
What's that?
Purdue players don't get drafted.
I understand that. Oh, man.
They used up their one for the year on Aiden O'Connell, and that was it.
Yeah, we had a lot of questions in the chat about Killian Zaire, the offensive tackle from Auburn, whether or not he's going to get drafted. Not likely on this list. He's rated at 357, which is a good 100 picks after the draft ends. Probably a UDFA, but not likely to get drafted. I'm just trying to see if there's any way down the board flyers that I really like.
Oh, that's right. Charlie Jones and Payne Durham got drafted too.
Yeah, Charlie Jones did get drafted. If he didn't get drafted,
he went to the Bengals, right?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
They're trying to curry favor with me. I mean,
is Jared Clark going here? I actually didn't realize he was still on the board either. I really like him.
Who?
Jared Clark.
Oh,
Or is it Gerard Clark? I actually don't know which one it is.
yeah, from Coastal.
Yeah, I liked him a lot.
I do too.
Big grade on him.
Boy, if Jalen Redmond's medicals check out, I would love for him to go to the Bears. That would be a great pick.
It's the medical that's
I
the
know.
problem, though. Like he
I
would have been
know.
long gone if it wasn't medical.
Yep. How about a Wild Ivan Pace pick? What the hell?
Yeah.
Like,
No,
go for it. Corey
Jalen-
Trice or Ivan Pace. Like, I would be over all Andre Carter, Corey Trice, Ivan Pace, Moro Jomo, any of those guys. I know Jalen Redmond's a wish at this point.
Yeah, it's literally just the medical flags on Redmond are
I know.
tough.
And that's the
They're
same
tough.
thing at Oklahoma. So
He was a 5-star. That's what's like. Yeah, I know what Redmond should have been, and then I know what ended up happening to him, and it's just he's very unlucky. It sucks.
yeah.
But
Bryce
man,
Ford Wheaton. EP says Bryce Ford Wheaton. Bryce Ford Wheaton's not getting drafted.
Bryce Ford Wheaton is not getting drafted. I don't care what he ran. He's not getting drafted.
Nah, he ain't getting drafted.
He could have got drafted, but he's not.
Oh, he could have been drafted in the first freaking round.
Yeah. Decision making sometimes costs people a lot of money.
Yeah, that's very true.
Did Clark get drafted? Not yet. But the Colts are coming up, and one of my comps for him was young raw Grover Stewart.
Let's go. The Commanders got Andre Jones Jr., the edge from Louisiana, the Raging Cajun dude.
Yeah, that's what I brought up earlier.
I was too busy looking at available players. Didn't hear you. No, love the size, love the power. Like, great. That's a good get. Yeah, that's a good get. That is a grown-ass man. That guy is huge when you stand next to him in pads.
So 259. I feel like we had more picks last year. I think it was like 260 something last year, 259 this year. So we got 25 more after the Rams.
Yeah, TikTok teams, let's go.
And Achukwu was still on the board as well. Yeah, I'm waiting for McKenna to get drafted.
Yep.
He should be drafted.
Yep. Corey Trice, top 30 in the 7th. What did Bryce Ford Wheaton do? It's what he didn't do. He did not. He refused all interviews in the pre-draft process, and that's not.
Yeah.
I don't mean media interviews. I mean team interviews. So
Yeah, like every team wanted to talk to him, and he
said
least
no to
early
all of
on. Yeah, early on, when given an opportunity to talk to teams, he said no.
And
so they're
that's
like, okay,
just
then we're
draft.
not going to talk to you.
that's draft suicide. Not sure why. Not sure what advice he was given or whether or not he was given advice to do that. It was a terrible choice, and it's costing him a lot of money. And he'll probably get a UDFA invite. Teams are more lenient with those, but he's going to come in with absolutely no hook to the organization. They could cut him at any second. He's going to have to earn it all the way along. Yeah, it's crazy that a guy that big, that talented, that fast is not going to get drafted, but he's not going to get drafted. So
Why the fuck would you not want to talk to a team? I got no idea. And neither did the teams.
I understand why you might not want to talk to a team, but any
all of
team,
them.
that's ridiculous. Yeah, we don't know either. But he did, and it is absolutely submarining his stock. You can't do it. Like, you just can't do it.
Lou Nichols just went off the board. Central
Yeah,
Michigan.
and Jason Taylor II, the safety from Oklahoma State. I like the
He's
man.
not
The Rams
related
are
to-
kind of
He's not related to Jason, like the actual Jason Taylor, is he?
yeah. The Rams are they're having a lot of fun here. I'm gonna pull up the Rams draft just for the fun of it.
They've had a hell of a class.
Yeah, they really have.
Yeah, Lou Nichols is just a how do I describe him? A bowling ball on a pogo stick. Like he's just
I love it.
round,
love
heavy, and bouncy, right? And can't maneuver so well either. Like not great balance, but he's got pop to him. His frame just inflicts punishment. I like Lou Nichols. I really do. And for the Packers, he's going to be like RB4. But for a downhill team that loves these bigger 220 plus pound backs, I like Nichols. He fits them. Jake Witt.
Oh, somebody
Northern
guessed Jake Witt to the
Michigan.
Bears.
You know, normally we get Central Michigan, Eastern Michigan, Western Michigan. We don't get Northern Michigan very often. It's the redheaded stepchild of all the
Jake
directional
Witt
Michigan.
is incredibly athletic. So again, the Colts, like their entire draft is just athletes. Like, yeah, he got profiled. Believe somebody at WCG did a profile of Jake Witt. It might have been Mason.
Who just went.
Listen to me. But yeah, wildly athletic, smaller school tackle. Yeah,
Chat,
Colts
he
are betting
doesn't
on
know.
upside.
Chat,
What?
he doesn't know.
What? Who doesn't know?
Look at who went.
There you go. Nice. I like it.
I mean,
Talking about
the
refilling your running back
backfield you're
room.
going to have there is just what is it, 5 running backs deep at this point?
Well, they lost so many that no, it's not. I think it's 4.
Well, everybody that picked McIntosh for Mr. Irrelevant, you lose.
Waha. And everybody told me McIntosh wasn't going to get drafted can go stick it.
He made it in. He got drafted before Corey Trice.
Yeah. Right.
So you win.
I don't know what you owe me for that, but something. Running back. No, I mean, he's the 4th, and it's a really good room. Kenneth Walker, who we love, Zach Charbonnet, who we raved about when they chose him, DJ Dallas, who I liked when they picked him at the time for what he was, and now Kenny McIntosh behind that. They basically have rebuilt their 4 running back room of, you know, Travis Homer and Alex Collins and DJ Dallas and Penny. And like, this is what the Seahawks do. Like, I'm not at all surprised that they took that swing at the end of the 7th to say, look, this guy is underrated, came from a big program. He's going to give us receiving chops. Like, we have to spend basically nothing to get him. Let's go.
Seahawks are just going to run triple option at least twice a game.
Oh, that'd be so good. Run the veer with these guys. A wing T. Give me a wing T with Walker and Charbonnet, DJ Dallas, and Kenny McIntosh as the split end. Oh, yeah.
How did the Eagles let him slip this far?
Unknown, Brandon. Unknown. They are putting the band back together. They went and got DeAndre Swift instead.
Oh, man.
But great question. Appreciate it.
All right, pick is in. Matt.
Oh,
Matt's
there's
dug
your
into the
guy.
Chargers.
Dug into the Chargers.
That's fascinating. Who was their backup before? I actually can't remember. Hold on.
I actually can't remember.
Was
it Chase?
Oh, it was Easton Stick. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Easton Stick.
I guess there was the only 2 on the roster, right? So I guess you're bringing in, you bring in another guy that has athleticism. I get it. Maybe
I don't dislike Doug Indy. I wasn't going to go after him anywhere in the upper rounds of the draft, but it's like, as a guy that you're going to take a flyer on, I don't dislike him. He's a gamer.
And when you stepped away and went to the bathroom, I was telling Chad, like, he's not an elite athlete, which is why he went in the 2nd or 7th round. But he is a good athlete, and you can do some stuff with him and with his legs. And he's a hard worker. He's a good leader. Like, I think as a 3rd string clipboard holder with some athletic upside. You could do worse in the 7th round, right?
I would agree. I am
Also, Quentin Johnston's quarterback at TCU, maybe
yeah, a little bit.
a little connection.
Dugan is Tebow without the Tebow. Same arm motion. I'm not going to be able to unsee that, am I? Max and Stet both in LA. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that's right, because Stetson went to
Yeah.
the Rams. Forgot about
Correct.
that. Yeah, there wasn't really a whole lot of quarterbacks left. So if they wanted to get a third, Duggan was probably it for them. Did Kendra Miller ever go? I think. Oh, that's right. He went early. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was trying to think of just TCU kids.
All LA Super Bowl.
Has Cunningham been taken?
Malik?
think. Yeah, did he? I don't think he did.
No.
Yeah, is there any more Chargers picks? I don't think there is. There's not, but there is Bears. There's another Packers pick.
I'm fascinated by the Jaguars. I'm really interested to how they're going to build the rest of the class because, man, they have grabbed some interesting athletes during this draft.
Right.
Yeah,
Jags
Anton
pick is
Harrison,
in.
Brenton Strange, Tank Bigsby, Ventrell Miller, Tyler Lacey, Yasir Abdullah, Antonio Johnson, Parker Washington, Christian Braswell, Eric Hallett, Cooper Hodges.
They took Derek Parrish and Yasir Abdullah?
Yeah. Raymond Vohasek, the defensive lineman
they
from
just
UNC.
took Parrish right now.
I'm like, that's a massive class.
I think it was JP Acosta that was like, I'm going to jump off a bridge if they make all 10 day 3 picks. And I think they are.
I believe they are pushing him to his limits.
Like, don't make me write 10 profiles in one day.
Yeah. My buddy Taylor Dahl covers the Jaguars as well for work. She's on the radio down there, and she's gonna have a busy Monday profiling all these folks.
All right, Steelers on the clock. Trying to think where could they go? They've addressed pretty much everything.
I just want to throw a huge shout out to the fans. Like 1,300 people in the depths, the darkest, deepest depths of round 7, hanging out. Like, y'all rock. That's amazing. I got nothing except appreciation. Like, I got nothing.
They're sickos, man.
Yep.
Sickos. Derek Parrish got listed as a fullback by ESPN.
Well, fullback / edge, he's both, which I know sounds weird, folks, but it's true. He played both positions. Oh, there it is. There it is.
Corey Trice, you are a Pittsburgh Steeler.
Oh, my God. We thought we were going to go without. We did.
He got drafted, EJ.
He got drafted.
He made it.
My guy got drafted first. Oh, my goodness.
Watch him start.
Well, given who they've drafted, I don't think so, but because the
Could you
Steelers have had
fucking imagine?
one hell of a draft. You were only 216 picks off.
Not wrong, just early.
Way early.
Oh, man.
But what a good fit, right?
Yeah, because he's gonna go in there and learn from Patrick Peterson. I mean, Mike Tomlin's a great DB developer himself. I mean, I'm stoked for this. Now I really want to find out why it took this long.
Sure.
But he's a great talent. He's a great talent. I had him at CB5.
I
in
know
this
he's
class.
tremendous talent, but listen. Got Patrick Peterson, Akella Weatherspoon, talk about long corners, know how to use their length with speed. Joey Porter Jr. And then there's a lot of opportunity. Like Levi Wallace, sure, I'll give you that. But James Pierre, Madre Harper, Chris Wilcox, like he's better than all those guys. He's automatically CB4. He might be CB3 if he beats out Levi Wallace, which is not impossible.
At this stage in Wallace's career.
Yeah, I don't think he's beaten out Akello or Patrick or Joey, but literally after camp, like through the offseason, maybe heading into September, Corey Trice could be CB4 for the Steelers. And they got him at, 241 or whatever it is. Yeah, 241. Happy Corey Tricemas bread. Thank you for the super chat, Frederick. Would hope he pans out, but he's division rival, so I hope he's traded to Cleveland first and then becomes a monster.
Just flip Forbes and Trice in your head.
Just flip Forbes and Trice in your head.
You notice how 100 extra people joined the stream once Corey Trice got picked?
Oh, that's the best. That is absolutely the best. It turns out to be a really good landing spot for a young player, but I'm with you. Why? 241. Look at the players that are being picked around him. Anthony Johnson, I really like from Virginia, but Anthony Johnson was below my also rans at quarterback. Corey Trice was 5th or 6th.
Well, I got to say, 2025, that corner duo of Joey Porter Jr. and Corey Trice Jr. is just going to absolutely demolish.
Gonna be vicious. Gonna be vicious.
Because he's not a 7th round pick.
No, I am unhappy that Anthony Johnson went to the Packers, though. This is how do you know you're a true draft nerd that you're upset about your rival team taking somebody at 242 that most people have never heard of? Guilty.
Oh, man. And you know what? The only thing that would have made it better is if you went to the Giants 2 picks later.
Oh God. If you went to the Giants, that would have been classic. I told you. I'm actually kind of glad he didn't go to the Giants because now I can hear the end of it.
Oh, my God.
No, great fit with the Steelers, though. I'm with you. I could see him very quickly being, Pat Pete can't play forever.
No, Pat Pete's on his last legs.
Right. And if he moves into the sunset, Witherspoon's on, did they just re-sign him on a bigger deal or a short deal?
It's cuttable after this year, if I recall correctly.
Right. So you're talking about, very quickly, we talked about CB4. If Peterson is injured or retires, CB3. And within, 16 months, CB2.
I just, you look at the Trice profile and he's 6'3", 205, legit 4.4 speed, great feet, great hips, hyper productive in a major conference, facing great receiving talent and quarterback talent. How does that profile go 7th round?
It doesn't. There's something else there. We don't know what it is, but I said several times, even before he got back on the stream, there's no way. He's got great length. He's super tall. He knows how to use it. He's aggressive. He's fast. He closes very well. He's physical at the catch point. There is no way. Corey Trice is CB34. Lol. Jared, no. Don't. It's silliness. He is not CB34.
CB34 on the page, CB5 in our hearts, Jared.
Oh, Jordan Riley, spelled with an O. Interesting. DT, Oregon. No idea. Did not watch him. Did not watch him.
No one went to Trice's birthday party.
No one to Trice's birthday. That's it. That's what did it.
Watch though, A.T. Perry's going to be a star. I mean, the Saints are a good place for him to go to have a chance, right?
Agreed.
You know, in terms of a wide receiver room where it's not like there's no competition. There are good receivers in that room. Olave is there. Michael Thomas is there. But there's a path to significant playing time on the Saints. There really is. And there's a legitimate quarterback throwing the ball. You know, if A.T. Perry got 400 or 500 yards as a rookie, as a wide receiver 3, I'd say that's pretty realistic.
Yeah, he'd be amazing at that point. Wide receiver 3s don't get that many yards, especially rookies typically. Very few rookies break like 600 yards receiving.
Seriously, how is Ajomo still available? Your guess is as good as mine.
No, so versatile, such a good player. You know, Power 5. Played well at the All-Star games he went to. You got me. I don't know. Doesn't translate, but there's something there for sure. And look, there are with a few players every year. You know, if you looked at this board 3 months ago and said Moro Ojomo, Sean Tucker, Andre Carter, you know, a few others were still on this board at the very waning moments of the 7th round, you wouldn't have believed it. But every single year, here we are. There's a few very talented players that not off the board yet.
I want to make a draft day Steelers reference. Look at Kenny Pickett and Bo Callahan side-by-side photos. Why did they list Anthony Johnson as playing for Virginia? There's 2 Anthony Johnsons, aren't there?
I think he's thinking of Antonio Johnson, the Texas A&M safety.
Maybe that's who I'm thinking of. Because I remember doing that fuck up when I did my rankings. Like that exact fuck up. I definitely did that.
Just bought a Bijan jersey while my fellow Falcons fans are raging over it. Cheers to you guys for an awesome stream. Thank you, Braden. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you get to wear that jersey in good health for many years, and that it is something you celebrate because Bijan turns out to be as awesome as we think he all might be. He's an amazing player. He's really fun to see in person. We got to see him in Texas this year against UTSA. And it was kind of like, yeah, he's good. And then there's this couple of plays in the third quarter because UTSA was giving Texas the business still at halftime. A lot of folks in DKR were very worried that the Longhorns were going to get taken by the Roadrunners. There was definitely murmuring going on in the stadium. And then deep in the third quarter, a couple of plays, and Bijan just Bijan'd. And we were like, oh, yeah, okay, so it's real. He's that guy. Look at that. Like,
speaking of Bijan and the Falcons, by the way, I don't think I told you this.
Probably not.
I have it on good authority that our day one stream was on in the Falcons facility.
What?
So
let's go.
Take that how you will.
Well, I'm sure they're angry at us for some things we said, because who isn't angry at us?
We were happy about the Bijan pick.
I'm just like, after 20 hours, I think we've said something to piss off every fan base.
Who did they take? Let me make sure. Let me see. I can't remember who they took.
No, that's amazing. That's and there are things about this business that will never be normal to me. We've met with fans a couple of times, several times since we've been down here, in Kansas City, and every time that somebody comes up and says, man, your work is either really good or really meaningful, or, the one that really gets me has got me through something. It was a rough time in my life and I was able to focus, and Bootleg was one of my escapes. Like, it really gave me a lot of that one just floors me every time, slays me. When we were at Shrine Bowl last year and Bam Eliseni came up and said, yeah, I learned how to play offensive line by watching your videos. I was like, I'm just watching your reaction. Like, what are you going to say, Brett? Go ahead. Say something great about that.
To the 6'8", 370-pound man that can lift me up with one arm.
Yeah, no, he's amazing. But that part to me is always surreal when people come up face to face. One-on-one doesn't matter, and say, hey, I've somebody said at the meetup on Wednesday, I've watched every bootleg since the beginning. I've never missed an episode. I was like, that's 250 hours of your life, not including draft streams, right? Which would be another 80 at this point. Like, get out of here. That's an amazing commitment. That part. And then when we hear that we were right on a call from inside an NFL scouting staff, or that our live stream was on in the Falcons facility, or that stuff just blows my mind every time. Like, every time I hear it, it's never gonna be like, oh yeah, sure, cool. Like, I'm never gonna be able to just shuck that off. It's unreal to me, but that's cool.
I'm still waiting for the day when you're walking through the airport and you hear from behind you, are you EJ Snyder?
No, it's coming. It's coming.
coming.
It'll happen. My kid says, so are you famous all the time? Are you famous? I say, I hope not. Like, I really still want to be able to go out and sit down and eat lunch and just not have that. That being said, look, if you ever see me out eating lunch and you want to just come up and say, hey, please do, that's fine. But the whole idea of like famous, like, no, that's like being an insider. I don't want that either. Like, nope.
Yeah. As somebody who when I was in TV, I would work with actual famous people, and they couldn't go to
famous people. Yes.
I will never be anywhere close to that, nor do I want to be. But they would tell me stories like they can't go to dinner with their family.
No.
I'm like, man, that's rough.
No, and right now, honestly, it's pretty handy for me because I hang out with you, and if somebody comes up, they know you, so I can just magnet off. I'm like, no, that's the one you want. Go shark him.
No, I like meeting fans in the wild, though. It blows me away.
No, every time I've been with you and you've met fans. When we were in Texas,
yep,
and we went to the pizza place the first night we were there, and kid's standing next to him. You could tell he's looking at Brett. He finally goes, "Are you Brett?" And he says, "Yeah." And he says, "Man, I watch your channel like every day. Not really a football player, but like," he goes on, tells the story. And he had his 4 friends, took a picture, and we were pretty hungry at the time. But I was in Vegas actually. But
I just got out of the car and I was wearing like just garbage on my body. I was like, I look real bad for your photo, but
I'm gonna look real bad for your photo. But you've been incredibly gracious with fans every time I've been with you, and they've recognized you. But right now, I still can kind of go whatever, and it always cracks me up because you're like, oh, this is my co-host EJ, and he's like, yeah, whatever. He's like, he had no recognition whatsoever, and I was like, oh, so a film room guy, not a bootleg guy. Got it, cool. That being said, if you're still with us on day 3, hour 7 now, we just cracked hour 7 of day 3, and you haven't left and discussed yet, please click subscribe. It does help us. Certainly helps get the channel more recognized by the all-knowing algorithm of YouTube, which helps us get our content out there and, hopefully please more football fans or enrage them. Either one. As long as we get a reaction, it's good.
DJ Ivy, Miami. Represent.
Interesting. I'm more interested in Isaiah Bolden from Jackson State.
I didn't get to him. I know you did, though.
Yeah. No. Again, Patriots love their small school DBs, usually safeties, but Bolden definitely more of a corner. And again, this is a guy going against Dallas Daniels in practice every day. It'll be interesting. Look, we're talking about 7th round DBs. These guys are going to play special teams. Like, they better play special teams. If they don't, they're not making the roster. Always good to take a swing. And again, I'm just going to scroll back through real quick. It's interesting to me to look at the distribution of, round 7, day 3 position picks. Like, what are people taking swings on at the bottom of the draft? We got a couple of OTs, but not many. We got safeties, running backs, cornerbacks, couple of defensive tackles, couple of quarterbacks, which, are complete lottery tickets this far down. I want to say edge, but Derek Parrish is such a hybrid, interesting case. Corners, safeties, Wide receivers. Oh, Braden Willis, the tight end from Oklahoma, going to the 49ers. Oh,
I'm still with y'all. No money here, but y'all remember the name Brady Christopher Hayworth. My brother died about a month ago, overdose.
oh.
Rest in peace. Really sorry to hear that. Really, really sorry to hear that. That's awful. Rest in peace, Brady, man. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing okay. You know, that's a horrible thing to go through, and I hope that you're getting along and have a support system for that, because that's a horrible thing to go through.
Yeah, that is no kind of easy, period. Oh, Brandon Hill to the Texans.
Brandon Hill, the Pitt Brandon Hill?
Yeah, the Pitt Brandon Hill, safety.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, Louis Riddick, happy.
Yeah. No, special teamer. That's what he's for, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, basically all of the guys right now, we're talking about that. We are talking about camp body, special teams, role player specialist, come in, compete, look for practice squad reps. Practice squads have been expanded. More of a chance for more of these players to land a job in the NFL. Eagles. God, how he's still making picks. Let me guess. Georgia.
It's in one of those bags, Jared. Just so you know.
Man, that box is heavy, especially at 3 a.m. going
That's
downstairs.
like 70 pounds. All right,
come on, Eagles. So originally a KC pick, then through Detroit on to Philly, 249 overall, the 32nd pick in the 7th round. If we had no compensatory picks, we would be done. But lucky for us, we got more. So
how he's drafting the actual Georgia Bulldog. Ugga.
That would be sweet. I would love that. Like, hey, we're gonna have a secondary mascot. I love it, Matthew. Great call. Does Georgia have any fullbacks to pick? Minus Corey Trice not making it to the Giants in the 7th. How do y'all feel about their draft? Oh, there it is.
Moro Ajomo.
Go get some value, Howie. Breaks the slide for Moro Ajomo. Very versatile. They list him as a defensive tackle. I think of him more as a 5, but he can play all up and down the line. He did at Texas, anywhere from 1 to about 6 in terms of technique. Got to see him at Shrine Bowl. I put out a tweet, which apparently didn't age very well, that I think he's going to go fairly high because of the versatility. I think a team's going to be really happy. I think the second part's true. I think the Eagles are going to love Moro Ajomo, especially given their sort of history of using different types of defensive line players to sort of mix and match, combine to create interesting pressure schemes. He's going to be able to slide up and down, keep them on the field without substitution, have the ability to run more things like, hey, Moro, can you run 3 on this one? Yeah, cool. Can you run 5 on this one? Yeah, okay, slide out. We're going to give you a straight up pass rush rep. All right, sweet. And, no timeouts, keep it rolling. I see him as super valuable because of that. And he runs with efficiency on the field too. One of the very best run stoppers from an efficiency perspective in this entire draft. Starts with the run. You would think he is an Alabama DE from that perspective, but more flexibility to me, both physically and role-wise. It's weird to be waxing poetic about a draft pick at 249, but feel strongly about Moro Ajomo being a very good NFL player. No idea why he dropped this far.
Yeah, as a run stopper alone, right? He's going to get work as a rookie just because he resets.
Because he can do it.
Yeah, he resets the line of scrimmage. He's got excellent power, pop in his hands, very disciplined. He's raw as a pass rusher. He's not going to get any third down work, but it's Philly. They don't need him to.
No.
So I love this pick.
It's a pure extra pick. Joshua, is Grant DuBose a good fit to the Bears? Don't toy with me, Joshua. Don't do it. I love Grant DuBose. And yes, I think he would be amazing. Great story. And would add something to their receiver room. I think he'd make the team. I really do. I know that's high praise for a rookie, especially one coming from the 7th round. I get why he is not high on a lot of teams' draft boards. At this point, if I'm Grant DuBose, I'm hoping I don't get drafted, so I get to pick my spot. But if Chicago drafts him with that second to last pick, I'm literally going to jump up and celebrate, because this is somebody that Brett will tell you I have championed Grant DuBose since early in this draft process. I think very highly of his skills as a receiver. He's wildly underrated because he went to a team that basically disbanded for COVID. He accepted an offer at a smaller university. He went. It was 2020. They were like, well, we can't afford to make football work this year, so we're just going to cut it off. And then he sat for a year. Then he goes back to Charlotte, has an incredibly productive year. One of the most productive years of any receivers in the entire country. Great story out of nowhere. Has good physical skills. Yeah, don't toy with me. At this point, EJ may as well stay on and start mocking for 2024. No, I won't do it.
No, we ain't doing that.
It's the opposite of Leo. I am leaving. I'm fucking leaving. Oh. I am actually going to leave for a second and go refill my water because I'm out. And
Go for it.
I would love for them to blaze through these picks. They ain't going to do it. They're going to go nice and slow.
Feels like 7th round has been slower this year.
Yeah. Last year, it was like a ticker. It was like so fast we couldn't keep up. This year, it's like, come on, make the pick.
We are
Nick Jones,
7
Ball
hours
State.
and 11 minutes
All right.
into this.
I know some Ball State alums that are celebrating right now.
Nick Jones. All right.
I bet Maddie likes that pick. Our buddy Maddie at KCSN, one of the stalwarts of their draft guide, does a ton of work on the defensive side of the ball as well. I bet he likes that pick. I'm not sure, but I'll ask him tomorrow.
That's right. You're still going up there.
I think I am. BJ asked if I was going to go because he heard about you heading home. He said, "Are you still coming?" I said, "I think so." So we'll see.
Hey guys, what are your opinions on how the Seahawks did in this draft? Well, let me look at their class. If I can get the ads to stop doing that. So, looking at the Seahawks class overall, started off with Devin Witherspoon. Great pick. I didn't expect it, but that doesn't mean it wasn't a great pick. Witherspoon was easily one of the 10 best players in this class. For a lot of people, he was DB1. I think whether you're playing him inside, you're playing him outside, press, off, I think he'd be a phenomenal safety. I don't really think it matters where you play Devin Witherspoon. He's going to be great. And he's extremely physical and a great tackler, which is what Seattle loves out of their DBs. They get JSN, for a lot of people, was wide receiver 1 in this class. So potentially DB1 and wide receiver 1 in the same draft class without having to trade. Pretty darn good. They were in need of a slot receiver over everything else. They didn't really need help outside. They needed a slot. JSN's the best pure slot in this class. Derek Hall, really love him as an edge rusher. Kind of has that Justin Houston type profile of a shorter body, but still with 34.5-inch arms. Great power. He's got bend. He's got a good first step. Very much a fan of the Derek Hall pick. I think that I don't want to say he's definitely going to lead them in sacks as a rookie, but he's got a shot to get like 6 to 7 plus, which, considering the distribution of sacks that I expect along their defense front, because they got waves and waves and waves of dudes. I don't know if they're going to have any double-digit sack guys in Seattle, but I think they're going to have a bunch of like 5 to 8. And Derek Hall is going to be one of those. So great player for them. Zach Charbonnet. Again, earlier than I expected them to go after a running back, but they didn't have a deep running back room. They had Kenneth Walker, who has had some durability stuff here and there over the last couple of years, whether he was in college or in Seattle. And then they had DJ Dallas, and Zach Charbonnet is better than DJ Dallas. So, they were kind of screwed if K-Walk gets hurt. And they've been in that position before where they had a bell cow back that got hurt and then they had to scramble. Next thing you know, they're signing Marshawn Lynch off the street for playing important downs in December. They don't want to be in that position ever again. So they're going to invest in running back in case their starter gets hurt, because Zach Charbonnet could also be a starter. Anthony Bradford, really talented guard prospect out of LSU. I don't know which – is he going to play left guard for them? Or are they going to play him at right? Hold on. I can't remember if they were moving Damian. If they're not moving Damian to right, he'll probably take Phil Haynes' job at right. If they are moving Damian, which I can't remember if I read that they were or not. If they're not moving Damian, then he'll play right. If they are moving Damian, he'll play left. Either way, good player. And then they got Cam Young. Run stopping, 5 technique out of Mississippi State. If they ever want like another Brandon Mebane type guy, he's not built like Mebane, but in terms of playing that role of just a 5 technique you put over the tackle and you say go kill the run game, that's him. Mike Morris, not a big Mike Morris guy, but in the 5th round, fine. I think he's interesting in that he's an edge rusher that almost never wins to the edge. Most of his production is on inside counters because he doesn't really have the burst or bend to consistently win to the edge. And then Olu, the center from Michigan, they really needed more interior offensive line help, in particular at the center spot. So getting Olu, again, kind of last stop on the train in terms of this center class, other than Brett Nealon, which actually I don't think Nealon went, but either way, 5th round center. Jarek Reed, safety from New Mexico, I did not get to. And then Kenny McIntosh, again, rounding out that running back room. They want to be deep at it because inevitably running back's going to get hurt. Kenny McIntosh, favorite of one EJ Snyder. And that was it. I think that was their last pick. So overall, love the Seahawks draft class. 2 years in a row that they have really, really nailed it. And 2 years in a row that I look at them as not even a dark horse playoff team anymore. I think it's a definite playoff team, and they could go on a run, legitimate run here. All right, what were you cheering about, EJ?
Alex Austin to the Buffalo Bills. This was presumably the second corner. Rajon Wright was the corner out of Oregon State that everybody was looking at. His good size, good speed, came in with a little bit more pedigree. Alex Austin, I think, kind of outplayed him during the season. There was more interest around Austin at the Pro Day when I went to Oregon State's Pro Day than Rajon Wright. There was interest in both of them. But I put out some tweets about Alex Austin like, hey, I think this kid can play. He's got really good movement skills. He's got good size. He ran well. On tape, he's very smooth. His agent ended up taking that and retweeting it. And I was like, who's this guy? Oh, his agent. Okay, cool. I like him as a developmental corner with size. I'm excited about that pick. I'm glad he got drafted. It's very cool to see him go to Buffalo. I think his running mate, Rajon Wright, is probably going to get he's going to get a UDFA offer from somebody. And then the next pick, Ronnie Bell, the wide receiver from Michigan, a lot of talk about him, ends up going to San Francisco. Unfortunately, that means it's a death knell for him. He'll never make any fantasy points ever. He'll disappoint all his owners. So that's just how they use rookie wide receivers there. But no, in all seriousness, like Ronnie Bell, gives them another athletic target on the outside. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Giants get Javarius Owens.
I actually didn't do him. Did you?
We saw him at Shrine Bowl. Houston had a very athletic safety duo this year, and Javarius Owens is built. I'll tell you what, he can cover ground. I don't like him deep against the pass. He has the physical skills to do it. I don't think that's his best feel. But as a coming downhill, absolutely has sideline to sideline range with his speed. Really solidly built, just a hyper athlete. If you're looking for size speed ratio, special teamers in the 7th round, you do a lot worse than Javarius Owens.
So we got 5 picks left.
Bum, bum, bum. We got to see who's right about the Chicago pick too.
Yeah, give me your last guesses for Chicago. Well, you still can.
Best available. Boy. Something's wrong with Andre Carter at this point, or I would say Andre Carter, because it's both a need and it aligns nicely. Something's wrong with pace as well. We know what's wrong with Jalen Redmond.
I'm gonna go with Kenna Anachukwu. Kenna Anachukwu
okay,
Rice.
from Rice.
Yeah.
Boy, I'm torn between Gerard Clark, which I don't think they'll take because they took Jervin Dexter. Star Thomas, I would love, and Grant Dubose, I would love. I'm not going to go deeper than that, but what the hell? Run what you brung. I'm going to go Grant Dubose. Or a sneaky Raheem Jarrett pick, but I don't think so because they already picked Tyler Scott, so they already have their little fast guy. I'm going to go Grant Dubose.
A lot of Ali Gay in the chat. I don't know if I see that.
They could, but then again, I haven't aligned with their vision of defensive line so far, so wouldn't be surprised. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised by any of it. Yeah. I would be most surprised if it was Grant Dubose. I'd be like, what? Why listen to me now?
Oh, Jalen Graham, another Purdue, I guess.
Yes. Who picked him?
49ers.
Oh, I really like this pick, especially because of the landing spot. I love the player. I like the pick even more because of the fit. He gets to learn behind Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner. Super athletic backer, really good range. I liked him better on tape than almost anybody. I didn't see anybody that had Jalen Graham in their inside linebacker rankings.
I didn't.
I put him in my sort of notables, not sleepers, just the outside the top. I really thought he had potential, and he goes to a great destination to develop inside linebackers. Really pleased he got drafted. Really pleased for him that he got drafted by San Francisco. Oh, cat shots. I bet somebody's super happy you're home.
He's very happy.
I bet. I was going to go find. Oh, I'm probably going to have to look here. I don't think he went to the combine. I don't think Javarius Owens went to the combine, but I'm going to look. Houston. Yes, he did. And he did not run at the combine, but he is fully 6 feet tall, 195, 78-inch wingspan.
EJ.
Oh, you bastards. I'm sorry. That's inexcusable. I am not having it. Nope.
Remember what we said with the Super
we did. We did.
How many
Packers
did. Players this year that you want are they going to take?
There he is.
That's so funny.
It is not funny.
You and Goody just see talent the same way.
Apparently we do. Yeah, Javarius Owens, the Houston safety, 6 foot, about 193, 195, ran a 4.57 with a 6.75 3 cone and a 4.09 shuttle. Boy can motor.
Oh, man. Andre Carter's a few picks from round 1 to undrafted. Yeah,
Alex Forsyth to the Broncos. Alex Forsyth, really, really, really good pass blocking center. Not much in the run game. And apparently by his headshot is 35, owns a house, has a mortgage, and 3 kids.
All right, Ryan Poles.
2 picks before Chicago. Come on.
Should have taken him earlier.
I should have taken him earlier. Should have taken a lot of players earlier. Give me a break. Oh, well. Root for him as a player as I always do, but yikes. Pick is in. All right, let's see if anybody wins a shirt. You got to prove it with a screenshot, by the way.
Yes, before 3.
Because we asked way too early, and it's like 100 chats ago for us to go look it up. Which cat is that, Brett? I think that's Little.
It's Little.
It's Little. And it never really struck me before, but you realize your cats are named after the first 2 nuclear bombs?
Not on purpose. Not on purpose. Oh, Keaton Mitchell, I would actually like. I don't think it is him, but I would like Keaton Mitchell.
Little for Mr. Irrelevant. I'm down. Now, Polls could save it for me here with like a wild Ivan Pace pick, but I don't think it's going to happen. Come on, man.
Slowest 7th round of all time.
Well, spoil my day with a Grant Dubose pick to the one team where I really don't want him to go.
Bumper pool for Mr. Irrelevant.
That's right.
Oh, man.
On the day 3 of the draft with 2 picks to go, EJ gets co-host. Brett canceled. No, I am extremely fortunate to be the co-creator and the co-host of this enterprise with one Mr. Brett Coleman. It's been a heck of a fun ride. And Kendall Williamson, DB Stanford, no idea. I think it's just a panic pick. They wanted Dubose. They had nowhere to go, so they threw a dart. No, I do have Stanford tape, so I will go back and watch Kendall Williamson. I'll also reach out to Book and see what he thinks of Kendall.
Yeah, I did not watch him. I got nothing for
No,
this.
I got nothing. But I will not have nothing forever. So,
can I still have a shirt? I don't think anybody had
nobody
that,
got
actually.
that. Why not Starling Thomas? I don't know. I would have taken Starling Thomas there in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. Yeah, in a heartbeat. But Grant Dubose, Jalen Graham, all those guys, love those guys, obviously. Let's see who else. Ronnie Bell I would have been okay with. Alex Austin as a developmental corner, sure. Spencer Anderson, not my favorite, but I get it. Moro Jomo, Brandon Hill, Anthony Johnson, or not Anthony Johnson Jr., Corey Trice, Jake Witt, Andre Jones, Carrington. Like, nope. Had to be the Packers, man. Had to be the Packers. Well, we should run the Manscaped banner. Brock Birdie. Yikes. All right. One more shot for Manscaped for doing all of this. They have sponsored 7+ hours worth of content just today. I haven't added up the total from 4 days, but it's a lot. We've been here the entire time. We promised you all the picks. These are all the picks once the Los Angeles Rams pick. Definitely not necessarily the way we wanted to end it, but still managed. If you like the content, please check out the catalog at Manscaped. They have everything you need to take care of yourself. Use our code BOOTLEG. You're going to get 20% off your order. You're going to get free shipping. And most importantly, they'll be happy. They'll come back. They'll sponsor more content. We'll get to do more of this kind of stuff for you. Make sure you subscribe to Bootleg. Again, we're going to be churning out content. We're going to take a little bit of a break. This is one of the few times a year we get a break from making content before we dive into the off-season content. But there will be 42 episodes this summer fully, along with specials from Homage, I should say, that'll be linked to all of our team episodes. So look forward to that. But at this time, heck of a ride.
There's a lot of good UDFAs, man. We're not going to, because EJ's dying, and I have to go tend to.
You have to go do what you went home for. So there you go.
Yeah. So we won't stay on for UDFA tracker or anything, but I'm sure we'll be DMing each other back and forth tonight of like, oh my God, can you believe we're blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Blank got blank for free. Come on,
Because
Rams. Do it up.
one of Akenna, Desjuan, Quindell Johnson, one of
Yeah,
one
I
of
mean,
these
I would have been fine with Desjuan there for the Bears. Like, just grab some more defensive line talent. Yeah, the Dubose thing, just a dagger, just a dagger in the heart.
Come on,
Desjuan to the Rams to go with Kobe.
Is he really? Oh, he is.
Yeah. Wow.
That's a great pick. It's a
the
legitimately
Rams
great
just
pick.
absolutely hammering defensive line end to end. That is impressive. They went from like very thin talent on the defensive line outside of Aaron Donald, obviously, to holy cow, we got a lot of young options to take a look at. That's impressive. Good for Desjuan. That's amazing. And he gets to play with Kobe. So,
And he gets to play with Kobe and Aaron Donald and
yeah,
Nick Hampton
and.
and Byron Young and
Yeah, there's a lot of them now. There's a
and
lot of
O'Shawn
them.
Mathis,
That's
I think,
amazing.
was also there. They drafted like 9 pass rushers.
It feels like it. Feels like they drafted, give me all your pass rushers now belong to me.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Pretty impressive. All right. We're going to let y'all go. Can't thank you enough for the entire season, not just for the draft live streams, but really all of the views, all of the hanging out on live streams on Thursday and Friday nights, all of the super chats, all of the comments, the subscriptions. We've grown immensely during this period. Wouldn't be anything without all of you. Thank you deeply, deeply, deeply from the bottom of our hearts.
Yeah, it's a journey every year, and we always we limp across the finish line every single year, but we do it for all you guys, and we wouldn't be able to do it without you guys. You kind of make everything go in more than one way, and we are immensely thankful for every single one of you. And we'll have the podcast coming out with our favorite draft classes, and then we're gonna take a couple weeks off or a few weeks off, and then get started on the off-season series. But we thank you for riding and dying with us for the last 8 months, whatever it was, since the start of last off-season series. It's been a hell of a ride, and I can't wait to do it again very, very soon. So we will see you guys sometime this week for our favorite draft classes episode. And until then, later.